What's happening? Benton here? Am I asking? Benton here. What's happening? Good to talk to you all this evening, this morning, late at night. Oh, it's morning for me. I got to bed a little later than I have been lately. I woke up around 10:30 local time, Mountain Time. But then, as far as I was concerned, I was coming off of Central Time, so that was like 11:30. So that's about the time I usually wake up. And I think I laid around for 45 minutes, napping it out. Not sure that did me any favors, but here we are. Many products await me at a truck stop in Arizona. This is Texas I-10, I believe. Yes, I-10. No, I think technically I-20, but we are about to be on I-10. There we go. And I've gone live early, as I want to do. And I don't know how much I've got left in the tank coming off of yesterday. That was a lot of live streaming, and I certainly began to experience the bleary-eyed, the bleariness I've spoken of. Hey, there's the sign for, not that you guys can read it, but hey, we've got callers already. How about that? Hey, it's Mr. Cleveland. What's happening, Rob?
Yo, what's going on, Benton? How you feeling?
Oh man, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Little bleary from all the streaming yesterday. Otherwise, quite well. Thanks for asking. How about yourself?
Doing well. It's slow here at the plantation, so that's always great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, many hours to engage in ideas and the metaverse and all of this, and get paid. Well done.
Yes, sir. Well done on your behalf as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I do enjoy mining the fiat as I communicate here in the metaverse, and that's the title of the stream is Matt Drudge, the guy who started DrudgeReport.com. He was on the Alex Jones show, Infowars, back in 2008, I believe. It's a fascinating interview, and Drudge is talking about his website, which I believe he sold it, but back then it was a very popular website, very basic website. And he was referring to all of these new apps, even back in 2008. It's very ghetto, he called it. He's called it Internet Ghettos. And that was many years before, we see what we have now with all of these apps and, Instagram and all of these other, phenomena. Do you have any thoughts on those matters, or just curious?
I'm not too familiar with not too familiar, so I'll just listen to you rant and ramble.
Oh, good. Well, I think at some point, and I will be purchasing a computer in the very near future. And shout out to someone who donated some money to me on Amazon. And that's as good as cash for me because I buy so many products on Amazon. That was cool. One of the fans of my podcast back in the day. And yeah, more and more, I really do view, what's going on here in YouTube as, I enjoy it. I think a lot of people get a lot out of it, but overall, it does seem kind of ghetto to me. And I guess in the commonly accepted context of a slum, I guess would probably be, more of a correct term, like a slum. Or you can think about like the Warsaw, Poland ghettos. It doesn't have to be black folks in a so-called ghetto.
I would agree with that.
Cool. So I do check myself on that level, and I've constantly talking about how I was on the internet in 1994 and it was all text. And then Paul, some of the time, which is fine, but Paul, some of the time, is sort of harassing the live chatters, which is fair play, of course. But and I'm remembering back to the early days of the internet when that's what it was people typing words at each other on some level.
Yeah, I sort of remember those days, early internet days. I kind of got on the internet around 2000.
Okay, well there you go. Yeah, it was you had graphical web browsers, but streaming wasn't really a thing yet. As far as even being able to watch a video, like I remember that Real Player and all that. Like, that kind of worked, but it really didn't. Maybe you could watch a video, maybe not.
Yeah,
That's how I remember
those
it
are
anyway.
terrible. Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, yeah, awful. Well, and then there was a meme of somebody went to like it was a company, I forget what it was called, like Real something, but that was like the big player and
Real
codecs
Player.
for early streaming. Yeah, Real Player. So somebody went to their headquarters and it had like their corporate logo, and they made a sign that said "strip buffering," and they put the sign buffering on the actual placard at the headquarters. I always thought that was funny. That's what that early YouTube also same thing. Lots of buffering. I remember telling my dad he would be trying to watch a YouTube video, and we were on dial-up, and you would watch 3 seconds, and then it would start to buffer, and me trying to explain to him, hey man, just click the pause button and wait about 2 minutes, and you'll get enough of it'll download enough of a buffer that we can watch the video without this stuttering. But he seemed to love the stuttering for some reason. Yeah, not sure why. And then one time, I don't know what he was doing, but I was big into computers back then as a hobby, and I'd built him a computer. That's when he got into day trading in the mid 1990s. And at one point, he was like, "Hey, I need you to fix my computer."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I dropped off, but I'm back. Yeah, I'm out here. I'm near the slave checkpoint down on the border. So wireless, I don't know what they're running down here, the government, but it certainly interferes with the broadcast when I go through this area. But I'm eastbound, or I'm westbound, so I don't have to actually go through the border patrol checkpoint until I get to New Mexico, where I will sometimes be asked if I'm a U.S. citizen.
And you gotta say, yeah, right? Because that's what you would need to say to get the CDL, right?
Well, that's a good question, but I just go ahead and say, yes, I am. But I believe, and again, the I am phraseology, I guess maybe I should just say yes. But, I do understand what that involves, identifying on some level as a U.S. citizen. I mean, that is corporate slavery in some sense, is it not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, not that it makes me better or gets me off the hook, but and I talked about this at the end of my live stream, actually technically the third live stream I did yesterday, about I do have my intention is to get up out of this corporate slavery as much as I'm able to in the near future. So I do subscribe to a lot of whatever we want to call it, Paul's whatever he espouses. I do subscribe to a lot of that, certainly. But I have to prove it with my actions. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same exact position. I gotta correct the record and start that whole process.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. What about you?
Yeah, I am too. I guess it's just for me. Like, I keep saying I need to look more into it before I actually do something, but I think I'm just using that phrase to kind of keep myself where I'm at. I'm still sort of in that fear space.
I get it. Yeah, absolutely. And there's we humans. That's what we do. as adaptable to our environments as we are, it seems like once we're adapted to a comfortable environment, it's can be very difficult for us to just force ourselves outside of that.
Yeah, every time I get off of work Wednesday morning and Thursday and Friday, I keep telling myself I got to go to Office Depot to print out this damn DS11 form so I can get started. And that's just the first step, and I can't even fucking do that. I'm too lazy and just I don't know, man.
Yeah, I get it, especially with our schedules and such. But I feel like you'll do it when the time is right. It's a long process, I'm sure. I'm not even sure really what to do. Like, what are you printing out, by the way? I don't even know how it works.
Printing out the passport application pretty much, and
okay.
and just filling it out as the American national or the state national, however you want to word that, instead of the U.S. citizen passport.
Okay.
And then once that process gets rolling, that's when you send out your letters to interested parties like the IRS or any other party of interest, Department of Homeland Security, all those places.
Oh, really? Wow.
But I guess you can do that before you have all of that. But I guess for me, I just want to have all my ducks in a row before I get hemmed up somewhere or I get tripped up somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know, speaking only for myself, in the past, I would get involved in paralysis by analysis, where I wanted to continue gathering information. But at a certain point, we have enough information, it seems like, or I did.
That's exactly where I'm at right now.
Yep. Because it'll probably never be perfected at the level of the info. But yeah, it seems like it'll never be perfected, at the level of our knowledge and information, or at least not in the short term with the filing of the paperwork. So, and I've been talking to Kim before the storm about this. Maybe he could, since he has a lot of subscribers, if he's going to do something similar, maybe he could make content. I do think there's some people who would like to know a little bit more, on a step-by-step basis also.
Yeah, there's a website that Paul's mentioned a number of times. It's called Copper Moonshine Stills.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can type that into Google, Copper Moonshine Stills, and then type in diplomatic immunity, and it'll be the first website that pops up. And
okay.
I'm not sure why it's under that URL, Copper Moonshine Stills. Maybe it's just to kind of deflect or something, but. Yeah, on there, it basically gives you a step-by-step guide on how to fill out the DS11 form, filling out the passport in the way that you should, instead of the way that we've been taught.
Okay. Well, in the Copper Moonshine Stills, I would assume, that's the Ridge Runners. And in recent American history, that would be one of the major groups that has fought the government, at least through how they choose to live, out in Appalachia, making their own liquor. And, you had generations of people who, made their living making moonshine, and that's made in a copper still. Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah, that's probably what that means. So those
because they do sell those on that site too. You
that's a real thing. Absolutely. And the thing is, legally, my understanding is I have every right to make my own liquor. It's just the government gets involved when I try to sell it to other people. That it's actually totally legal for me to distill my own alcohol if I was. And then alcohol has many uses other than just to drink, obviously. And then if I want to go, it's very expensive to purchase like food grade alcohol. And then if you just go to the store and try to buy like a denatured alcohol, it literally has poison added to it, so people can't drink it. to circumvent the very high government tax on liquor. It was funny how all these things, interact and coalesce. And I think a lot of us, and I really didn't think about it that way until we just had this part of the conversation. I started to, put all of that together.
Oh, so there you go. About a little something to you.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And well, with my health condition, at some point, I'm going to drive this truck as long as I'm physically able, but that may not be much longer. Uh, when I say much longer, I'm talking like a year. But at a certain point, I'm probably going to want to get a bunch of marijuana flowers and make my own Rick Simpson oil, which that involves I need alcohol. But since I'm going to be putting it into my body, I don't want to go with rubbing alcohol. That's a very dirty, unclean alcohol. I would want high quality alcohol because that's what Rick Simpson oil is. It's a full alcohol extraction of the flower.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like ethanol alcohol. I think that's what it is, right? In plants, isn't there some sort of plants?
Well, and I'm not a chemist, but my understanding is that's what you end up with. The people that make this moonshine, I believe that is ethanol by the time they're done. I believe so, with water, ethanol with. So it's like if it's 190 proof, that's divide that by 2. That's the percentage of alcohol, and presumably whatever's not alcohol would be water. I believe, but I don't know. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, you would know a lot better than I would.
Well, and I have drank a lot of it in my time, certainly, but I have a lot of surface knowledge of certain subjects like chemistry. I don't really understand it, but I'm fascinated by it. So I pick up little things here and there. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling the drain of all the activity yesterday. Definitely. But then I somehow feel compelled to come back here more or less at the same time every day.
Yeah, I was catching up on the on your stream. Jeff has the spirit of his mama.
Yeah,
It was so funny.
Yeah, and I am a sensitive individual on some level, and just the only way I know how to go forward is to just tell it like it is. Like it's not against him personally, but something's going on. Maybe it's his personal issues, but if I thought he was an actual communist, dude, I called Provo Kid a communist. Like, I don't
No.
have any problem calling people communist. I don't think Jeff's a communist. I think he used a specific phraseology that I would equate with communism. That's a very different thing, but it's the internet and a lot of this nuance gets lost. But then I did get a little annoyed because I felt like what was said over here was completely misrepresented. But then I posted in the comments on Yurt's stream, I said, well, anybody that wants to can go watch the original broadcast. So, feel free to do that. But then, our time is limited. And when I get my computer, because my laptop died recently, I think the 48 hours of live streaming killed it. Live streaming weekend killed it. Too much heat. But when I get my new computer, I'm going to do more content where I play panels and then I just pause it and respond to it. I do enjoy that quite a bit. And Jeff's always welcome around here, by the way. But go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, I ain't got none. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just rambling. I might hit on a good rant at some point. Who knows? But something about the brain chemicals, man. I can certainly tell that I'm not quite as fresh as I was yesterday. But I'll bounce back. And I'm on the lion's mane mushroom. I got the cordyceps mushroom, and I'm on the ginkgo biloba and ginseng and coffee. So maybe that'll do something.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was a little surprised to see you come streaming tonight after all the streaming you did yesterday, because I noticed you kind of say when you do a lot of streaming you get blurry eyed and all that stuff.
Well, and that's what's interesting is when I'm doing it when I'm driving, I don't get that effect. It's when I'm back in the sleeper cab looking at the phone, especially the phone, but also the laptop. Something about that, looking into that screen for so long. Versus when I'm driving, I'm always shifting my gaze. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Do you have like a blue light filter on your phone or had
I
one on the laptop?
I use the software one. I use Linux on my laptop, so I've never figured out how to make it work under Linux. But I think I'm overdue for some new eyeglasses. I'm probably gonna get some glasses that do the blue blocking. But I'm sure that's a lot of it, right? I mean, it has to be.
Yeah, most definitely. At least I would believe so because I noticed that with myself when I'm on the phone all the time. Even within a few seconds of putting the blue light filter on, I feel like this relaxation within my eyes, and it does help you sleep better.
Oh yeah. Now I will say I have it on, but it's only like the sliders like in the middle, so maybe I should crank it all the way up.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah. But I've noticed if I just watch YouTube videos, I don't have this problem, but I don't really just stare at the phone. I mostly listen to the videos, so I don't know. I'll be fine in a couple of hours. I'm not too worried about it. But as far as streaming at this time, it was more or less I felt lazy, like I wanted to just lay around for a couple of hours. So I do better if I just force myself into if I force myself into just going ahead and working. And I'm trying to get through this port of entry in New Mexico before I'm trying to squeak through there in the middle of the night, if possible. I see Rob is assisting the residents at the facility he works at. Okay, Rob.
Actually, no, I was just looking at what I want to eat here.
Oh, nice. Well, that's something else I wanted to get into because when Truther Cop replayed part of my earlier live stream last night, uh, the subject of what I eat for my meals came up, and I said I have tuna. I eat every meal. I have tuna fish. So people in the chat start talking about the mercury in the fish, and I'm like, look, I'm dying of various ailments here. It's like I'm not really worried about the mercury at this point, but then again, I always tie it back to and if I'm not talking to these people, I'm not like if it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply. So, but I know some of these folks are going to the McDonald's drive-through, but then we're worried about mercury in the tuna fish. So that's some level of programming, isn't it? I mean, it has to be. Like, how are we scared of tuna fish, but we're eating Big Macs and French fries? Some of us, not all of us, but some of us.
Yeah, that's why I usually don't say much on the whole diet thing because I know I have a shit diet. I still go, to the fast food place. I'll still eat some of those poison burgers, those poison drinks. But
Yeah.
I don't say nothing about it to anybody.
Well, and it's
one person wants to do is what they want to do.
Yes. So I hold my tongue, but then when it's like, hey, watch out for that mercury, I'm like, hey, watch out for that McDonald's drive-through. Like, I mean, what are we even doing here? But I know right before I stopped drinking, I was eating like Hardee's sausage egg biscuits, like 2 of those, and then later on in the day, I would have like an entire Little Caesars $5 pizza, and like 12 to 18 beers. So yeah, I'm not above any of it either. My organs can no longer take it. But I have cleaned up my diet in the past where I didn't have it. I went 6 months and just didn't have any of that bullshit. Dude, I felt better. My body worked better. My brain worked better. Everything was better. So there's something to, the more we can get off those processed foods, the better. But yeah, people are going to do what they're going to do. I accept that. That's fine.
Yeah, most definitely. Because I did the whole like kind of strict vegetarian thing for maybe like 6 to 8 months, and during that time, man, that was the best I had ever felt. I cut out the sodas entirely, cut out all the processed junk, and I would always wake up actually feeling refreshed instead of feeling lethargic when I would wake up. So yeah, there's definitely something to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've even caught some flack because all of my food is canned. I eat out of cans from Walmart. but it's like, man, the way I'm living as a truck driver, I've got most of the time I have like 6 days worth of food on me, and when I wake up in the evening, at nighttime, but it's morning for me. Like I prepare my 4 meals for the day. Like, yeah, I understand that canned food has less nutrition than fresh food, but it's still, again, it's objectively better than the fast food drive-through. So, it's not bad for me. It's just less good than it otherwise would be. And I think some of that nuance gets lost, and people just say, "Oh, canned food's bad for you."
Yeah, I see that. That's like a big issue in the church community. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, it's like I said, I'm down here in the dead zone, but so yeah, I'm back. Mostly, I'll come right back when that happens. It's annoying though, for sure, but and it's not even for me to try. To me, it's almost like a biblical thing, like take the large piece of wood out of my eye before I can tell you to take the small piece out of your eye.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
throwing
there?
stones
Okay,
basically
you're
when
there.
you're
Good.
living in your own glass
Yeah,
house.
man. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can, on some level. And I feel pretty good. Like I have a quality of life. I feel good for the most time. But I'm very sick on it. At some point during the day, I will be very sick pretty much every day. But so what, man? I mean, that's life. Who cares?
There you go.
But yeah, man, I'm blessed. But I'm grateful and blessed. I feel blessed, and I'm grateful that I can continue to live the way I'm living short term. For me personally, what's the problem?
Do you ever have that feeling, or do you like know that you're on like borrowed time, as they say?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah. But I think it says something about me that once all the bullshit kicked in with the events of the last several years, I just honestly did not want to be here anymore. And I really have accomplished most of what I believe I was sent here to do, if that's a thing. It's like, man, can I just get up out of here at this point? But I'll never just delete. I'll never delete myself, right? But it's like, have I solved this level of the game? Can I go ahead and move on to the next level? But then I've got a grandmother who's like 80 in her late 80s, and she's just like, I don't understand why the Lord won't take me, basically. And something about these old folks, man, they're just, dude, they can hold out for long periods of time. And I know Tranquil Vortex was talking about her, I believe her grandfather, that he was went deep into his 90s and like stopped eating and stopped drinking water and still like couldn't die. Like there's something to that human spirit. So I could live another 10 years. I really don't know, man. But I know I'm not going to this medical system because it's not going to do anything but ruin my quality of life. They'd already have me on dialysis. I already know they would already have me on dialysis. Do my kidneys work as well as these people who eat McDonald's kidneys work? So, what the heck? And I'm not diabetic, so why not? Why do I need to go to a doctor?
Yeah, I hear you on that. It's shit out. Yeah, I heard you say something about and I sort of relate to it. There was a few different times I've tried to delete myself, and and creator said, no, you're not getting the hell up out of here, and
Yep.
it just makes me sort of wonder, why am I still here? And there's a lot of people that I know that were close to me are not here anymore, and I felt that they were sort of, I guess, better individuals, maybe, I guess, for lack of other words, but I guess that sort of thing just helps you to get better, right?
Well, I mean, I would tie it in. Me personally, I would tie it into like life's purpose and all of this. What's my function here, and that's what I tie it into. But and this is what my podcast was about. A lot of what my podcast was about was Dark Glasses Woody's comment here about they were, the government did begin to construct internment camps for people who did not want to comply with these measures, and then what I detect is that, see, I internalized all that. So once the country or the people go down that path, that to me, that bell never gets unrung. So I'm still living in that space on some level. And that's part of why I yelled at D-Rex the other day, because like I still haven't fully resolved whatever my animosity is towards the people who've allowed it. But like that's still in play, man. Like I'm not fear mongering about that. And I know Z likes to talk about this idea of, the shit's going to hit the fan. I don't really think the shit's going to hit the fan personally. But I did believe that at one time. But I'm talking about like an actual shooting civil war. But the fact is,
Or
man,
like a worldwide FEMA camps.
well, but there are I mean, that's the thing is this stuff is real, right? Like the law, it's in place,
Oh yeah,
man. It's
and
not
the
a conspiracy
ghost
theory.
cities.
And so I think a lot of people, when we talk about, people are waking up because of the events of the last few years, it's like, yeah, but not really. Because now it seems like we've just moved on to pretending like that never happened. And I've talked to people who just have literally forgotten about the financial crisis of 08, 09. And even my dad, who, he has been trading, financial instruments back to the 90s. At a certain point, he was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." And I'm like, "How can you, like, what? You forgot about?" But I don't say that. I just say it in my mind, like, "What?" So I think some of these people have already forgotten, what exactly was going on. And but parts of the country were not very strict, right? Versus I was driving a truck all around the country. I went to places where I couldn't go anywhere without having strict measures applied to me, and like there were people who had good jobs at like Tyson Foods. Tyson Foods, was the world's largest meat producer for a time. They're headquartered in Arkansas, and they have their own fleet of truck drivers, and they're company drivers for Tyson. Those are viewed as very attractive jobs. And Tyson said, "You will take the medication." And I know it's not a medication. I'm just trying to avoid certain phraseology, but they said, "You're going to take this thing or else." And 99% of their workers took it. So when we had these convoys, if you remember these trucker convoys, well, I was working as a truck driver, and I knew when that was going on. I said, well, 75% of these people already took it. And if you look at what they said, and they had a website for this Freedom Convoy or whatever they called it, they said right there, and who goes to a website and reads a press release? Well, I did. And it said right there on their website, they were protesting against the mandates. They were not anti the thing, right? So it's like at a certain point, what are we even talking about? So this is who's going to deliver us, Rob Cleveland, is a bunch of bozos, and 3 out of 4 of them already took it.
Yeah, I mean, if your line wasn't drawn at that point, there's I don't know where you will draw your line at, because that sort of jerked me out of this slumber that I was in, and helped me, this thing that went on the past few years. It sort of elevated me and helped me get into this idea of law and using different aspects of that to sort of fight off these mandates, quote unquote, from these employers, or things of that nature. So I don't know, for a lot of people, I know it fucked their whole world up, their whole life up, but for a lot of other folks, it elevated them.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that they could use it. Some people probably used it for transformation and personal growth. But then if you look at the system itself, and we talk about corporate slavery, well, one of the major effects was that the corporations became even stronger, the large corporations of Walmart, Amazon. So just the fact that the masses of people saw their small businesses and their community shuttered, but at the same time, Walmart, yeah, they're not 24 hours anymore, but they never closed their doors. The people accepted.
I was working
that.
at Walmart during that.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. So, the people are voting with their actions on some level. But then here's where the knowledge I believe is very helpful is because I enjoy conspiracies and I have studied a lot of information over a period of years. When this whole thing popped off and it got declared a global event, you know, when the World Health Organization said, "Hey, it's a global thing now," I had enough knowledge. I said, "Okay, well, the last time this happened was 2009 swine flu," and I said back then the system claimed that there was an inoculation, and the president claimed to have taken the inoculation. So I already knew on day one, okay, there will be an inoculation, and I will be expected to comply with it. And I made my mind up right then. I said, I don't care what happens. I will starve to death before I take that thing. And
It
I've
was really
never
like
had
that with the swine flu, because I
it
remember
was,
hearing about it, but
well,
I was in ninth
yeah,
grade. I was a freshman.
yes, it was declared a world event. There was a press conference, a person from the World Health Organization. You can still pull the video up on YouTube if I'm pretty
Oh,
sure it's still
wow.
there. And here's the difference is it was 2009. Social media had not yet taken over people's minds and people ignored it for the most part. So what was the difference? So when it popped off in 2020, I'm looking at it like, okay, I remembered swine flu because I literally read the newspaper every day going back to the 1980s. I'm nerdy like that. So I'm like, I remember that swine flu was promoted by the media, but it really never caught on. Because this is all dependent upon the populace latching onto it and taking the ball and running with it to some degree, right?
Well, the Zika
So
virus was kind of like that, wasn't it?
to some
Excuse me, I
extent, there was
used
a lot.
used
Well,
the
yeah,
wrong
but
word.
you're right. But I don't think that was declared. It wasn't formally declared a global event. I don't
That's
believe.
true. That's
I
true.
might be
No, it wasn't.
wrong though. But Obama literally said that he took the thing for swine flu. I'm not even kidding. And don't take my word for it, please. Everybody, look it up for yourselves. So what I'm getting at is I knew on day one, okay, this is going to happen. So I was able to say to myself, okay, I'm not going along with it no matter what. So I've never been challenged on that level. I've never had a conversation with my family. My employers never brought it up to me. Uh, I've just completely because it's almost like whatever this spiritual war is knows that I'm not. You can't test me on that level, but it did test me on the level of the mask,
Mm.
which I did roll over to, even though I didn't want to. I rolled over in certain circumstances, and I did quit multiple
Wow.
jobs over the mask also. And in fact, that's how I first ended up on Chalk Body Outline. It's because I made a rant about the mask, and I had a specific thing that happened to me on the job where I told the person who wanted to do a temp check, I said, "Well, you're going to have to point that gun at my wrist because I'm not having guns pointed between my eyes. I'm not. Well, I mean, which by the way, I mean that's probably not a good thing for it to be normal for somebody to just put a gun to my head. Like, how is that okay?"
Bingo.
And this lady at this major corporation, this control freak Nazi lady in a white lab coat, by the way, that a more or less a high priestess, she would said, "Oh no, you will do as I tell you," basically. And I said, "Well, actually, no, I won't," and I left. And I think I ended up quitting not long after that. But and that's when I stopped traveling the whole country as a truck driver because that happened in another part of the country. That was up in the Northeast, and I don't go up there anymore. But those people are nuts, man, out of their minds. In New Jersey, I went to deliver a load, and a grown man in a mask pointed at me and yelled, "Put on a damn mask now!" And I thought, well, not only am I not going to be yelled at, I'm certainly not going to be yelled at in a Yankee accent because I am from the South. So that I will never come back here. I'm not ever going back to New Jersey. That's for sure. It's just nuts, man. But now we're all pretending like this never happened. But that was the thing I think was in '09, people were not on social media like they are now. And people try to push back on me, but I'm like, look, no. almost everybody has a smartphone now with apps. Like that was not a thing in 2009. Some people did. It wasn't then what it is now. Period. It just wasn't. So I think that's what permitted the thing to catch on at the level of the fear mongering and the compliance person. That's what I think. And I think the major effect of the smartphones is it's an up to the minute check in with our peer group. Everybody has access to immediately in real time seeing how their peers interface with all this stuff. And 85
real time data collection.
Well, data collection, but also if I'm like 85% of the masses, and that's my estimation, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to conform to my peer groups no matter what happens. So now I can actually go onto these apps and I can see in real time how my peers are reacting to what the media is propagating based on this illness. And it's sick, man. I believe it's maximum spiritual warfare. We were under maximum spiritual attack, especially those of us who actually, number one, think for ourselves, and number two, or at least tied in with some sort of spiritual attainment and do understand on some level that we are in a spiritual war. I believe we were attacked as hard as we could ever be attacked. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it will get worse. I hope not.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie, man. During that time, I was pretty fearful because I knew I wasn't gonna take the apple juice.
Yep.
But I didn't really know how I would go about it, or if that would even come up. But I kind of had the same experience as you. It kind of never really came up.
Yep.
Like I kind of rolled over to the mask to the muzzle to some degree, even though I didn't really want to. And like you, I did quit some jobs over it. That's why I left Walmart, and why it's actually why I went back into security, because I knew I could have more freedom.
Yep. Well, less enslavement, to be fair.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for correcting me there.
Well, but I mean, I have to correct myself. I have to correct myself. So that's, I have to remind myself. But yeah, and the fact is, if another human being can forcibly compel me to do something that I don't want to do, that is bullying. Like I submitted to a bully at the level of what do I do with my own face in certain circumstances. And by the way, I will absolutely do it again if I feel like I have to. But that's what that is. That's bullying. But then this is where I got mad at D-Rex, and it's really, I'm not mad at him, but it's like early on I had an understanding of all of these things, and I would and since I'm good at talking to people in public, I would talk to people about it, and they would always agree with me about the muzzle. But then they would always end with, but I got kids, meaning I'm just going to do what I got to do. So I said, okay, well, and I didn't say this to them, but it's like, okay, you got kids. So therefore, like, my life is over. Because with whatever's wrong with me, if we call it autism, dude, this shit rings all my bells, man. Like, I can actually practice all this social distancing. I can adhere to all the measures 100%. Because of my whatever my autism is. I can run a cash register and have it come out to the penny every shift for 6 straight months. I've done that before. That's part of the autism. Dude, the general public cannot. Shit. Yeah, dude, seriously. I create systems and then I don't deviate from them. The general public, if it was really a deadly thing and the only way to save themselves was to adhere to social distancing and never allowing their nose to become exposed, they'd all be dead, man. They can't adhere to this stuff. I recognized that early on. I said, well, these people can't practice this. But then what they can do is observe me and correct me. That's easy. And I don't have the fucking constitution for that shit. I can't have, I'm in my thoughts, man. I'm in the public space. I'm lost in my thoughts. I'm in some deep dream world of thought. I can't have random bozos just out of nowhere correcting me on my physical behavior. I can't fucking deal with it, man. I can't. I hid in this truck, not this truck, but that's when I first started working every day. I hid in a truck and just put my head down and worked for 6 straight months. that's how I coped with it. I said, well, I'm just going to hide out from this. This is crazy.
See, I kind of did the opposite. I during the whole lockdowns and all that, I was out, man. I was kind of just out testing if what they were saying was going to be the case. You know, these curfews, you can't be out past this time. You know, all of that. I was just out testing it to see. You know, I'm out walking the streets, midnight, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, cops rolling by, looking at me, just because the streets are dead. There's nobody out. It was wild. It was like an apocalypse, like what you see in the movies. It's like nobody out
Yeah,
in the streets.
absolutely. There was about 3 weeks of that for me as a truck driver where I could drive through any major city at what should be rush hour, and there's almost no cars on the road. It was bizarre, man. And that's my podcast. The subtitle was Pirate Radio for the Zombie Apocalypse. And this is the zombie apocalypse. It's not coming. This is it, man. It's here. That's what
Yeah,
this is. Yeah. So,
exactly.
but I've come to accept that I have a strong desire to be able, because I do have the full kit, the hardware. I have a desire to fucking get kitted out and be able to Mad Max it in the physical realm. That's a fantasy, and I understand now. So almost solely based on me wanting that, it's never going to fucking happen. And if it
I mean,
does, I'm going to be too fucking old. But go ahead.
there's a lot of folks that fantasize about that, which I
They
don't know.
want
I
it.
find that kind of odd that they fantasize about this so much.
Well, I think there's something in the masculine spirit. It's in there. I'm just for whatever reason I'm in touch with that competitive go to war side, but and I am my mind is very militaristic, but it's in specific ways. But I'm a pacifist as far as I don't want to hurt anybody. But if I'm put in a me or them scenario, it's not going to be me. Like they got to go,
Well,
whoever
yeah,
it is. But
of
that's just
course.
I don't want to hurt anybody, but you know, it is a Mad Max fantasy. Tina Turner in a fucking fur suit or whatever. Like that's and that is the predictive programming, and I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't. So Civil War, if you look at the meaning of the word civil, that's like civilized. So to me, this is the Civil War. It appears very civil on the surface,
It does, yeah.
and a lot
Can
of
agree.
people. Well, yeah, and a lot of people think the United States is going to break up into. We're going to have balkanization like the Soviet Union went through in the early '90s, like that the U.S. is going to split into like 5 different regions.
Yeah, these
Well,
little districts like in the Hunger Games.
yeah, like North America. Like actually, it'd be North America probably under that context. It wouldn't even be the U.S. It's necessarily, but yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that seems like the most likely scenario to me. But and then since I'm from the South, people want to talk about secession, and I'm like, if anybody secedes, I think it'll be the West Coast. It'll be Cali, Oregon, and Washington. That would be the most likely to try to leave the United States, I think. The South ain't going anywhere. They already lost a war over it. They're not going nowhere. They love America.
Yeah,
They do, man. They
yeah.
love it. Go ahead.
I find Las Vegas is one of these like weird sort of cities. It's never really mentioned as like these major cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, or anything like that. But and I don't know. It's one of those weird kind of things where I don't really think much is gonna pop off here, like in regards to like bringing the grid down or just some catastrophic event. I just don't really see that happening in a city like this. I may be wrong there, but I don't know.
Well, and here's why I agree with you, because I tie it all back to the McDonald's and the effects of this horrible food. It's not even food. I'm convinced if you took a McDonald's combo meal and you went back in time and gave it to a caveman, I don't think he would consider it food. I don't think he would eat it. I really don't. And I think he would just be very like, look at it, smell it, and just be like, no, man, I'm not touching that. But that's just what I think. It's not food, but we're, it's Franken food, and we're just habituated to it, in mass. But I think that's so detrimental to the populace. But then you hear these conservative types, which I don't even think conservatism is a thing, but they say, the system is scared of a strong America and all this. Well, what's the number one thing keeping America weak? Is the people are weak at the level of the food. So I don't think the supply. I think the supply of junk food at McDonald's and Taco Bell and Pizza Hut and Domino's, I think that is going to continue unabated. So we have to have an electric grid. Now, will there be attacks on the grid, here and there? That's already happened. Look at what happened in California. Shout out to EBT. I'm going to mention Enron for the millionth time. I've spent a ton of time studying Enron and all of that back in the, when that happened. And that was directly tied into the government. And dude, they did attack the fucking power grid in California through Enron. And they brought the grid down. It's just we don't view it as a terrorist attack. But they had rolling motherfucking blackouts based on how Enron had created markets for trading energy. And then so traders that work for Enron figured out, hey, we can call power plants in Oregon and say, hey, how about y'all change the way that you're diverting this power through the power grid, and that will actually cause the price of power to spike in the short term. And because California has so-called deregulated their power grid, which when they say deregulation, that really means regulation. And now because of these specific laws, at least loopholes in the California laws, they have to buy power on like a secondary market. And I may be messing up some of these details, but broadly this is true. But again, always check my work. Don't take my word for it. But now the price of power is so high that California starts to shut down parts of its power grid. But there's plenty of electricity.
Oh, shit.
That happened, sir. And I'm not mad at you, but I've become very passionate.
No, I know.
Dude, that shit already happened. 09, 08, 09 already happened. Oh, the system's going to collapse. This motherfucker already collapsed. What are they talking about? The collapse of the already collapsed system. The food supply. The power grid's going to go down. It all already happened, man. We already had a whole week of no meat section at the grocery store nationwide. Like, it's all already happened to some degree. But Walmart never stopped and McDonald's never stopped. And that leads me to believe neither one of those is ever going to stop. The Supercenter probably has diesel generators. I got to think McDonald's can figure out how to get you a Big Mac, even if your neighborhood doesn't have electricity. But what do you think?
Yeah, man, you're totally right. When we had that, we had like a power outage at Walmart, and this Walmart that I was working at had a McDonald's inside it, and they have those backup generators. They got measures in place to where if something like that were to happen, they can, it's of no issue. So I mean, you're hitting it.
Yeah. Well, and real quick, as far as the super centers themselves, and I am from Arkansas, and ex-wife number 2 grew up in Bentonville, by the way, and I used to work at the headquarters. Both of us did for a time. But I noticed this when I was living out of a backpack traveling the country. Most of these super centers are in areas where it's not a major city, and so they're in some sort of, it's an urban, it's suburban, or it's a smaller city, right? And some of these super centers are in small towns. But if you look at like the Deep South, like any city in the Deep South that's 100,000 people has like 3 super centers, 3 to 4 super centers. And I used to camp out because almost every super center has a patch of woods next to it where I could pitch a tent. So when I'm hitchhiking and traveling around, and I would get my supplies at Walmart. So people are like, hey, where do you want me to drop you off? That they gave me a ride. I said, well, the super center. And almost every one of those super centers, if you look at them on a map, they are on the site where there's fresh water. There's some sort of stream or body of water on the site of every single one, almost every one of those super centers. If you look at them on a map, there's some sort of spring or stream or natural water source. That cannot be a coincidence.
And you're talking about the ones in Arkansas, right?
Oh, everywhere. I'm talking about
Oh
almost
wow.
everywhere except for major cities. Yeah. But the whole shit started in Arkansas, by the way. Like that's where it started. Store number one is Rogers, Arkansas. Like that's not a coincidence. The first
Yeah.
Ben Franklin Five and Dime was in Missouri, not too far away. Like, dude, I've been to the fucking
Yeah.
Walmart museum. The whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if I remember correctly, I think those Walmart checks they did say Arkansas on there. I think
it's
if I remember
Benton.
correctly.
Yeah, Benton Walmart Stores Incorporated is Bentonville, Arkansas. It's headquartered. Yeah, absolutely. And most of the Waltons they live in Oklahoma for tax purposes, but they're all from Arkansas. Like that's where they all grew up in Arkansas. But you know, there's something going on with that. And then what did we see? In the recent past is like literal Department of Homeland Security screens in Walmart with Janet Napolitano talking about see something, say something. Like, Walmart has merged with the government at a certain point. Like, Walmart is the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, I remember when I was working asset protection when I was doing that. They'll tell you don't worry about don't worry about the product because it's all insured by the government.
Yep.
It's all insured.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
Real
furthermore,
secret, folks.
yeah, absolutely. And the government, the state governments and the federal government directly subsidizes Walmart because their workers. Walmart literally provides materials to their workers. Here's how you can get benefits in your local area. Because Walmart intentionally does not provide enough benefits to their workers. A lot of their workforce is eligible for government assistance, right? So that is in some way the government subsidizing Walmart. And I'm not even saying that's right or wrong. I'm saying that's a thing. But I had my own office in Bentonville, Arkansas. I was with my first wife, uh, who's from Bentonville. We were purchasing a home in Lowell, Arkansas, which is right there near Walmart headquarters in Bentonville. And on the morning of the terrorist attacks of September 11th of 2001, for whatever reason, because I could sort of make my own schedule and I had my own office, I hadn't gone into work yet. And I watched the attacks on TV. So worked for a Walmart vendor and I had a badge to go. I could go into Walmart ISD anytime I wanted, 24 hours a day. I had a badge. I could just go right in. And so I was tied in with what was going on with Walmart. Walmart moved all of its server farms and all of its IT stuff as far as its physical machinery. They immediately moved that all below ground. And I believe that they directly merged with the fucking government at that point. I think they just said, okay, here it is, government. We're going to directly tie our info systems into you. And I think when I walk into a Walmart supercenter, there's facial recognition. I think they're recording what I'm saying. I'm being video recorded. And I firmly believe that's all directly translated to the government. It's the most surveilled public space in America, as far as I'm concerned. What do you think? Any thoughts? Am I lagged out?
And I'm enjoying. No, you're good. I'm enjoying the rant, man. You're hitting it, and that blew my mind. I didn't know about the tech going underground.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily well publicized, although probably those articles are still in the newspaper somewhere. But like I was there, man, and I was in IT, so in the wake of everybody's still kind of stunned and trying to I didn't even go to work that day, but it wasn't very many days before I was back in that environment, and that was what people were talking about and I worked with a lot of the people who were involved in doing that, who were physically, they knew the people who, and obviously Walmart had a plan for that, right? So, am I disconnected again? So Walmart, they already had a plan for that. It's almost like never let a good crisis go to waste. So, okay, if it just popped off, let's go ahead and do this thing that we probably wanted to do anyway. Now we have a reason, And I don't know, is this JG? I'm not ever quite sure who this is that's joined us.
Is this the real proper
I don't
instruction?
think
I don't
so.
think it is.
I doubt it. Probably not at this time of the morning.
Sir, please, what are you doing with my African American up here? Talking about the Ghettoverse?
Are you claiming ownership of one Rob Cleveland, sir?
Absolutely not. I would, but that is no longer legal. So, what's going on, Robbie?
So you see what's going on, man. Just chilling, shooting the shit with Benton.
Yeah, I'm
Good to
just
see you,
checking
Paul.
in, man.
Or hear you, either way. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I took a nap, bro. Fell asleep. Now I'm up. I'm active in these streets, as they say.
I'm convinced there's something to going to sleep and then waking up real early in the morning. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, it's called insanity.
Well,
And I'm descending rather quickly into it as a result of this online metaverse as well as the offline universe. What we're looking at, what we're facing here. Are you on the road, sir? You're riding around, huh?
I am operating a commercial motor vehicle, and I refer to this as my Fiat mining rig. I'm mining the Fiat in real time as I speak to you folks via the Ghettoverse.
Well, that's why you're a successful person, because you're creating multiple streams of value. So
Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. And to your point about the tent, I started this process from a homeless shelter. So that's where my journey to what I'm doing now began, was in a homeless shelter. So there's something to that, I believe.
Yeah, I mean,
So yeah, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, like, we do what we do for ourselves, and folks will say, like they say to me last night, "Oh, he's got such a low standard. He's not in a tent." And I go, "Well, I'm not done yet either." Oddly enough, this is a long game, this life thing. But yeah, we do what we do for ourselves, and if it makes us feel good watching the journey and everyone else being a part of it, then yeah, it's a win-win, man.
Well, and I'm not an expert, but my understanding of the Tao would imply that the man who has nothing and materially, the man who has nothing and the man who has everything are equal on some level because they're equidistant from the balance of the middle. So there's power in having nothing in this realm if it's used properly. That's my view, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is again where folks will pendulum swing. They think that it's ultimately self-righteous to choose to do without forever. I think that it's more of a conceptualization of how to train your inner space, to watch yourself, to not love the money and the things, right? It's fine. I mean, I forget if it's the Tao or the sayings of the Buddha says a man could be draped in the finest cloth, gold and silver. It's about the way, right? So usually the way that this comes about is you choose to give everything up, you focus on yourself, and then you find a space of peace and empowerment and value separate from the things, and then you go back into the world to give that away, and then the things come, right? But you're no longer lusting and grasping for them and in love with them. They're just part of the value system.
Yes, and that cannot be accomplished from the comfort of a person's couch in their way too comfortable, what I view as their way too comfortable home and their way too comfortable lifestyle. Those things you're speaking on, I don't believe can be accomplished from that environment, although I could be wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you if it could or couldn't be. I from what I've seen with myself and what I've seen with others is, yeah, there tends to be this idea of um, you have to lose and or willingly give up to pursue some type of beingness, right? I mean, even if it's okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. That's an interesting point, to see if folks were doing this quote unquote inner work. I guess to some degree it would have to be able to be accomplished. I think the difference is that somebody like myself is a lot more passionate and hungry and inspired, so to speak, right? Like when you have seen wealth or you've seen comfort and then you choose to give that up and do without. Once you live like that for a certain amount of time, it reignites that fire, right?
Yeah, I tuned out a little bit just because of what's going on the road here, but I'm
Slaves.
sure. Well, yeah, there you go. Well, and that's what I've gotten into recently is by listening to you speak. What I take out of some of what you've said is you're not. It's like I think some of where you get into it with people is they don't want to accept that they are behaving like corporate slaves. I am behaving like a corporate slave. I mean, that's a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's this sort of disconnect where folks don't understand that I'm not down on work and a work ethic. I think that learning to create a habits for success, which, is working, putting yourself into some purpose and vision. I'm not down on that. I'm down on the slave mind that spends its whole life working for other people's vision and purposes, minding their business, right? Paying slave tax, a third of their fucking earnings to a corporation to do war and write code for citizen slaves, right? So that's what I'm down on. They oftentimes conflate the two. Paulie says we should all sit around and do nothing and smoke dope. I didn't say that, right? What I said was if you're going to do a product and service, create a product or fulfill a service, it would be beneficial to start to figure out what your business is going to be, right?
Yes.
Rather than work 20, 30 years for someone else's business and leave with a lot less inside and out, right? Because there's an inside level to this inside yourself where you just feel better when you're working toward your own purpose, something that you love to do, that you see value in. You can't, that's why I tell them you could make $1 billion this year working for Sam Bankman Fried, whatever the fuck you work for. You will never touch the space that I've touched internally by being self-made. You won't, right? And they'll say, well, everybody has help, but so I didn't talk about help in a sense. I'm talking about I come on here, I do what I do, I leave, and everything else happens after that. You don't do that. You got to put a suit on. You got to go in front of some other man and call him your daddy. I don't. Right? Everything is in house. I mind my own business from top to bottom. I am the business because I am the value. Right? So
Yeah, and I agree. Well, and I think I would tie that back in as far as these individuals we're talking about here. I would tie that back into the comfort. It's to me, it's comfort seeking, and then also because it's comfortable to just farm out, all of those things to the system itself, which will happily do my thinking for me. It will happily give me a corporate job as long as I know how to speak like a corporate entity in that structure and do what the corporation wants. And as long as I'm willing to get the right level of education within the system, and now I can operate in the realm without ever attaining that knowledge of self that you're talking about, which I would say I have to understand me before I can then figure out what is it that's going to make me content at the level of fulfilling my purpose. If I don't know who in the hell I am, how can I know what my purpose is here?
Right. And again, this goes back to it all starts to get cliche when you really start to realize when you get self-actualized and self-realized, all the cliches make sense. You have to believe in yourself. Motherfuckers believe in what they do. They get up every day and go, well, I do this. You ask them, who are you? Where does your value come from? Well, I do this. If your value comes from what you do, then when you don't, you aren't. See how that works?
Absolutely.
My value doesn't come from what I do. I am the value, and what I do shows that. Right? So I don't have to do to be valuable. A lot of motherfuckers feel they got to do to be valuable. In some ways, you kind of do, right? This is where I'll turn the corner and say, as a man in this realm, pretty much by everybody, you could argue if it's societal or cultural or just inherently, you have to do and be and have and create to be looked at as valuable, right? What woman, when we go back to women and children, what woman is going to look to a man who doesn't do and be and create as valuable? It's a cold world for a man, I guess, and then I'd like to hear what you think about the differences between man and woman and how we're seen as valuable, like from society and then from an inner perspective.
Well, now that's an interesting topic, and that's there's a lot to that, obviously, and this is something I do talk about somewhat regularly, but that's it's almost like I don't really want to launch into just a long, diatribe on that. So I don't know. What do you think, like specifically? Because I have a lot to say on those topics for sure.
Well, yeah, like you said, it might be kind of late.
Well, I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm good, but it's like I don't want to just talk for 45 minutes either.
Right. I guess the point that I could circle back to, because I'm setting mine up here. I'm gonna restream you this way, folks will come over to you, and
Oh, right on.
I'll give you
Beautiful, man.
sort of a because I'm here anyway, man. If I'm here talking on the other platforms, I should be doing my own thing anyway. But yeah. So hold on. Where's Robbie at? Hey, I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna jump back in on the other one, so I don't have to hold this phone.
Cool, man. We're here, or I'm here. Yep. Right on, man. Shout out to Paul Enslaved. Awesome. I guess he's coming back or he's not. I don't know what he's doing, but we'll figure it out.
I think he is coming back. I saw he just started his
Oh, okay.
his
Good deal.
late night stream.
Nice.
But yeah, basically, I think what he was asking you was like your how you see men and women, I guess, and the value
Yeah.
that they bring separately or together.
Yeah, that's like I say, that's kind of like probably a 1 hour discourse. That's the problem for me. I don't always have the gift of succinctness in that regard. Um, so maybe
I mean, I'll
we'll.
sit here and listen.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I definitely want to get. It's kind of like if I get into it, I'm going to end up all the way into it. So I think we can get there. And I'm out of that game in a lot of ways too. So, Paul's 33. It's a totally different deal because he can still pass for youthful, right? Even though, as much as I say, a person's no longer young when that first number in their age turns from a 2 to a 3. Like, if he can still pass for somebody in his late 20s, versus I think what my generation is not really coping with is that it's kind of over with for my generation in some ways. Like we're still here, but it's not really about us, I wouldn't say. And then Gen X, I am the member of the lost generation in a lot of ways also.
What are you trying to put on me, man, about being young and all this? What are you making excuses for all the slaves out there? Is that what you're doing? I just caught the last piece of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to tie that in with your age and the fact that you're, I have to remind myself that I'm 47, and in a lot of ways, like what me and you or what you were bringing up with the men and women thing, that is kind of over with for me in some ways.
In
compared
what
to you. Well, I have 2 ex-wives. Like I spent about 20 straight years, almost 20 straight years cohabitating with my spouse, my girlfriend or my wife. And I'm just, that part of my life's over with most likely. But I have a lot to say on the topics, obviously.
So, like, are you kind of saying that hormonally you feel a change in yourself, where you're just not as focused?
No. I thank God I still make the chemicals. My body still produces the proper chemicals. Although I do wonder about these chemical attacks and all of this, the pheromones and the sense of smell. And I had a pretty good shot of that, the illness, whatever that was, and my sense of smell.
I got that one before it ever even happened. Like a month before they cracked it, we all got hit with that, whatever that was. I never seen nothing like that, and it fucked my lungs. Like, I'm sure I didn't do anything great for my lungs by smoking everything I have, but my shit hasn't been the same since then. And then they say, oh, Paulie's so fat, he's like, can't breathe walking around. I go, well, yeah, that's part of it. The other part of it is they did something with all that because it's a lasting thing, right? Like, my lungs and my hair is affected.
I had something similar to what they're claiming, back in like 2008. you know. But what they told me was when I went to the doctor about it, it was a bacterial infection. That's what they told me that it was. So I knew that, you know, this whole idea of the viral thing is just nonsense in my view.
Yeah, they the bottom line is nobody knows anything. You know, that's why I say
Yeah. Yeah.
knowledge itself is the truest power, because everything else outside that you may know to some degree, true enough, based on your knowledge of self. Like they say, knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. But most of this shit people argue over and conjecture about and claim that they know, they have beliefs. It requires a choice. When you really get down to it, they don't understand what it is. No one knows what any of it is, you know. Just like the earth shape, you know, all of it. The stars, the moon, the earth shape, the number counting. They don't know what any of it means. It's just like chimpanzees pointing at shit and then creating up stories.
Silly human. But yeah, we can
But
definitely
then,
get into the male female stuff if you want. I'm down for that. But I personally I'm from the South, and I was socialized in a specific way. I was born into a time warp. So like, it was just a given that my dad, who was in the home every night, he was he was the leader of the family. He was in charge, and he consulted with my mother on decision making, but he was the leader and the decider in the family. And so that's, what I was socialized to be. And then, so for me, this is how I view it. And I would like to hear your counterpoints if there are any. When a man and a woman come together in that way, that somebody's in charge. And if I'm not in charge, she's in charge. So I can't have someone else in charge of my life. Like, that's how I approach it. But maybe that's an immature viewpoint. It may very well be. But I am curious what you think about that.
I get the feeling of what you're saying, and it makes sense as long as everything is in place, which oftentimes it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men want this idea of, oh, I'm a man, so I get to be in charge. Well, if
Yes.
that's the case, then you bear all the accountability and responsibility. So good luck with that.
Yes. Sorry.
No, yeah, I choose to believe that whatever you call God or the animating force, the electrical charge, is in charge. And if everything's working correctly, I don't have to be physically in charge, because all I have to do is live and be the truth and speak it, and everything else will take care of itself, right? So the idea of being in charge for me is more about typically a woman who's been lied to and cheated on and fucked over by everyone, including her father, and not shown the way. She's going to need a man to lead her back to herself on some level, unless she's done that process, because I've done that process on me. So that's what being in charge for me looks like, is the being coming to me typically is what I see in my relationship dynamic, because I am such a student of life for so long. I'm just going to know more about certain things and be able to provide a different perspective. And I'm just going to be able to go beyond the emotion, because I just been through more, and I'm able to reconcile it and cope with it. So I give those tools, right? That's what being in charge looks like. It's very much not in charge, right? It's almost a Taoist staying behind to get ahead idea. Now, with that said, I will lead, and I will defer in certain instances to, okay, this is your thought and feeling. You can have that. Here's what I see. Does this make any sense? If not, it then becomes a question. Is this person's internal space going to interfere with my purpose here and what I'm doing and creating? Right? If so, then I can't have them in my life, right? That's man or woman. So this is, again, inherent value systems, right? If a woman can't see the value in what I'm creating, not only on a screen and at the bank account, but of course, with how I'm changing myself and others and this world, I don't want to know them, right? Man or woman. I just don't. Like the Tao says, don't live or work with men who don't care, men and women who don't care, right? So I don't work with them. I won't copulate with them. I won't live around them, because there's no point. They will become a liability for me and themselves, right? So yeah, again, there's a middle ground. The Tao is the way to the way, the middle way. So it's always usually a yes and a no, right? Where you're leading, folks back to themselves in truth, but you're not in charge in an egoic sense where you say, well, every decision's going to be made by me. It's just typically going to happen that way. I mean, if a man is empowered and intelligent and competent, the woman is typically going to defer to him, because why wouldn't she? It's better for her.
Yeah.
She has
Yeah.
less accountability. And this is where voting came in. Folks want to talk about voting and all that as if women were held back. No, the women at one point knew their place, AKA that meant the men were who they needed to be. So the women said, you know what? You got it, daddy. We don't
Yep.
even want to get involved in this nonsense anyway with the little boys. So when you're competing, the woman will defer to you because you have all the accountability responsibility. She'd rather not have that. That's why I say being a man is more of a task and a responsibility than it is something you could just walk around town and go, look at me, I'm a man, submit, right? That's what policy enforcement and them want. They want to be lesser men as beings and then strut around and go, I'm in charge. I don't do that.
Well, and I think that's all well said. And, you know, sometimes I just don't have the words to verbalize some of these concepts. And I do want to say that what I'm speaking on, I have actually practiced in my life in the past. But I think what you're talking about initially was, you know, in the early part of that, what you just said is it's leadership through standards that, you're going to adhere, you're going to live up to certain standards. So necessarily that is also, if a woman is going to be in your life, that's going to apply to her on some level because you're not going to allow that. So it's not an overt, bossy, like, forceful thing. And I don't believe I was that way either. But, again, I come from a time warp in the olden days where, it was just expected that as a man, I wanted what the woman had to offer physically. That was normal and natural. But it was the girl or the woman who wanted a boyfriend and then later a husband. So the woman was almost putting that on me. That's more of the old version, but it seems like now we're in a space where it's like the male is expected to sort of, do certain behaviors, and then the woman will maybe bless him with her very presence. And I think that's where you see a lot of this MGTOW, which I think that wasn't an option for me in my 20s. That was never going to work. I had to be with a woman just based on my hormone levels.
Well, yeah, you're tapping into the sort of the natural animal body, which again, we go back to this idea correlating understanding of self with pimping, as I do oftentimes. The man on some level naturally, especially at a certain time of their life, is looking for the next one. The woman is looking for the right one.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's one is more self-selective for value. One is more selective for the presentment. Right.
Well, and I agree. And if I don't produce the male hormones that compel me to want to do that thing, spread the seed, the woman doesn't want me in the first place. That's the thing that people don't seem to realize. But then I was willing to subject myself to a system where I'm expected, and I know you've talked about this some, so I chose to go into a system where now I'm expected to only be intimate with this one specific female. But of course I snuck around and so-called cheated on every one of them because that was my nature. I didn't have the maturity to understand, well, I'm trying to give my word as a man to adhere to something that I'm not able to adhere to. So now at the age of 47, I'm finally old enough. I'm not obsessed with that thing anymore. I could adhere to it now. But not when in my 20s. That was not fucking possible for me. But then if you see the levels to which males have been attacked chemically, if they can control themselves and they're, just looking at porn all day, I think there's something wrong with them. That they can put themselves into subjection to a female, personally.
Yeah, but it's almost, again, a survival tactic on some level to maintain the man as he is in the face of the destruction of masculinity, which is seen as sort of violent, perverse, deviant. So this is almost, again, as we all press and repress and depress, the acting out happens. right? And the acting out is not only a way to cope, it would seem to me, but a way to preserve something that is under attack, right? Because again, we pendulum swing. Now, I could tell you about a man in his vital time of life saying, on some level, right, that just biochemically, he's looking for the next one. The woman's looking for the right one. So oftentimes what I find in life is yin yang, black, white, gray area. We need to hit the middle. So it's okay. Well, it's okay regardless because you get to choose. It's ethical contracts. But for me, I'm going to honor who and what I am at this time. So I'm not going to tell a woman unless I organically, authentically feel that, hey, I only have eyes for you and forever. I'm not going to dishonor myself and therefore her and our relationship and our friendship first by lying. So again, this triggers female ego a lot of times. Okay, go with the bozos and see what happens. Because if you don't give them the freedom to be a man and express, they're going to leave. They may always come back, but they're going to lie and cheat and leave is what I've seen. If they don't do that, they're going to act out in a different way. They're going to act out by being controlling, obsessive, dominating, and dictatorial in a relationship. They're going to treat you like property and a resource, right? So the paradox that's resolved here is if you allow a man to be a man and don't guilt him and shame him like his mama, then he's going to come back to you and he's going to love you and he's going to respect you and he's not going to lie and cheat on you. And you might even find he's going to be way more into you, so you ain't going to have to worry about him going out and fucking half the town. Now, that's if the being is a man of conscience, not a little boy who wants to do polyamory so they can fuck everybody who's hot, but never actually have to nurture a self or another self in a relationship with truth. So again, I could say something and then people immediately get triggered because they'll think I'm saying something on one side, right? Then I go back and they see it the other side. I'm always shooting for the middle ground. So what does this look like? Well, the scripture says 7 wives. Not that the scripture is the word of God by any means, but it's an idea, right? If I meet 100 women, I may want to fuck all 100 of them as an animal body. As a spirit, as a consciousness, based on who and what I am and how I present, I already know that's not going to happen because they ain't going to want to fuck me, right? Let alone physically, whatever beauty's in the eye of the beholder, put that aside. Based on who I am and how I present and what I know, I'm going to be seen as a challenge and a problem. So at least half of them are off to go be with the friendly, nice guy who they can manipulate and control in their
Exactly.
So again, we have an archetype. What you're going to find with women is they're going to marry. This is why we have the F, marry, kill game. It's so revealing. Ask a woman and give them 3 guys and watch what they do. I'm going to fuck the guy who's the bad boy challenge because he's going to archetypally really get me wet and excited. I'm going to marry the nice guy because I'm going to dominate him and I'm never going to have to fuck him. I'm going to manipulate him at everything he has. And then I'm going to kill the guy in the middle who is neither physically attractive, archetypally attractive, or the guy who I know I'm going to manipulate. He's just a lowlife on every level, right? So, you think women don't have ego? Go ahead and give them an F, marry, kill and watch how easy and quickly. And if you let them get into their thought process, they'll tell you, oh, I'm going to get with him to fuck him because he's the bad boy who turns me on. I'm going to marry him because he's the punk bitch who's going to try to happy wife, happy life. And I'm going to kill the motherfucker who I'm not attracted to and ain't got shit.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. Yeah. And, I definitely understand what you're saying there. And I personally learned a lot about female behavior. I waited tables at Outback for 3 years, and most, we had 50 servers, and 35 of them, 35 to 40 were females, and that's a very sexualized, sexually charged environment. And they were, for whatever reason, felt comfortable to just be themselves around me, and probably because in part I had an attractive, my partner was an attractive female, and also when I went into my second marriage, I understood that if I'm not judgmental of her, she will tell me everything. But her nature is, if she knows I'm judgmental about who she is as a person, she'll just hide those aspects of herself from me. So I understood what I learned from the first marriage was, okay, I need to deal with however I feel, if it's jealousy or whatever it is, I need to just let her be free to express herself And I don't mean by having other relationships. I mean just by talking to me. And if some guy ran good game on her that day, I want her to come tell me that that happened. But now I have to sit there non-judgmentally and accept her as she is free to express that it did turn her on, because that is natural for a woman
Right.
to become excited. She's not wrong for that. And I think a lot of guys are very threatened by those sorts of things.
Right. They're threatened because they know intuitively. Now, again, it's not to tell you, it's going to sound egoic. It's not to tell you that it's never going to happen, but the more that you work on yourself and the more that you feel secure and empowered and inspired and inspiring to others in yourself, the less chance that woman's going to have of being turned on by some bozo at the bar. It's just not going to happen. Right?
Well, and I was a bozo at that time, so you're absolutely right. But go ahead.
Right. So, and I'm just saying, like, as we look back at ourselves and who and what we are and what we're becoming, I know for me now that any woman worth, her weight in gold, so to speak, right, metaphysically, as a beingness with thoughts, emotions, actions, and a lifestyle, why would they even give and entertain somebody in those venues? Right. It would have to be somebody who you have a split second to do something or be something. Now, the beingness and the energy is very powerful. So, you might have a lot of light in you, but you come up on a woman who's dealing with somebody like me. If you don't have it, there's not where you going to go with it. Right. For a woman, you got to be able to talk. You got to have what they call game, which to me, the best game is no game. They call it being yourself. You just got to make sure the self that you are, you respect, right? Because a lot of motherfuckers, they'll get advice. Just be yourself. Well, that may not work because you may suck, right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be egoic and rude. I'm just saying there's a lot of selves out there who don't put their time, energy, attention on nothing other than fucking off. So being yourself is a very low value. Right? Woman got
definitely
coming at her every day. What the fuck makes you special and different? Well, I can answer that question. Can you? See how it works? And they'll say, Paulie's doing ego. No, I'm just secure in myself. I literally could look around. I have men who tell me I could put 10,000 men in this room and not one of them, not all of them together will measure up to the power you bring into the room. Right? And that's biblical, scriptural. That's not egoic for me. They're telling me that. So, and I don't use externals to validate me. I only know that is validated because of how I feel internally. How I feel internally goes out and what comes back is a validator, right? So put 10,000 men in a room from the average, mediocre suburban slave class, and then put a woman of value in that room. She's going to immediately go like this to get to me, just to have a conversation, let alone fucking and everything else. Conversation rules the nation, as they say.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. And, I've experienced what you're talking about, but like on lower levels. And then and by the way, what you're talking about with being egoic, not that you are, but where I come from, they say it's not bragging if you can back it up. Like if you can actually demonstrate these things, then that to me, that's not being egoic because
it's called confident.
Well, but it's based on something. It's not a fake it till you make it either.
Right.
Yeah. So, the fact that I did spend most of 10 years figuring out my own bullshit, like what I tell people is the benefits accrue to me. Like now I am able to demonstrate in the real world what those things are. But I had it kind of even worse in a way when you're talking about the females, because I was myself and always had females from a young age. So that just reinforced my own bullshit. Like I didn't need to change. I didn't need to become better. My lowly fucking whatever, that less evolved version of me, probably because of when and where I grew up, because it was a time may as well have been born in the 1950s. That's how the social.
That you've always been a pretty genuine being.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like women are just gonna read on you that you're real, right? So being real could get you a long way in the world because it's something they're not getting. Right. The one thing, again, we have to see value through the woman's eyes now. She's got 100 people all day long who are bullshitting her and telling her nonsense they ain't never going to stand on. You ain't doing that. You just went up the list. Doesn't matter what you're driving. Doesn't matter how much money you have and don't have. You're keeping it real. Because you see what I'm saying? The men got nothing and they're telling her they got everything. And hey, you got access to it. And they've been through it already enough to know it's all pimp game and macking and bullshit.
Yes.
Right? So
Absolutely.
when they see you roll up in a Honda and you're not, overly sort of arrogant and bullshitting and try to run some fake ass game, you're just comfortable with who and what you are and you keep it real. You just go way up the list. Because on some level, yeah, a woman's looking for a friend first, right? I think we all are on some level, So if you're being real, then you're going to be attractive because she's getting bullshitted all day, every day. She's probably getting bullshitted by her own family on some level, her own daddy.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you replace daddy in the house? By being the realest motherfucker she's ever met? Good, bad, and indifferent?
Yeah, I would say there's something to that. I think I just did that naturally, and then I think as I got more into the beast system or whatever, I probably got away from that. Later on, it's funny because when I look back to my younger self, I had a lot of this shit figured out, but I didn't understand it intellectually, right? But it's fascinating to me, and then I try to apply it to the modern. Do you think things have changed a lot? Because I was with my second wife for 10 years. And then we broke up, I don't know, 6 years ago probably. And I've just been by myself ever since in a romantic sense. And it's like, have things changed? It seems like they have, but have they really as far as between men and women? So that's what I would be interested in learning about. Like, are things different now than they were?
Yeah, I mean, culture is always going to drag us from one opposite to the other opposite end, right? But we can't get away from ourselves and our nature and the truth that can be shown and spoken. So I'm sure of it, right? I could see some of it. You got overly feminine men all in their feelers. You got overly masculine women flipping the game, pimping and macking on everyone, using their pussy and getting paid. I mean, complete inversion land, right? Where
absolutely.
The men are so guilted that they're like seemingly in all these monogamous relationships on paper where they're lying and cheating or lusting on the back end. And the women are like, got a list full of fucking guys they're talking to nowadays, the younger ones, and they're all just friends, right?
Yeah.
This nonsense. Oh yeah, babe, don't worry. All just friends as they're going out to the club with the goofy girlfriends and hanging around with the guys, and they got work husbands. So yeah, we're seeing a complete sort of role reversal from the natural archetypal biology to society telling women to be like men, right? And men to be like.
Yes. Well, in my opinion, is there's been a lot of damage done to women through these changes in society, and it's back to your earlier point that I don't think this is what they, meaning women, would prefer. This go out and get a college degree and get a high income and then, behave like a man sexually. I don't think it fulfills them. And I think that's where we see a lot of the antidepressants and the pharmacological,
right?
Non-solutions.
Let me ask you this, man. Yeah. On a subconscious level, right? I'm not saying consciously because they're never going to cop to it. They might not even be aware till they're 20 years in. What woman, knowing how a man is the way he is on some level, just knowing on some level what it is, what woman is going to respect a man who says, I only have eyes for you, sweetie, and I'm only going to have sex with you forever and ever? You just fucking upped her ego and lowered your respect so much. Yeah. That's all it's about. She want to know that she could take you and be the only one that you give time, energy, attention to. That's ego.
Yeah.
So she's got you fucking macked out. And now within a few years, she's going to start losing respect for you. Motherfucker, I ain't going to listen to what you say. Because you already lied to me and gave up your self-choice and self-respect. You already gave up your biology and chemistry. We both know we see you looking here and there and want to do whatever, but I got you. So where do we go with it? Once the woman got you, there's nowhere to go with it. This is the other side of it. They always say, the man's got to be the one to chase and then keep, and have. I don't accept that. A man of value the woman should be feeling like she never really got that motherfucker quite all the way, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, 100%.
Like how what it becomes is the man is valuable. He don't have to settle like most of these fuck boys out here who can't get a woman of value. They're fucking with goofy bitches and hoes that are hot, got no inherent value, right? So the man don't bring any conditions to the table of what the woman need to be. The woman's only condition she bring to the table is put your dick up on a shelf so I can blast my ego off, right? And you wonder why
Well,
we
yeah.
completely disrespecting each other? Because the man don't look at the woman as competent, and the woman don't look at the man as honorable and respectable.
Well, and then, back to the inverted world, what the system says is that, men objectify women, but then when we talk about women modeling male behavior, especially in a sexual sense, what you described with the man, placating to the woman and saying, I only have eyes for you. And then, of course, she's not able to respect that man. But then now she objectifies him and treats him like an object, a wallet.
Right.
And then these men go out here, these so-called men go out here, and they unknowingly put themselves in that position through their own, them not living up to what they probably need to live up to in their own lives. And then they get used and abused by the women, and now they're bitter towards the woman. And I don't blame the woman for that. I blame the man for that.
Right. Because now
Not
you're
her
talking
fault.
about value indicators. Every single one of these women who claims that men are dogs, they put their body out as their upfront value. Go on their social media, I'll go on their pages. They don't know nothing. They don't create nothing. They don't serve nothing. It's look at me. I'm an object of desire. I could be next to you. Right? Like I always say, typically, what is a woman going to bring to a successful man's life other than her love and support and being a form of peace for him when he has nothing but problems all day long in his world and the world, right? So, when it comes right down to it, we're kind of circling back to where we started. You got an overlay of culture that has women putting their body up as the value system and men putting the cash up to get the body as the value system. So you got a bunch of women who feel like hoes. They don't feel loved and connected. The same goes back to the men. And then you see why, because the men will sit around and say, oh, all women, I've heard this in my family. All women are XYZ. All women just want money, right? All this poison well. No, all you got is money, motherfucker. Don't you get it? I look at you, I'm a man. I say, what the fuck would a woman want from you? You ain't shit. All you got is money. Same way the other way back. All these men want me for his pussy. All you got is pussy. The fuck else do you got? What are you going to bring to my table to make me and my life better? I'll wait.
Well, and then as society becomes more and more narcissistic in general, I think a lot of people, human beings, not just women and not just men, they're given these messages, and then their self-esteem has been inflated, outside of reality, and they just assume that they have inherent value. But if they're not, I would say if they're not able to demonstrate their value, why would I believe that they're inherently valuable?
Because everybody wants a participation trophy. Oh, life is valuable. Yeah, it is. I don't devalue life. Now, what the fuck did you do with it? You spent all your life on fucking social media, chasing career, chasing the opposite sex. You don't know nothing and can't be nothing that's inherently valuable to me other than a life form. If that's the case, I'll get a dog. Right? Where are we going with this? This is exactly, we just can't hit a middle ground to save the life of us. Oh, Paulie Boy's saying that if you can't demonstrate value in the world as a beingness of consciousness who can speak, unless you're disabled, that's your responsibility. You have an ability to respond on life on life's terms. If you can't do that, you're incompetent, you're incompetent. What value do you bring to my or your own table? And the answer most time is nothing other than what they do, right? For the man, what he does day to day to get fiat, is where he's going to start, and that's where the woman's going to start. What do you do for a living? Right? Go on a date, a speed dating, and watch how that's the first question every time. Hey, Jim, another bozo here. We like, from the woman's perspective. What do you do for a living? I'm gonna size you up and see what the fuck you can do for me. Because 9 out of 10, you ain't got anything else to give me, right? And then he's gonna look at her, size her up, and go, okay, you look good enough for me to give you half of everything I have. Because 9 out of 10 of these bitches ain't got nothing else to bring to the table. Now, the kingdom of heaven is few, right? So there's going to be a tunnel vision, right? A small pool of folks who, when they come together, they're going to be a power couple, right? Because they know what they need to know about themselves and other versions of self. They have a lifestyle that is inspiring and inspired, faithful, right? I can go down a list of characteristics. So when they come together, they're going to resonate, and they're not going to like needily codependent bond attachment style game. They're just going to share what they have as value with each other, right? And then that's going to attract a whole bunch of other experiences from the outside. It's called a community, right? So, we've even seen this sort of archetype in the old Hollywood and in certain areas of Hollywood where you have a power couple. It's pretty much understood that the man is the source of that, and that the woman is essentially there to make the man look good. Now watch them all get triggered because they don't know what I'm saying, right? You have to make yourself look good. You have to be respect-able, honor-able, trustworthy, and real and authentic. And then the being next to you is going to be a complementary extension of self that shows that, right? And then you have a whole community that's created off of the man who has the validator next to him. This is why they'll tell you, like you said earlier, man who walks into a place with a woman of value already has told all the other women in there he's a man of value. He walks in with 2 women of value. The women already know in there that's a man of value. I don't care what your ego says. I don't care what the men's ego says. Them women are going to be looking, who is that guy? The guys are going to be looking, who is that guy? So yous are all the same in your ego. You just express it differently when you want control and domination, and when you're distant and or obsessive and controlling. And sometimes it crosses over, right? So I don't know if I'm saying anything. I'm saying a lot. I might be saying very little.
Well, but I mean, that's all good stuff. And, I'm not sure how much of that's understood, but then I hear a lot of conversations about, masculinity under attack. And, we've seen that there's not really rites of passage for these young males like there used to be. And one of my major things I talk about is that, one of the major differences between men and women is that to be a man, we talk about like high status man is kind of like a trope from the pickup artist community. And I actually read all of that material back in like 2009, 2010, even before that. I literally read everything you could find on the internet, and I have a certain type of brain where I can learn all of that information. But so they was always talking about status, and then fake it till you make it, learning certain behaviors to mimic high status. But in fact,
exactly.
But however, to become a man is a status,
right?
And that's attained through our actions in the real world. And there's nothing a woman can do except maybe abandon her children to be viewed as less of a woman. There's all kind of things I can do to be viewed as less of a man. So that comes down to, for me, and the way I was socialized, a lot of that comes to, if I give my word, I need to live up to it. And then just integrity in general. And women it's not that they're bad or wrong. They don't have integrity as a function of their identity at the level of how they interface with the world, being a man or being a woman. They don't have that. And I think these younger generations of males, they never received that. Just the inherent value of me behaving with integrity, so that when I look at myself in the mirror, I know that I have integrity based on my action. And that's important to me.
Well, yeah, you're on it. You went exactly where my mind was going, in the sense of These guys study the results, then try to reverse engineer how to get to a thought process to get to the result. But then they never have the internal change where they actually cultivate the value from within.
Exactly.
Right. So they're walking around with the lines and the thoughts and beliefs and trying to numb out the insecurity to present the false strength to get the woman. Now, when they do that enough times, then they're validated as a man from within. So now we're back to externalization. We're going to pretend to be a valuable man, honorable man, to get women. When we get enough women, that reaffirms to us in our neurochemistry we're a valuable man. No, you fucked yourself. It's better to have no women and not be shit and actually create a value system within yourself that you feel and know is true and then give that away. Then the results you get will be exactly where you need to be. That other shit is going to reaffirm an ego archetype for you where you're going to be alone and empty and unfulfilled. Doesn't matter how many people you have around you. They're all going to be false representations of a feedback loop of false value that you put out. Who the fuck want to be surrounded by hot bitches that ain't shit? I really don't, right? Right. I'd rather have the middle ground of attractive women who know what I know and can rap with me, right? And we could go places and do things and enjoy ourselves, right? So again, once you are a man of real value, what you put out, you get back. Women of real value, and then attractiveness is subjective and on levels, right? You may find like me, you may find one part of me more attractive than another part of me. Same thing goes with a woman. Right. But ultimately, the beingness beyond that is ultimately inspiring and empowering and powerful and attractive. It's magnetic. Right. So, like you say, fake it till you make it. Good luck. When you finally do make it, you're going to realize you never made shit because you got to make yourself from the inside out. All you did was validate your inner space with externals that are meaningless and valueless.
Yeah. And I would say that I experienced that to some degree. So, yeah, definitely. Absolutely. And then, but the ego part of it is just as long as I was willing to be involved in my own glorification of myself, then, what I recognized looking back on it is I was a person, with a strong personality and a lot of, my body made a lot of hormones and, I could have a lot of energy and present myself as a strong personality. And then there's weaker people that want to play off of that. And then I was allowing that to feed into my ego. But then when I reached a point where I was no longer interested in living that way, all of that just fell away. Like it really didn't mean anything. But at the time, it seemed very important.
You're saying in what sense? You say there was weaker people who were...
Well, I mean that the people who don't have that force of personality necessarily, not that I'm some great person with a strong personality, but I do have a strong personality. So what I noticed is when I was putting out to the world that I wanted to be very social and I was very into my looks and at the time, and I was younger, and I was into pumping up my body and had a lot of muscle mass. And I was doing a lot of the things that is promoted now, but I was kind of doing it before it was promoted. And that the people who wanted to interface with that, it wasn't because of who I was as a person. It wasn't wasn't the value I was providing to them. It was just a thing that people wanted to involve themselves with. But I was using it to feed my own ego.
It could seem superficial, and it might be, but then you have to look. This is why I say becoming shallow could be one of the deepest things you do because you realize there's an inherent value system there. If you walk up on me and you're a bodybuilder, it already tells me you have will and discipline. It already tells me you have a structured, competent inner space. So people say, oh, you're just using me for what I'm presenting in a shallow sense. No, because what you present in a shallow sense speaks a lot about your inner space, right? When someone's obese and can't get out of their own way, you already know there's something fucked with their inner space. So the opposite goes for somebody who's built up and works on himself.
Yeah, you're right. And I hadn't looked at it that way, but yeah, you're correct there, I would say. And part of this is, I'm trying to, I'm sort of trying to frame like the less, the older, less evolved version of myself. I'm trying to reconcile that like with what I understand now. So
Right.
I think that's part of it. But yeah, and in trying to agree with what you're saying, as long as I don't disagree with it, if that makes sense. I do tend to do that. You may notice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for you to give, to keep me honest, man, so to speak. Not that I need
Well,
you to do that, but what I mean by that is if you hear anything that sounds off or you want to hear more, dig into it because I
yeah,
don't,
yeah,
it doesn't benefit me for anybody to agree with me. I'm trying to get to the truth.
yeah, absolutely. And I do have a lot of experience in these areas, personal experience that I'm drawing from. And sometimes I think in the past when I'm given some sort of discourse, sometimes people might get annoyed because they're used to being in the hypothetical, and I'm like, no, wait a minute, I'm not telling you anything I haven't personally experienced here. Like, I've done these things, so that there is something to that. But yeah, I
The
don't, I
issue
don't
that I
hear
find,
what's that.
the issue that I find with consciousness is folks think that the amount of times they do something necessarily means they know about it or are better at
Mhm.
it. And I realized this when my father at one point, there's many ways I realized it, but I remember early on, he goes, um, every year he comes in and goes, the tomatoes are doing this, they're doing that, right? So I start looking into it and I start giving him perspective. Paul, what the fuck do you know? I've been growing tomatoes for 20 years. But every year you bitch about the results. So are you really good at growing tomatoes? Or are you really good at growing tomatoes with bad results for 20 years, right?
Yeah,
You see what I'm
exactly.
saying? So a motherfucker will talk down to you. Hey, what do you know? Well, sometime a fresh pair of eyes that doesn't have the overlay of a false experience where you're not getting the results through your understanding and updating, right? It's almost worse because they go, I have all the experience. I've been growing tomatoes for 20 years. What do you know? I know enough to look at it with fresh eyes and try to conceive of what the root of the problem may be, pun intended, the root of the problem. So a stupid motherfucker is looking at the tomato to figure out what's wrong with it when the problem is somewhere you can't see. It's
Mm.
always the hidden realm, just like with us. They're looking at who and what you are, not looking at the root, the inner space. So this is why I say experience, just like age, is no barometer of understanding and value. Because you got a lot of motherfuckers been doing shit the wrong way for so long, they're convinced they're right, and their results don't echo that.
Well, and then that's where we get into humility and ego. To me, somebody who has been involved in something like that for such a long period of time, if you give them a suggestion and you're correct and they're able to take it, that is humility, is it not?
Absolutely, and that's why I say it's teachability. That's one of the most important things to a being, man or woman, but woman will get in her ego. I'll say, if you're not teachable, I can't fuck with you because life is constantly teaching you and you ain't learning. And I'm probably going to have to teach you and you ain't learning. It's going to cause me a problem. So you could call it humbleness and humility. It's just teachability. Can you fucking sit back and put your emotions aside and say, there's something to learn here. I better get on it because it's going to make me better. If not, I'm fucked.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, man, because I'm definitely interested in all these topics, and especially I look at a lot of things like sociologically or anthropologically, and I'm very interested in the way society changes over time, and then how the male female thing works itself out, and then like what you're talking about, the men who are able to practice those things, what will their experiences be, and the women who are involved in those situations.
Hey, what
You know,
happens when we start to figure out that on some level, everybody has some. Let's jump out the window here and on the broadcast because I'm
all
already,
right,
everything
let's do
there.
it.
We say I am. I'm a beta cuck. I'm gay. I'm this and that. What happens when we come to find out that everything that the leftists are pushing either was always that way on some level, or they made it happen, and everybody now more than ever has some percentage of bisexuality in them? Oh, there's a topic nobody wants to cover because the ego gets thrown up in the air. Now it's a lot easier for the women to kiss each other at all the parties and play with each other's boobies, and you never see that going on the other end. Well, what we're seeing now is everybody seems to be gay now. right? Everybody seemed to be gay.
Yeah.
So maybe, just maybe, everybody's a little bit to some percentage, right? I know, no, not me, Benton, and not you, not Rob, of course, but everyone else, whether it's 5, 10, 15%, you'd have to be that way naturally in order to not get repulsed in a communal atmosphere where we're all having group sexual activity. You have to be able to reconcile it on some level. So you call it bisexual. I just call it being a mammal, right? When you go out on the land and watch the mammals, they don't have these preoccupations with what communicating sexually means or procreating. They'll fuck their own mother, right?
Well,
now,
yeah.
Apparently, we're doing the same behavior. A lot of us, I'm not. A lot of folks are,
Yeah.
but they ain't going to talk about it. And when it's talked about, taboo. Well, yeah, because you got an animal body and an angelic spirit, and you can't reconcile them because you're at war. And I'll tell you right now, if you think the woman next to you ain't thought about watching you fuck a woman or fuck a woman with you, she probably has, but can't trust it, so she ain't going to talk about it. So you think maybe, possibly, that there's a good chance in all these relationships we could all get what we want and need and enjoy our fantasies without compromising our soul and our ability to honor ourselves and each other and the truth? Because the more I'm living and the more I'm living authentically and self-actualized and self-realized, the more I'm realizing I don't have to lie to get what I want. Far from it. All I have to do is be the best version of me and be real and give that away. And everything else that I want and need comes back in the way that I need it, not in some toxic way that's going to destroy me as a test.
Yeah, and I think what we're getting into here is repression. And we have a lot of repression in society around these topics. And I've said that repression is always harmful to the individual. So there's a lot of harm being done through all of this repression that's occurring. I think that's certainly a thing. But then what happens with the what you talked about with the bisexuality, so-called, is that gets tied in with this Kinsey report. And I've studied those materials. And there was a movie made about it, if anybody's interested in, who doesn't want to read a book. But I've read a lot of books on these topics. And what happens in the truther community, in the so-called truther circles, is the Kinsey stuff just immediately gets attached to the small hats, and now it's null and void. It's like, oh, well, the small hats invented that research, therefore that's not a thing. Man. What's that?
Like, this is where we're at now. Where
that is where we're at. Yes,
folks throw out one fucking word of a group, and now we're gonna make a determination.
Yes. Well, so
that is where these woke folks who's all awakened and ascending, they're all fucked and don't know it.
Well, and I would agree with that to some extent. And then, so what I see happening is, if what you're talking about, let's say that research has shown this as far as male sexual behavior and attraction to other men existing on a spectrum, and that's what Kinsey supposedly measured. Now everybody's free to accept that research or reject it, obviously, but that is what the research
a man. We've all experienced this if we've been in the culture. You take a man who probably never would have been with a man on the street and put him in prison for 20 years. Watch what the fuck's going to happen. That part of going to start to express more out of a need, an unmet need.
Yeah. But then we get into the repression where if an individual man has these aspects within himself and he represses those, and I don't even mean doesn't act on them. I mean, if he fails to integrate that side of himself through repression, a specific process of repression, that's bad for him.
War. Why do you think you got so many little boys tattooing their face and killing everybody? Because on some level, they don't know the love of a woman. That's true, or the love of themselves. And the other part of it is they're feeling stuff they don't want to talk about, so they got to overcompensate. That's all them take too hard for their own good people. You see them guys walking around. Yeah, you're gonna find out something about that archetype, right? All the boys in the locker room. All the tough boys who call everybody the F word. Right? They might be hiding something because they're spending a little too much time towel snapping in the locker room, and it's all just fun and games with their buddies.
Yeah,
like absolutely. This behavior, and again, and then it's classified as normal. Bunch of men in a room together, looking at each other, getting naked, and they're towel snapping and playing games, and we're just all friends, right? And then you find out Jimmy and Joey are doing something, and nobody talks about it, right? But again, there's a lot of this stuff going on constantly, more than we know about, because nobody's going to talk about it openly. The only ones who will are the ones who are completely jumped out the window and deviant and perverse, or the ones who are secure with themselves and are living a certain lifestyle, which again, when it comes to male ego, that's not going to happen, right? Not until, again, like I said, you go the other way where you got now men putting dresses on and all this other, eating their nails and all this other business. So now they're completely jumping out the window, going pendulum swinging the other way, where instead of us just having that component to allow us to be in a communal group setting, right? And also as a survival need, because like I said, people need touch and love. So if you take somebody and put them in a hole, it's possible genetics are going to flip on and flip off. And one of them is to start to find companionship with whoever's around them. If it's a bunch of men, well, then this is where you have men who will tell you, I wasn't into men on the street, but after 20 years, I'm going to take that feminine boy and put a mop handle on his head and put lipstick on him and pretend he's a woman, right? Yeah. And on some level, they're able to do that. So call it whatever you want. Again, there's a whole conversation that's not going on here because they're too busy trying to label everybody one way or the other. You're a homophobe. You're a cisgender. I'm an LGBTQ queer. We just can't have a discussion about sexuality, but we can talk about everybody's genitals and what they're doing and how they're going to be labeled. It's called politicization of nature, and it's going on everywhere with everything. And that's the problem. Skin color, genitals, sexuality. It's cliche at this point. And motherfuckers just ain't gonna ever get around and have the conversations openly like I try to do about what this all is and means and how do we get here.
Yep. And again, back to the repression. And in my opinion, it's better to have the conversations if that's what needs to happen to get out of the repression.
This is what I've been talking about lately: oppression, repression, and depression, which leads to acting out in various ways. You got a bunch of humans who are oppressing, repressing, and depressing their natural inclinations, or their spiritual inclinations, because they're holding the body up and rebuking the spirit, or holding the spirit up and rebuking the body. This is where you get priest fucking children, fucking little boys.
Yeah, right? It's sick. Man.
They're rebuking the natural order. They're not only supposed to be with one woman in their life, in certain instances, probably multiple women around them, right? On some level. But they're going to rebuke the supernatural animal body creation for the spiritual, sixth sense, metaphysical realm, and pervert and twist the whole complementary dynamic. You're here to reconcile the animal body and the angelic spirit, not to be at war and try to rebuke one or the other. This is where all the acting out comes in. This is where all the lack of self-actualization, self-realization, peace, and security comes from.
Man, every time I come through here now, they inspect me. I'm at the point of entry here.
Of what?
In the state of New Mexico. I've been inspected twice in New Mexico, and now they're I think they're inspecting the equipment now. This is crazy, man. I just don't understand it.
Like,
well, exactly. I agree, and I have subjected myself to this, but however,
I have no problem with that. That's commerce, which on some level,
yes,
yeah,
I agree. Yeah, but in my job as a truck driver, this is becoming excessive. What New Mexico's doing, but yeah, I agree. I have subjected myself to this, but it's becoming annoying, is what I should say.
Well, yeah, because again, you got a bunch of slaves who just can't stand on what they do because they're ashamed of it or they live in fear. Yeah. So they want to like start businesses and traffic a whole bunch of shit. Now you got this.
Yeah.
Sorry, like just either do your shit privately and do it and stand on it, whatever it is, if you believe it's real and true. If you don't do it. So if you're drug trafficking and human trafficking and you got to hide it, well, don't do it because it's clearly wrong because you're hiding it, right? And if you're hiding it out of the fear of what's going to be done to you, well, then it's still wrong because you know on some level somebody's going to do something to you and you're taking a risk. So again, if you're going to do whatever behavior in this realm that you do, you should probably do behavior you can stand on in all arenas. If not,
yeah. I would agree with that. And I don't
But
have a
then,
problem with the inspection. It's just becoming the frequency is becoming excessive only in New Mexico for some reason, which is I find bizarre, but whatever.
yeah,
It
well,
is what it is.
I have some dealings with New Mexico more than folks might know. I have some dealings with a lot of places that I don't talk about, but New
Hmm.
Mexico is a slave hole.
It is. I agree.
Okay, they spray the shit out of it. The architecture is bizarre. Uh, uh, um, the people are largely Native Americans who seem to have some kind of a cultural population control, mind control agenda being worked extra hard on them. Imagine that.
Yes.
Um, everywhere that I've been on a lot of these states, I see different patterns in different places. And New Mexico, out in the middle of nowhere, even is the most chemtrailed, sprayed out, slaved up, mind controlled states. The only thing it's got going for it is it's got a gun culture to some degree, but they're
Yeah.
doing away with that now, like they are everywhere. Um, so
Yeah.
and with what I just said, you might find that most states now are completely slaved out to some degree and sprayed out from the
Oh
sky.
yeah. Well, and that's yeah. I'm from Arkansas, and like it's just less bad there for a lot of this stuff. So I'm probably just gonna fuck off back to Arkansas with the truck driving and just drive in Arkansas, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be pros and cons everywhere at this point because
Oh yeah, absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
most folks cannot conceive objectively of right from wrong, so they're going to get it right somewhere and get it wrong a lot of other places.
Yep. Well, I guess I'll have to leave you there because I'm gonna see what the DOT is gonna do to me here. So I guess I'll check back in later, or we can keep it going, but somebody else will have to come on here and keep it moving. I'm just
All right,
waiting for the officer. So whatever y'all want to do, man. I'm kind of annoyed, but again, I agreed to this, so I can't be too upset.
all right. Maybe you document it, and I'll go back to my area and I'll restream some of you documenting it if you're open to it. If not, I'll just go back to my enclosure.
Okay, we'll just I guess I'll see. They've just leaving me out here. It says wait for officer. Nobody's even come out here yet. And last time I came through here, they gave me a less intensive inspection, and it took forever. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Somebody's
You're on
trying
the
to come.
clock, man. So
I know, man. I can't. Again, I agreed to this, so I can't be too upset about it. It's just more. It happens like I went my whole first year of truck driving and got as many inspections as I've gotten in the last 6 weeks in New Mexico. So it's just the frequency is annoying.
right. All
But
right. I'm gonna
anyway,
jump out.
I'm gonna quit. Yeah, all right, man. Thanks for stopping by, and I'm gonna quit crying and put my big boy pants on and get this over
You're
with.
getting paid for safety, man. That's like every slave's dream at this point.
When I do believe in the safety aspects of it, although I am paid by the mile, so technically I'm not paid for it. But I like my paycheck, so there's always
Right.
that. All right, brother.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. See
See
you.
you later.
All right. Yeah. Oh, goody. Welcome to inspection. I'll be right back. I'm going to try to take a pee break. Mhm. I don't. Oh, headlights. Sorry, I'm bad with the hand signals. Okay. Sorry, man. How are you today, by the way? Yeah. What do you want me to do with the brake? Okay. It's just me. And I'm, by the way, just so you know, I'm all for inspections. This is like my third inspection in like 2 months in New Mexico. I'm just putting that out there. I'm becoming confused. But I am a safe driver. I don't have anything on my record, and I'm for inspections in general. I got you. So, but I come through here at yeah, I hear you. Okay. Okay. Yep. All right.
Oh yeah, there's that. I'm getting the rest of it together. And I got my DOT medical card in my wallet. I need that.
No, that's fine.
All right.
I'm when I run your license.
All right. Here you go.
Do you have your trailer registration?
It's probably on the trailer. I'm gonna grab that. If you want me to get out, I'll grab
No,
that.
I just looked.
Uh-oh. Well, I must not have it then.
Your logs?
Oh yeah. Do I email those to you or through this thing?
Web service.
All right. Cool. Where is?
You'll click where it says day log, and after you go there.
Oh yeah.
Rods at the bottom.
E-rods. That's right. And web services. And do I need to type anything in the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm ready.
It'll be 363
363.
175.
All right.
All right, and before I start the inspection, go ahead and put your gas cap on.
Okay. All right. All right.
Go ahead and do your windshield wipers with fluid.
All right. Oh, I got to turn the truck on.
City horn.
Hey, real quick on that registration, sometimes it ends up in that silver box. Oh. I mean, obviously, I'm
don't write a violation for it.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm just one of those people that,
At least here we don't, because we're finding some states no longer requiring to be on the vehicle.
okay.
But I don't know if the other states is all right.
Gotcha. I don't know what happened with the gas cap, but that's unusual.
All right, sir, fire extinguisher and safety fire.
All right.
Oh, I buried them. There's the extinguisher. Do I need to remove it?
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, no. Hey, what about the gas cap? Am I in trouble for that?
No, that's why I told you to do it before I started.
Thank you. Oh man. Yeah, what's up? Music holds a secret. Good to see you, bro. And you know, I really am for safety inspections in general because the fact is, if they didn't do these inspections, I mean, it would be complete and total fucking chaos out here. I mean, that's fairly obvious, I would say. What did I do? And usually it's to my advantage to drive at night, going through a lot of these checkpoints and But this is not working in my favor here in New Mexico. And then I have this way station bypass, but it's for whatever reason it's never been active since I've had the truck.
And I keep reminding my company to turn it on, but they haven't done so yet. So I think we're all right though. I'm feeling pretty good about this one. So we'll see. And like I was talking to Paul about, I've agreed to this, so part of the job. It's just that it's been happening to me a lot here in New Mexico. This is my third inspection in probably about 2 months, and a couple of those was I just didn't even work for like 2 weeks, for pretty close to 2 weeks. I wasn't even in this part of the country. So if you look at the amount of days I've been in New Mexico, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Spare? What do you have a spare for? Yeah, and this guy, he seems like he's not real ticky tack. So, and again, we need safety inspection. I mean, that is for real. It's a thing, man. It's a serious job. It's a serious deal. So, and I ain't the only one. They're pulling somebody else in. So it's not like they're singling me out or anything. Yeah, that's the thing is some of them you can drive by, but some of them, this is not one I don't think it would have been a good idea to pass this one up. But there was one outside of Phoenix, like just one at a rest area where they just have these signs and it says pull into way station. And I just kept going. And dude, traffic was so heavy, I knew they weren't going to chase me down. So I wasn't even worried about it. But in this case, this would not be a smart one to pass up. So I'll pull in every time I come through here. Well, I don't have to wear glasses. Somehow I'm still able to pass the last time I had to take an eye test for my license, I passed without glasses. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to now, but I was still able to then. Shout out to the chat. I don't know if I'm still being restreamed, but nothing to see here, folks. And I didn't really want to try to film the actual. I don't think these people would have really given a fuck, honestly, but I'm just trying to get through this and get the hell out of here, ultimately. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of regulations and such, that's for sure. I don't know. We must have either EBT said maybe he found a girlfriend because I know a lot of people, a lot of guys and women too, when they find a significant other or someone to date, they tend to just get involved in that. But who knows, man? I shoot my mouth off so much, I might have offended him. There's really no way to know. Because I am known to be critical by nature at times, so it's possible I may have leveled some criticism at him. I'm pretty sure that's how we got rid of Snicker Pie. Not that I wanted to get rid of her, but she hasn't been around. So I think maybe my critiques of her may have possibly ran her off. He was, yeah. He actually well, I noticed initially he would only join when he was working, and then he would go home for the weekend, and we wouldn't see him when he was on his home time. But then that last, it seemed like right before he disappeared, he was here, you know, from his house or his apartment or whatever, and he was kind of getting into it with some folks, I remember. But and then I think he came back on one panel after that, and it was just like I think it ended up being like a loud argument, and he sort of wasn't. I don't remember him talking much during that, and that's the last time I remember seeing him around. But yeah. Mm. So forgive me for not being too talkative. This is part of the hypervigilance, you know. I got a bit of a one-track mind. That's why I had to bid Paul adieu, or he realized that I wasn't going to be probably wasn't going to be much on conversation during this process.
For criminals. So what you're saying is I know how to think like you. That's what you're saying? You have to. These are a bunch of criminals who perfected crime and making yourself look like the good people. So yeah, I might have a criminal mind. I could think just like you, motherfucker, and that's why I'm a threat to you. Right? So when I walk past the pod and I see all the fucking animals looking out, animals like me on some level, I know what to do. I know what time it is. Right? I would have done that anyway.
No, it was a level 2 inspection, so it's just he really just checks the very basics on the truck. And it's funny because whenever I fuel the rig, I'm so deep in thought a lot of the time that I almost always like double check the fuel caps. I left one of the fucking fuel caps off. It's funny though, because I was looking at the fuel level after I fueled up, and I was thinking, did I leave the cap off? Because you know some of that fuel will splash out. And usually, and I almost pulled over and checked it, but he said that he actually told me before he started the inspection. He said, "Go ahead and, you know, go ahead and do that." So here he comes. We'll see what happens. Thank you, sir.
Put your license and go laying in the front pocket.
All right.
All right, so this is our inspection form. This is a level 2 walk around at the port of entry. Company info and load info, where it came from, where it's going, your information, drop the trailer, no violation.
Okay.
Now, because there's no violations, this box and this box do not apply to you, but you still give the form to your company.
Okay.
Right? I just need you to sign both where it says driver.
Yes, sir. And if I was a little cranky earlier, it's just on I've been inspected a lot in New Mexico. So I'm for inspections in general. Because you know what it would be like out here if you guys didn't inspect. It would not be good. There you
All right, and this one is yours.
go. All righty.
And you're all set.
All right. You too. Thank you. Oh yeah, I've been very fortunate in my interactions with the DOT. I've had very few that were just complete assholes. This guy was very by the book, and you know, wasn't willing to interact with me on any kind of human level. But that's fine. Of course, that might be his actual personality. You never know.
Just gonna park real quick. I might as well eat while I'm stopped. I don't get in trouble for going the wrong way here. That'd be a trip, wouldn't it? And I think I think I get $100, man. Listen to this. You know, that's part of the thing. I'm whining and crying to this guy about the frequency of inspections, but my company gives me $100 for every clean inspection. So I've gotten two. So this is another $100 actually. So when I told Paul I actually am being paid since I passed the thing. $100. So there's always that, lest we forget. And there were some people when Paul was on. There was a couple of people tried to come on, but with my focus on the conversation, I chose to just keep it with me and him. And Rob wasn't really saying anything anyway, so it was more of a one-on-one. So I definitely do better, especially with such intense topics. I definitely do better in a one-on-one. So if anybody was trying to join during that time, that's what happened. Yeah, dude, I have no desire. Yeah, I've heard Canadian Customs is like the fucking worst. That's what I've heard. So yeah, I'm not interested. That's what I've heard anyway. Oh God. Oh. I guess I need to change my viewpoint. I've been viewing that, part of the reason I like to leave out of where I left out of this morning so early was I'll try to get through here before they start doing all these inspections. But I can see now that I'm probably better off rolling through here about 6 a.m. probably when there's way more traffic. So I'm going to probably need to adjust my how I approach that aspect of it anyway. Yeah. And then, like I say, it's a lot of it is just the unknown, like this wasn't even bad. And it does keep a lot of this bullshit off the road. These guys who will just run some very unsafe bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, not interested. Yeah, I've never been interested in leaving the country truck driving. Me personally. Well, this stand is just about bit the dust. All right. Hello, hello, hello. How's my audio? Can't even snap my fingers. How's me audio? What is that glare? What is going on? I don't get it. Very strange. Probably need to clean the lens. There we go. Yeah, that's one thing about this company. I don't have any kind of forced dispatch. I mean, you kind of do in a way, but I can always say no to a load if I want to. When they tried to get me to do some short bullshit over the weekend, I was just like, no, I'm good on all that. I need more to worry about it. What y'all think of old Paul? That was pretty cool. Him popping over here. I appreciated it. Oh, good. Okay, good. All right. Where's my spoon? Yeah, I thought so too.
Now it's got to happen because you say that. I woke up and I saw the.
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah, I wouldn't even say nervous. It's more of like, uh, it's hard to explain, but it's, I do view myself at a certain level, you know, intellectually, and it's more of I'm put pressure on myself to perform at a certain level, I would say. That's what I would interpret it as. But you know, even back to the chalk body outline days, I probably similar with Drew. You know, even though no offense, Drew, that it's not may not quite be the same thing intellectually, but although Drew's getting there, Drew's getting there intellectually for sure. But I don't know. It's hard to explain. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a fan, so you know, I'm a bit of a fanboy on some level. Same thing with Drew initially. I was a bit of a fan, so I don't know. But yeah, I'll own that. There was I would interpret that as me. I'm putting pressure on myself to sort of perform at a certain level intellectually, but then also I feel like I need to be on my toes for any sort of pimping and macking, you know. But anyway, I like talking to him, and hopefully it was a good conversation, you know, for the audience. And I do get into these weird spaces sometimes where, like in a one-on-one conversation, my tendency where I can't just sit back and listen, my tendency is to, you know, seek to validate what the other person is saying, if possible. So now some of that probably comes back to the occult programming, I would imagine, that Jehovah's Witness programming, but I don't know. And I actually referenced that. Excuse me. I actually referenced that in the conversation that, you know, I do have a tendency to do that. So, and look, I'm just a bit of a strange person to talk to. I mean, you know, let's be serious. You know, until I develop some sort of rapport with somebody, it's going to be a little awkward and stilted at times. Yeah. So I don't know. That's really all I can say about that. Like, it's like I'm aware of it, but it just kind of is what it is. And then, since I haven't really, that's the first real conversation I've had with Paula. There's a certain amount of material we're going to have to get through. I would like to be able to talk to him just on a human level as far as, and this is where he kind of made a joke about, me wanting to try to get him on the couch, meaning, as a therapist. But one of the first times I talked to him, but, I see somebody who's sharing a lot and giving a lot. But, I don't know what his personal life is like, who's listening to what Paul, who's listening to his, he's got to have things that frustrate him and that, that he would like to talk about that aren't necessarily tied to whatever, his message is necessarily, if that's even a thing. So kind of like what I've been trying to do with Snafu, but that's a whole nother animal there. And, I feel that over here sometimes it's like, it's me and three people, and then I can't get a word in edgewise. And it's like at a certain point, I realize nobody's really concerned about, I'm putting, look, I do it because I like to, but I am putting a lot of effort into this on some level. And, oh, wait a minute. I'm still on duty, I think. Or did I go off? I went off duty. Yeah, never mind. But then, like, at a certain point, it's like, it is a give and take, but then it's like, maybe in that environment, people are taking, but then I'm not really being given what I might need out of the deal, which is sometimes for people to just shut the fuck up and listen, which Rob Cleveland is good at. But some of these other people are not. I mean, let's be honest. So, if I can provide a space for people that they can come and just sort of, talk about whatever they want to talk about that may not be tied to their actual content, But then again, also, Robin, when he said he was restreaming, I also realized I need to bring my A game, But and then remember what me and Rob were talking about, that I really was, I wasn't quite there mentally because of what I went through yesterday, what I chose to subject myself to yesterday. And then now it's like, I'm going up with somebody who's at least my equal intellectually, at minimum, right? So I don't know, but I thrive on that. You know what I mean? Like I really enjoy that. I know I got to come correct. Exactly. Yeah. And I'm not even that I would be shy, but I know what you're saying here. Musical's a secret. It's like, I can do it when I need to, right? But it's like, I probably wasn't even in the mood, honestly, but I'm glad he came over here. Like I'm always happy, even when Drew drops in, EBT, yeah, I yelled at EBT, but whenever it says guests and when the red light comes on and for guests and it's EBT, there's always, he's a made man, right? Like there's a certain thing to that, same thing when Drew, I'm like, oh, it's Drew, oh, it's Paul Enslaved, there is something to that, right? So even your same thing. Forgive me, I'm eating. But I hate when people eat on stream too. I'm doing it. Yeah. And I wasn't really. Here's another thing. If it really, I'll tell you what it was, Robin. Now that I think about it, is that I have trouble with when other people are spontaneous towards me. So I'm a spontaneous person, but I have trouble with other people's spontaneity and him just wanting to go into a male female thing. While I do feel like I have what it takes to have the conversation, and I think it was a good conversation. Now it's like, okay, the pressure's on, but and some of that is just based on the spontaneity and me, these rants that I go on, like, they just sort of happen. Like it's not a okay now rant now, it's not spontaneity of being applied to, but I was free to just say, hey man, I don't want to get into that right now. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But let's not forget that Yurt did attempt to destroy Paul at one time. Lest we forget. So I do think that says a lot about Paul that he even, you know, that he fucks with Yurt on that level. And I will tie this in with what Paul was saying about, you know, confidence and you know, some level of attainment and self work, you know, self realization and all this. Um, I am very confident in my abilities. You know, so I wanted to have a one on one conversation with him at some point. And I think, just my opinion, I think people like Paul, I think they like talking with people who can, you know, build on what he's putting forth. That I can, you know, he can spit something at me and I can take it and sort of, you know, add my own little spin to it and give it back to him. You know, I'm very confident in my ability to do that. And I think, you know, and I will rewatch that at some point. And I believe I did that. And, you know, it might have been a little stilted and awkward initially, but then some of that is just my own weirdness, you know. Well, and that's the thing is, see, um, you know, Paul is the master of the panel in a lot of ways. And so, yeah, I can go over to his channel and be on his panel, but uh, so can a lot of other people. And that's not really my forte. Like I said, I can, dude, when there's multiple people, I can't even get a word in edgewise on my own channel. What do you think it's going to be like for me over there? Right. And, but I believe I have a skill and ability in a one-on-one conversation. And yeah, Rob was here, but he was, you know, mainly not, he was listening, but I believe I have a certain skill and ability in a one-on-one setting where, to me, that's like, if he's willing to come over here some of the time and talk to me, that's great, and restream it, you know, that's great. Like, to me, that's, we both win. Versus if I go over there on his panel, now I might pop in occasionally for a specific reason, but if I'm just hanging out over there, I'm not sure. I'm not sure much would come out of that. That's just my opinion. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But this is part of what I excites me about the format is being able to have these one-on-one conversations, even with somebody like Snafu, who I'm still mentally trying to figure out how to approach that, because he has at least said he would have a one-on-one combo with me. So I'm trying to. Of course, we did frame it in the context of an interview, which is not really what I do, by the way. So, but I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. Hmm. So when Paul shows up on Yurt's channel for the panel, it does just become Paul's show at that point. Like, it's the same thing, right? Other than Paul doesn't necessarily have the same level of control as normal as far as the actual software. Oh, Talcott. Well, and see, I will toot my own horn because I figured out Talcott immediately. I watched him on Yurt, and then the very next time I saw him on Yurt, I had him figured out. And I replayed it on here before, and I'll play it again at some point when I get my computer. And that's when I went on one, you know, me and Jack and Yurt, and dude, I had him figured out from the jump. And a lot of that has to do with him and my dad and Talcott are very similar with their, whatever's wrong with their psychology, very similar. And I've necessarily had to figure my dad out because my parents are still alive and I want to have a relationship with my parents if possible, which I do, by the way. Oh, and fuck Ben Thorpe for just assuming I don't have a good relationship with my parents. I do, and it came through a lot of fucking hard work, Ben. Go fuck yourself. Not anymore, Woody, but I did it first, yeah. Mm-hmm. Not now, but initially, yeah. Now I will say, Woody, and Woody knows my personality a little bit because of my podcast, and then we've corresponded on email quite a bit, especially during my podcast. And when I initially started this, and this is why part of the reason why I make sure to honor the folks that were here, and this Woody was one of them, by the way, who were here when it was single digits every live stream. Was that for me? It was if I go live and that number hits zero and just stays at zero for 30 minutes, how do I deal with that? Thankfully, that never happened, right? But then does the platform itself sort of know, hey, this is a person who will probably, if we understand this about the voodoo doll avatar and all that, does the algorithm understand, okay, this is someone who will do hours of live streams, but if he, the first 2 live streams he does, if it's the zero for 45 minutes, and he might just give up, right? So, but yeah, now it's the exact same thing to me now. Yeah. 5 or 30 is the same. Absolutely. Mostly the same. There's a little different, but not much. And I noticed, and I've been working on my skills in this area. I noticed initially, and I still to some degree will notice the numbers going up or down, but then it's like, is the algorithm, and what is that even a real number? Is the algorithm manipulating me? So if I start talking about a certain topic for too long and it goes from 20 people to 15, is that my cue to move along to something else? I don't know. It's fun to try to figure it out in real time. I am, excuse me, I am fascinated on some level with what's going on here, and I'm certain this is what I talked to Kim about after one of the live streams yesterday. We stayed on the StreamYards. One of the things we talked about was I am working on my skills. It's and I am, believe me, I'm disappointed that I have lost some of my diction, some of my pronunciations, through all this alcohol and my illnesses and my cognitive function. I have lost some of my cognition, but I'm mostly back, but I've definitely noticed it in my speech, and Drew noticed it yesterday. That I noticed I was actually starting to slur my speech a little bit. In some ways, I was better on alcohol, bizarrely. So I don't know. I want to work with what I've got to work with, and that was, I think I can't speak for Paul, but just speaking for myself, I think that can be a basis for mutual respect. Is that I have worked on my ability to perform as a broadcaster. And I know Paul has also developed that. And I do believe he has a high upside potential. As much as I work on my skills, I'm probably pretty close to where I can be. I really do believe that he has a great potential to continue to advance, in these arenas. And I think he's probably the best in the game. In this smaller, so-called truth community, I think he's the best as far as just actual chops, right? One of the best for sure, if not the best. And I respect that, to me, I respond to somebody's, because I view myself as an actual broadcaster, I certainly respect those abilities in other people, right? And I think that got his attention when I the first time he was over here, I was trying to encourage Soul Read Analytics to, make his own content. And again, be the content you want to see in the meta. And I got this message over probably 10 years ago. Somehow, some way, the universe or the Most High or whatever you want to call it delivered a message to me that I need to spend more of my time making content than consuming other people's content. But for many years, I was mostly consuming other people's content. And then even as I did my own podcast and got involved with Drew's channel to some degree, and we did a Sunday night show, I was still consuming more content. And now I'm actually putting out more content than I'm consuming. So, it is all happening on some level, but let's get this thing moving. I got to get on down the road here. Well, but it is that concept are very triggering to many people. And I myself was triggered not by Jesus, but I was triggered by religion you know, for years. And that's why I took ownership of it and said, well, I got to figure this out. Meaning I got to be able to rebut these so-called Christians because I knew they weren't living what they were preaching. So fake Christians or the so-called Christians came at me with the have you accepted Christ as your Lord and Savior? I knew intuitively that they were on some bullshit and they weren't living it, and that they're in fact, you know, they're going out in the world and doing an imitation of what they think a Christian would look like. But I didn't intellectually understand it well enough to, you know, flip them on their head in the moment. And now I do. Now I know the exact counter to all their bullshit come-ons. But give me a second. I'll be right back. We're going to hit the road. I've just been talking and talking with the mic muted. How about that? Yeah. Just been talking away. Had the fucking mic muted. All right. Well, I got 4 more minutes to complete the 30 minutes. So, not that I even really need to take a 30-minute break, but I've been off duty for 26 minutes, so 27, so I got to wait 3 more minutes. But yeah, we've talked about it a lot, but it's funny how it takes a while for some of this info to really, and I don't mean Robin, I just mean in general, it takes a little while for people to, you know, for the information to sink in. So that's part of my patience is I'm learning to become more patient, you know, in that regard. And then like talking about the Christian stuff and religion, like Mr. Miyagi, you know, he hasn't been back on because, you know, I tried to see this. I don't communicate. I'm not able to effectively communicate with people out of gentleness for whatever reason. So I finally had to be fairly forceful and just be like, because he wanted to launch into some sort of, you know, eschatology, biblical eschatology, if that's the right term, you know, and I could tell it was going to take a long period of time. And I know the audience. The audience will take bits and pieces of the religion talk, and especially the Jesus stuff, and they're fine with it in small doses. The audience collectively has no problem with it. You know, there's nobody that it comes in here and I preach on Jesus for 3 minutes and they're like, fuck this, I'm out, right? Everybody's willing to hear me preach for 3 minutes, but they're not, a large portion of the audience is not tuning in to hear Mr. Miyagi, no offense, ramble for 30 minutes about, you know, these things that he has a lot of knowledge of. And I'm just finally like, this ain't that, man. This is not a Bible channel. I don't know if y'all remember early on in these live streams, I'm sure some of you remember it.
it was becoming that. Now I was like, look, this is not what this is, you know. We can talk about it here and there, but that's not what this is. Now, if Mr. Miyagi wanted to start a channel and talk about those topics, I would help him launch it, right? And I would tune in, and if he did a live stream talking, and this is where I made a commitment to do a podcast with Mr. Miyagi, and then so I failed in my commitment there. So, but I would still like to do that actually. But this is just not the place for that. That would need to be built up somewhere else, right? Or there's lots of channels for that thing, lest we forget, right? But that's not what this is. It's not going to be that. But yeah, I'm a preacher. That's if I was created by the Most High, that's what I was created to be, as a preacher, but not in the normal sense of what you might think a preacher is. And if I preach for 3 minutes, nobody cares. But they're not tuning in, and it's Benton preaching again for an hour. No, nobody's coming for that, and I know that. And by the way, I don't want to preach for an hour. I don't want to. But I could. But if I'm on, at 2 a.m., I'm not sure I don't even know what time zone Paul's on, but a few times a week, if he wants to start his broadcast, popping over here and restreaming, and me and him can chop it up, and maybe a third person chop it up for 30 minutes to an hour. Great. Probably ought to turn the lights on, huh? That's great. But it has to be a mutual thing, right? Like, if he shows up over here, I'll clear the deck for that. So like I have certain rules I'm trying to hold myself to. But if Paul's over here and we're having a good conversation, I don't feel like I have to bring up whoever's trying to join. And this is not advertised as open panel, by the way. I drop a link, but it's not advertised as an open panel. So, but most of the time, whoever wants to come on, I just bring them on. Most of the time. But, and it's for me to actually make for a good show. That's on me. So I aim to do that as much as I'm able to. Oh, shit. Where's the other phone? Damn it. Oh, I'm fucking up. I think it's in the back. Shit. I got to figure out somewhere to stop and grab this phone real quick. Sorry. And remember, the dead air is a meditation. Yeah, thanks. Music holds a secret, and as much as I wanted to keep talking to Paul, yeah, I know myself, and it's like I can't. I was just too annoyed, and again, that's my default emotional state. Is I'm always slightly annoyed by almost everything that happens, just about everything. So it's like that's more or less my default emotional state is annoyance. So I could tell it's like, okay, I'm now too annoyed to even continue to have this conversation. Which is probably good. I think that was a good place to sort of cut it off there. I see he's over there doing his thing on his panel, so seems like it probably worked out for everybody. But thanks, I appreciate it. Music holds a secret, and I like to do it. And there's something about driving, you know. Now, some of the time, it pulls me into this kind of like a contemplative space where that's kind of what I mean by the dead air is a meditation. But there's something about driving that's really good for like deep thinking, I've found. And in fact, when I wasn't working, I spent a lot of, and I had a personal vehicle. I spent a lot of my time just driving around, uh, sleeping in my car, and I was just driving around a lot. I do really enjoy driving, just like in a vacuum. I really like it. I always have. Yeah, I agree. It's very conducive to to thinking. So is walking, by the way. And when I was living in the streets, living out of a backpack, this is not an exaggeration. I averaged 8 to 10 miles a day on foot every day. So I was walking 8 to 10 miles a day, and I guarantee you that's one of the best things for your mind in general is walking. Especially that's a lot of walking every day. So same thing. Yeah, and I used to listen. I listened to a lot of audiobooks in the past, but I also had my digital audio recorder, which I still have in here somewhere. But I think the internal microphones have quit working. But I actually used to talk into my digital audio recorder quite a bit going down the road, and music. Sometimes I get into these emotional spaces where I really listen to music a lot. So, but then I'll go through a period of time where I hardly listen to music at all. But then I'll go back to listening to a lot of music. But I really have found there's something to this idea of I need to be the content I want to see in the meta, and some of that's a tongue-in-cheek joke, obviously, but then also just me. I do better. I'm less cranky. I'm less annoyed. I'm less agitated in general. The more I make sure to have a regular outlet for my creative abilities. And I am a creative type, even though I didn't necessarily understand that at a young age necessarily. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is exactly. Music Holds a Secret says being on the internet was not possible when he drove. And see, I definitely, especially with me having, being so involved in the earlier versions of the internet, you know, uh, and being a computer nerd, and that was my hobby for many years, was computers and building computers. You know, I had like 3 computers that I used all more or less at the same time, and I was just very into computers, for years. There's something to this technology, that and Drew and I have talked about how good the StreamYards is, and it's just, and at a certain point, Discord was kind of the same way. It's like, this software, it's almost like it's too good in a certain way. I kind of view the StreamYards that way. Like, it's for a reason. The system is, it's all being, I'm on a $70 prepaid plan, and I paid $209 for this phone. Like, this is very, very, very affordable, and I'm paying $25 a month for my StreamYards. Like, this is all very accessible and very affordable, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I think there's something to that. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Robin. I don't know if that's a jammer. I don't know what that is, but I would just assume that she's talking about, she drives past an Air Force base and she loses her radio signal. I'm assuming she means the FM radio. I don't know what that is, but I just assume that the base is operating some level of equipment that's interfering. I'm assuming. I don't really know, honestly, but that would be my assumption. But hypothetically, they're not allowed to do that. But since it's the military, they probably are. But the FCC supposedly regulates the FM radio transmission. Probably the military and the government probably get to do what they want on those levels. Well, in the 5G, and you're right about that's part of that is the hype. Musicals of Secrets talking about the 2G and then the 3G. 3G was supposed to be this miracle. Now we're up to 5G and then 6G, and maybe coming soon and all that. But a lot of this is like marketing hype to get people to buy new phones, and just for the telecoms to make music, to make money rather. But then 5G is basically just for most people, 5G is just like a slightly better version of 4G. But then when 5G, like the actual ultra wideband or the millimeter wave, or when that's actually widespread, that will be way better than 4G. But like my phone doesn't even do that version. So when I'm in Dallas, I might be in an area that has ultra wideband, 5G ultra wideband, but my phone doesn't support it. But eventually, that'll be the standard, and more or less all the phones will support it. That'll just be the thing, right? Well, I do agree that 5G was a scam during the initial rollout, and even into what we like. Verizon 4G works great. In fact, I think if I had a 4G phone, I think I would be perfectly happy with it. In fact, sometimes when the broadcast cuts out, it's because I'm on 4G, and then my phone decides to try to switch to 5G, and then ends up switching back to 4G. I think I would be better off just staying on 4G. But like Verizon, a very small portion of their network is actually 5G. But then if you look at T-Mobile, like they're actually have 5G in most areas now. And I do the internet speed test quite a bit, and since I have the Mint Mobile, it is quite a bit faster than the Verizon in a lot of areas. But the Verizon seems better overall, as far as I can tell. So it is interesting, and I have some knowledge of these computer networks. You know, with my background in IT, I have, you know, probably a little better understanding than the average person of how some of this stuff operates. And it is interesting to me, certainly. I find a lot of interest in it. There's a channel I follow that I don't listen to all of. I don't listen to all of their videos, but it's like Sneed Mobile Tech or something, and they keep up with the news in the industry about the different carriers. And at some point, now that Walmart Family Mobile is on Verizon, I think I'm probably gonna, because you can get with tax, with total price out the door, I can get 2 lines of, you know, unlimited prepaid with Walmart Family Mobile, and each line gets 30 gig of hotspot. That's a pretty fucking good deal. And that's what I had before, but that was when they were on AT&T, I believe. So I'm probably going to give them a shot at some point in the near future. But they make it so hard to get the SIM cards that it's like, and you can't, that's the thing about some of this prepaid, you can't really get an answer to your question in a lot of ways. It's like, so if you go into Walmart, they sell a SIM kit for $40, and it comes with $40 of airtime. But that $40 of airtime is that's one of their plans, but it's not the highest plan with the 30 gig of hotspot. And I want to get 2 lines of their highest level, which is $74.96 plus taxes and fees, which comes out to right at $90. So it's not made clear to me if I buy 2 of those SIM kits and now I have $80 of airtime, can I just kick in another $10? Or does it lock me into at least 1 month of that $40? See, and there's literally no way to get an answer to that. You can scour their website, it's not on there. You can call their customer service, they're not going to know what the fuck you're talking about. So at a certain point, do I just buy the 2 cheapest phones they sell just to get the SIM card? Because I already have 1 phone that's carrier locked to Walmart Family Mobile, and I've got an older phone with a cracked screen that I could just use for the hotspot. You know, that's presumably compatible with their network. It used to work before they switched over to Verizon. So, you know, yeah, prepaid's great, but it's like it's kind of up to the customer to sort of navigate their way through, right? And so I see why a lot of people end up on postpaid, just so they can actually get a hold of a human being at a call center, you know, or go into a store, you know. And this Mint Mobile is great, except, you know, I don't have a physical address, and if it wasn't for them, you know, being available, the SIM card I was able to get through Amazon, shipped to an Amazon locker, you know, how do I get mailed the SIM kit? And then not everybody is, you know, autistic, if you want to call it, to the level I am, where I can track all these details. Like, I understand for most people, it's just, you're going to go fucking crazy trying to even keep up with all it. Like, what is this, you know? Why is this so complicated? Unnecessarily complicated. And then like this, what is this, Visible Wireless? That's probably the best deal, especially for if I'm having 2 phones and one of them's just for work, you know, that's probably the best deal. But like, hey, again, they ship you the SIM card to your physical address, and then you're just more or less on your own, it seems like to me. But I do enjoy talking about it. I find it interesting, just especially the prepaid, because, you know, Lord knows if I was willing to subject myself to the scam that is postpaid, I would just go to T-Mobile and get that Magenta Max, $85 a month, and just fucking YOLO it, you know. And that's probably the closest thing to a true unlimited, as far as I can tell. Although, again, if I'm in a Verizon 5G ultra wideband area, it's unlimited ultra wideband. It's even unlimited hotspot if you're on ultra wideband. Hell yeah, even on their prepaid. But you have to be in an area that has, and your phone has to support it, and you have to physically be in an ultra wideband area, which is not that many areas. But it will be eventually. It'll be everywhere. Of course it will. You know, how could it not be? I might be speeding. What's the speed limit? Yep, I'm speeding. Better slow it down, Bubba. Don't want to have to, meet New Mexico again. We already met. We met one of their officials. I don't need to meet any more of them. Of course, this guy's not gonna let me pass. Let me over, buddy. Now the next question: do I stop in at Walmart up here in Deming, New Mexico? I believe that's Deming. Yeah, exactly. Well, and JG, this is a great point because I had a Walmart Money Card, and I loved it. It's a great service, but my account information got stolen, and I don't mean my card number, and it's a prepaid debit card, is what it is. And, you know, I get paid on a prepaid debit card because I hate banks, although technically that is a bank, but regardless, you know, they're not able to charge me overdraft fees and such. You know, I don't like banks in general, but somebody stole my actual account number and routing information and started doing fraudulent charges on my Walmart Money Card account. But there's no version of calling these people in India that do the customer service. All they know how to do is send me a new card, which, by the way, I don't have a place to receive it, number one. Number two, even if I did, that doesn't solve my problem. They don't know. There's no way for me to communicate to them, hey, I need you to give me a new account number. It's not possible. So I just had to fuck off and use this net spin. So I do keep my savings in actual, you know, Federal Reserve notes. So when I withdraw money from my card with Walmart Money Network, Walmart Money Card, it's free at Walmart. So now when I go to Walmart Money Center, they charge me like $3.74 for the exact same service because I can't use Walmart Money Card because somebody stole my account information, and the people in India, it's not possible for me to communicate to them that no, I need a new account. They're just not set up to do that. So, you know, and then like, you know, this $75 I gave to Sam Hyde for this T-shirt. It's like at a certain point, it's just not. It's literally, it's just easier for me to make another $75 than it is to go through all the myriad of hoops I'm going to have to jump through to try to get the $75 back. It's just easier to make another $75 than to go get that $75. Like literally. Like, what is this? Thank you for the links, by the way. Tranquil Vortex, I see you working down there in the chat. Shout out to the chat as always. Shout out to 20 folks willing to listen to these ramblings. I guess that says something about you. Hopefully that's a good thing. Hey, check out the moon, by the way. Shout out to the moon. Big fan of the moon, whatever it may be. We're almost. I think that's a full moon, by the way. I think it's very close. It's not. I believe it may be. If not, it's quite close. Well, in the moon, it has to be, right? Like this idea that the Earth is a spinning ball, and we just this ball happens to be spinning exactly in the same way, in a way that we always see the same side of the moon. assuming that the moon is a sphere, which I'm not in any way assuming, but that's the official fiction, that's also a ball. And but I'm always seeing the supposedly the same side of the moon no matter what. Like, that makes no fucking sense to me. Awesome, Tranquil Vortex. Yeah, I love the moon. Shout out to the moon. Oh, Tuesday. Okay. What's today? I don't even know. Oh, it's Monday. Okay. Yeah. I don't even know the day of the week much of the time. If you ever sometimes I go to these places to pick up or deliver, and it's like, I'm like, hey, how are you? It's Friday. They're just all fucking excited, living for the weekend. It's Friday, or how you doing? It's Monday. Now they're all down. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I didn't even. And it's like, I don't even know. I didn't even know that it was Friday. Oh yeah, you're right, it is. Which means nothing to me, other than if it's Friday afternoon, the traffic's probably way worse than it would be otherwise. Especially if it's like the first of the month or whatever. Oh man. Oh, the moon isn't. He said it's not stationary. Okay, I misread your comment there, JG. Now he said it is stationary. Now he said it's not stationary. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's what they tell us. And the idea that that's the reflected light of the sun is insane to me. That never made sense to me, ever. I know I certainly accepted it in my younger years, but it's never made sense to me. That you're telling me that sunlight I'm looking at, bullshit. Reflected sunlight, I don't think so. Meanwhile, there's times when I can see the sun big as shit on one side of on one horizon, and then on the other horizon, there's the moon big as shit. Big and bright as could be. I don't believe. It doesn't make any sense. So you tell me that thing over there. I'm looking at the moon over here, and then you're telling me the light coming off that moon, that's the light reflecting off of that thing over there? Bullshit. Bullshit. No. Makes no sense. Well, then Crow 777, and I'm not saying I subscribe to these ideas, but Crow 777 has explored these ideas that, well, if we believe that this is the inverted world and all of these things are inverted in this realm, why wouldn't the idea of the sun being masculine and the moon being feminine, why wouldn't it actually be the opposite? If you think about it, why wouldn't it be the sun is masculine, or the sun is feminine and the moon is masculine? You know, and I'm not saying that is the thing. I'm saying, like, you know, why not at least consider those ideas instead of just, oh well, the sun's masculine. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Man, stay on the road, Benton. So, yeah, that's interesting about the menstrual cycles, especially. So, you know, what's the purpose of the menstrual cycle? You know, that has a specific, connotation, doesn't it? Reproduction. So, yeah, and I don't have those answers, but it's certainly, it's interesting topics. And one of the ideas that, back to what me and Paul were talking about earlier, Paul and I, whatever that verbiage is. Uh, I'm really getting into these ideas about aging. With me, I've been middle aged for some time now, and I'm 47, and I'm going to be 50. I'm going to be 48 this summer, God willing, and and then with Paul bringing up the male female stuff, especially in the context of what he would refer to, I guess, as co-creating. And although I've mainly understood that the idea of co-creation to be me in relation to the Most High, if I'm willing to accept that I'm created in the image and likeness of the Most High. To me, that means creative. I'm also a creator, not the creator. So that's been my frame of reference on that particular idea. So I'm not used to using that with respect to another person. But and one of the things I wanted to bring up, and this is also something I see on these panels, is like a lot of people have never developed themselves to where. So as I'm listening to Paul talk, I'm wanting to introduce an idea, but I can see that it's bad for the conversation, and it is a broadcast. For me to cut him off so that I can say my idea, that's not good for the broadcast. But I need to be willing to accept that. Well, I may not get to say this idea, which is what happened. And in fact, I think I've forgotten it again now. But probably I'll remember it in a moment. But oh yeah, I remember what it was. So a lot of people on these panels, it's not even that they want to interrupt or they want to be rude. It's like they have such a strong feeling of that they need to get this idea out of their mouth that they have to sort of shut everything down so that they can say this, blurt out this idea. And I was probably that way, but I'm not that way now. I'm okay with, yeah, I'm thinking about this idea when I'm listening to Paul talk, but if I don't actually get to verbalize this, that's okay. I'm able to accept that. But where I would approach with as I age, myself, and as I still am interested in women, of course, in spite of whatever else we've talked about me on a human level. I do still, I will always still be interested in women to some degree. I'm never going to view it as like the end all be all and like soulmate and twin flame. I'm out of all of that business, and I was never fully in, really, realistically speaking. But I do think when a man and a woman come together on the same level in that sense, the idea of becoming one flesh in the biblical sense, I do believe whatever that is greater than the sum of its parts. I think I do believe that. So, how that manifests in my life going forward, is one thing versus, me working with these concepts, especially as I do age. And in a lot of ways, and this is where when Paul jumped back on, he was like, talking about, I hear you speaking for me or whatever, which really I wasn't, but I'm glad he has that level of correction because he should, in my view. But it's like, well, actually, I'm sort of pointing out that I'm at a certain age and you're at a certain age where, you know, a lot of these topics around men and women are probably more relevant to Paul because of his age and where he's at in his life versus me, you know, having already experienced a lot of that for myself, you know. But then also looking at my father, my dad, who he's going to have a woman in his life no matter what. Like he is going to continue to do that, you know, up until his dying day. But I'm not, I've separated myself and I'm okay with it. And I felt like I did it for long enough, but I'm obviously open to it if it happens, but you know, I don't want or believe that it will happen, but I do believe that, you know, on a certain level, and that's probably in the early part of our conversation earlier. I think that's what was being addressed was, you know, if I'm able to operate on a certain level and a woman is able to operate on that same level, then, you know, I would say, you know, number one, what that is the greatest symbol of God's creation, I would say. And of course, has been subverted. And of course, you know, Shaitan or Satan despises that at a level of symbolism. So there's something there, right? Of course there is. You know, there's something there. Well, yeah, there you go, Woody. And the Nordic cultures thought the moon was masculine. And I'll be honest, man. Like, and if you look at Vedic astrology, what we say the sun sign, like when somebody says, "Oh, Benton's a Leo," that's the sun sign. But if you look at Vedic astrology, they say that would be the moon sign. So it would be Benton as a Libra, right? So to me, it actually makes more sense the moon being masculine to me personally. Oh yeah, I always forget about the border. This is the U.S. border here. We've been through here many times. They never asked me if I'm a citizen on the broadcast for whatever reason. Maybe this will be the time. And Paul was very astute, by the way, in what he knew about New Mexico, because that's exactly what I've come to understand about New Mexico. I thought he phrased it perfectly. Now the stuff about the chemtrails, maybe not, but especially at the level of the government, and then the what I would believe to be the indigenous peoples of this region. You know, you can go to the Walmart Supercenter in Gallup, New Mexico, as I've done, and it's basically all Navajo Indians. And you know, there's something to that. You know, you got a high proportion of New Mexicans. That's the right term. You know, are natives, and for whatever reason, they seem to accept the full-on fucking authoritarian slavery much more readily than you know, maybe the rest of us. And in fact, you know, what I saw was that actual reservations seem to enforce the mask more strongly and more harshly and for a longer period of time than any other geographical area of the country. And in fact, even apparently on some of the reservations, the tribe would operate checkpoints and more or less, you know, really harshly enforce the measures. So I think there was certainly something to that. I think I need to be in the left lane here until proven otherwise. So I think there's something's going on there, you know. And then it's funny how I almost never, it's like I always end up being the lead vehicle when I go into one of these things. And then, but I look in my mirror and then like all these vehicles have appeared behind me. It's like, are they intentionally maneuvering their speed so that they follow me into this thing? You know, I wonder about that sometimes. 'Cause I'm almost never like follow somebody else into one of these areas. almost never. But I'm gonna unplug the. So it's the maybe you can hear the guard if they ask me if I'm a citizen. Which they, for some reason, they never do. It may just be the odds they'll play me on. Have a good day. Thank you. Yep, wave through like always, like almost always. This one's pretty chill compared to the other. This is the westbound. The eastbound one's in Texas. This poor guy, what happened to him? I'm sure how he ended up right there. Something must have. 2 lanes, folks. I don't know why you're behind me. Slow moving vehicle. That's your typical American nowadays, though. They prefer to follow someone or something other than themselves. They would much rather me lead the way for them than just go about their business. Y'all can see that. It's hard to see him, but that pickup truck up there, he's matching my speed. So he's actually what he's driving based on my driving. It's just endlessly fascinating. So if I go, I'm going 60 just so he'll get away from me. See what he's up there, but he's literally matching my speed. But it says 75. The speed limit is 75. And I'm a truck going 60. Now, eventually, if he gets far enough away from me, that effect will lessen, and he'll just finally get up to speed. He's attempting to be in a group with me. It's one of the strongest desires of the human being is to be in a group with other human beings. It's very, very powerful. It's a very strong desire, even when it's not appropriate. We're not the same type of vehicle. We shouldn't be in a group together. And it's 4 in the morning, 5 a.m. Nobody's out here yet. Why must I go? Now the other traffic's catching me because I had to go so slow to get this photo and run out ahead of me. Or I could just drive with him for 100 miles. Why? It's not safe. I can't crash into him. He's far away from me. Again, common sense does not exist. There is no such thing. That's obvious to me. Hey, there's no traffic out here. It's really fucking stupid to just drive right next to each other on an open road. That's dumb. These people don't understand. Why would I expect this thing called common sense? Anyway, apologies if you can't hear me. I realized I failed to plug the I failed to plug the microphone back in, so I have no idea if you heard any of that or not. We'll carry on. Nonetheless, Well, see, that's not cautious though. See, that's what Music Holds the Secret says. I think people are afraid to pass, thinking you might come over in their lane. So they lag behind, but they don't lag behind. They get right off the rear bumper of the trailer. So that negates the scared of me, because if they were scared of the vehicle, why are they willing? Or even, and you know this, Music Holds the Secret, they love to hang out near the trailer tandem. That's their favorite fucking spot for some reason. Meanwhile, that's more than 53 feet behind. It's hard for me to tell where they are if they're in the other lane near the rear of my vehicle, near the rear of the trailer. Now, can I even safely make a lane change? I call that sitting on top of me. They climb on top of me. And it's like, why? And I'm just looking at them in my mirror going, why are you on top of me? But see, that sort of destroys the scared of, because the argument for fear would be, yeah, just stay back and don't come near me. Versus, oh, they're scared, but they're right here with me. So that sort of negates the fear argument. So there's actually an attraction. I think there's an attraction to this thing appears to be large and powerful. Maybe it can protect me. Well, not only can I not protect them, it's actually dangerous for them to be close to me. Because I can and will run them right the fuck over. If they're dumb enough to put their vehicle right in front of my rig, and if shit goes down, I will run them right the fuck over if that's what has to happen. I don't want to run them over, but if it comes out that what I need to do, the safest course of action is to run them the fuck over, I will run them the fuck over. And I won't think twice about it. So what they need to do for safety is stay the fuck away from me. Now, part of that is it's 75. They can just pass me at 80, and no, they're never going to get a ticket. If they get pulled over, all they got to say to the officer is, hey, I was passing that 18-wheeler, and I figured I might as well speed up and get around him. And, this idea of I'm going 71 and they need to pass me at 71.5 and it takes 10 minutes. That's not safe. So yeah, back off, which they're never going to do because they don't have control of themselves. Back off and stay back there, sure, but stay at a safe distance where I can see them. Okay? Versus here they are just on top of me or right behind me or right beside me. Or, oh, now they're beside the tractor in my fucking, in my blind spot, trying to get hit so they can call the hammer and get a check. So they can call the hammer and hammer a check, those billboards on the interstate. And, or just hammer down and go around, which is what they should do. If they care about safety, which they clearly don't. Full moon fever, yeah, there you go. Full moon. It looks full. Maybe it's not officially full, but it certainly appears to be full. Well, and yeah, they could be attempting to draft. That is possible, Robin. But then, if you look at how people drive, most people drive in a way where they don't get very good fuel efficiency. So actually, when gas prices hit $5 a gallon, I already drive for fuel efficiency in my personal vehicle. So I started taking the back highways so I could go 55 instead of going on the interstate, where I'm always going to be pressured to speed up and use more fuel. But then, like, I recognize when the light turns green and people blast off or people brake hard to a stop, that's very inefficient. So they could actually, if people would pay attention to their driving, they could literally get 25% better fuel economy, which you can actually measure that in money versus, okay, at $5 a gallon, and it costs me, at a certain point, it costs me $20 to drive 100 miles just for fuel. Just for fuel. And that was if I drove very consciously. So if I didn't drive consciously, it cost me $20, I could go 75 miles on $20. Like, I don't think people really think that way. So yeah, some people understand they can draft, but the fact is, most people that want to drive right behind my trailer, they think that's a safe place to do their drugs. They think that's a safe place to hide out from the cops. And a lot of them want to hang back there so they can look at their screen and giggle at their feed, because they can look at their screen and then they can glance at my vehicle. They can glance at the trailer and use me as a frame of reference. So, and they don't even have to worry about what's happening up ahead. Again, this is what I was talking about with Paul. Now they're farming out a certain amount of what's their responsibility. They're farming that out to something they perceive as greater or larger or more powerful, meaning this 18-wheeler, which is 13 and a half feet tall. So it's like, okay, now they don't have to worry about the road ahead because they literally can't see the road ahead. And, you know, I learn a lot about people's psychology through deductive reasoning on these levels. And yeah, I myself have drafted behind a semi. It's very dangerous and it's very difficult. It requires 100% hypervigilance to get close enough to the trailer to actually be in the draft. And you will get crazy fucking fuel economy. I know, because I did it for hundreds of miles one time, and I got insane fuel economy as a result. And I can't tell you how many times I've been in city driving, and, you know, I don't even really know where the fuck I'm going half the time, and I'm in unknown city areas, and I'm really having to drive very make sure I'm in the right lane, the correct lane, and all of this. And so it'll be 2 lanes, you know, in each direction in city driving. And it's amazing to me how many times I'll take off from a green light and there's like 6 vehicles behind me and they all just choose to stay behind me. They would rather just follow somebody else. And a lot of that revolves around they want to look at their phone. And then something else I noticed was that how many people were driving around at night without their headlights on, and I finally figured it out. So when we get in our car and we turn our headlights on, the dash lights up. So we're used to correlating, okay, I see light in front of me at nighttime, that's how I know my headlights are on. And then a lot of times we're in cities where it's so bright that it's hard to tell our headlights are on just from the headlights themselves. So I started noticing, like, hey, way more people are driving around with their headlights off at night. What's going on? Finally, I figured it out. Oh, they're holding their phone in their hand. That's a bright light. And they have a pattern where that's how they know their headlights are on. But now they're not realizing their dashboard is not lit up, but the phone's lit up. And now their brain thinks that their headlights are on because there's a light in their field of vision. Like, this is literally how people's brains work. Literally. You know. Now, the fact that I figured that shit out, you know, I'm not Sherlock Holmes, but, you know, on some level I kind of am, in a way, right? But I'm kind of a Dumbo because I don't ever figure that shit out in the moment. It's like I got to think about it. But there's something in my intuition where my pattern recognition is, okay, something's off. Because, like, every once in a while I used to see somebody with their headlights off. Now it's like all the fucking time I'm seeing people driving around with their headlights off at night. Like, what is this? And eventually I figured it the fuck out. Oh, it's the phone. The light from the phone is making them, they're not realizing that they never turned their headlights on. Because before, if they drove down the road, at some point they would look at their dashboard. Oh, my headlights aren't on because my dashboard is not lit up. And see, my thing is, at what point are cars just going to come with a cell phone holder? My thing is, dude, my shit is mounted in the truck. So people can look at me in my side mirror, and when I'm on this screen, dude, they can see what I'm doing. So it does sort of keep me accountable to some degree. Like, yeah, I use my phone when I'm driving. Of course I do. Everybody does. I don't 99% of everybody uses it to some degree. I don't care what they say. But I would like some level of accountability, because it's like, yeah, I see all you people looking at your laps. Now, more and more people are just brazenly holding it up while they drive. But it's like, dude, just mount the shit to the dash and be done with it. Like, it's more or less become socially acceptable. Can we just stop pretending? Stop the insanity. Just mount the motherfucker where we can all see it, and touch it as little as possible. And I don't text. Every once in a while I do type a fucking response. Since I'm live streaming, I guess I could mute the mic and do the speech to text, but mostly I do the speech to text. But I do but I don't text with people. I just don't do that. But it is what it is at this point. Yeah. Yeah, there's something to the tablet. The larger screen, being it's a little different format. Realistically, I could, for the live streaming, I probably, I do need like a 10-inch tablet. I could probably actually read the chat very easily. And, I do read very quickly. And, the shorter comments, dude, I can just glance at it, read it. Like, it's the longer stuff it's a little harder for me to actually read. And then we get into my actual eyesight is more or less fucked. But, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's even worth buying a tablet that has that will take a SIM card. They're just too expensive, man. Versus what the exact same tablet, but without the SIM card functionality is like way fucking less expensive. I was looking at tablets for a while, and the real cheapies just don't seem worth it. And the Samsung seems to make the best shit as far as I can tell, and they make some affordable stuff, but you're still looking at $250 probably. And Christmas time is obviously the best time to buy any of that stuff: phones, tablets. And I am about to pull the trigger on a computer probably very soon. I'm trying to make it. I want to see what my paycheck's going to be this week, but realistically, I can afford it, so I probably need to just go ahead and do it. Yeah, Cheeky Nana. No, I like Cheeky Nana. Yeah. This is the place for that. Lord knows I can take it. And if the other chatters can't take it, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm going to offend all of you at some point. It's just, if you listen to me long enough, I will offend you eventually. That will happen. But it's nothing personal until it is. And Jeff P, he's welcome around here, but just being drunk and I'm accurately assessing his communication, and I'm accurately comparing it to communism, and then he's getting offended by that. That's not my problem. And the fact is, Jeff P has taken, whether he knows it or not, he's taken the Californian lefty commie download. He just has. It's obvious. And I believe that yesterday I was able to intelligently talk about that word, right? And we've never really resolved that issue. And again, go on YouTube, type in Bad News Bears trailer, and watch the original theatrical trailer to the original version of Bad News Bears from the 70s, and a literal minor child in the fucking trailer to that movie drops like 3 ethnic slurs in the trailer to what is more or less a children's movie on some level. Although it's really not. It certainly has adult themes, but and then like I talk about one of my favorite comedians, Richard Pryor, one of the names of his albums has that word in the title. Dick Gregory, one of my favorite, thinkers and writers and comedians, that's the title of one of his books. That word. So you're telling me if I want to refer to his book, I can't just say the word? I can't just say the title of his book? Like, I don't subscribe to that. But again, like, at some point, I will go to my hometown and I will live stream, and you will see that, okay, Benton is clearly not saying that word where he's from. He's just not doing it. Of course he's not. Why would he? I'm not one of these white boys who's never experienced that. I grew up in that, even though my parents had money. I came from something of a prominent family in the region, and, I was somewhat isolated from, but my whole entire hometown, the city limits is basically one big ghetto, effectively. And I'm very comfortable in that environment. And I'll go to Memphis, Tennessee, and ride the city bus, and they say, "Hey, man, how you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, how are you? How's it going? Have a good day." Like they could just sense it in me somehow that I belong there. I know what this is. I have no fear of them. I'm more than willing to accept them as human beings and operate on their level in some sense. They know that. They leave me the fuck alone. I leave them alone. But also, hey, how you doing? Uh, 100%. But to me, that's nothing. That's me, right? Like, you cannot remove that from me, But it certainly doesn't. I'm not now. It's not okay for me to say that word in a certain context. But again, in my hometown, if I can back it up, if nobody can kick my ass, then I get to say it. And I'm related to people who could say it and couldn't nobody kick their ass. Literally, couldn't nobody kick their ass. Seriously. Monsters. Well, I probably have something of that in my spirit, but, I'm not able to stand up against people physically in that way. So I don't say that word, and I don't really have a desire to, honestly. Anyway, I don't want to loop on that anymore than I already have. What's up, Jimbo? Good to see you, bro. Well, yeah, Jeff. Yeah, well, I can relate to Jeff because I was probably drinking more than he was very recently. And again, I'm not, dude, I believe in actual freedom, meaning he's free to do whatever he wants to with his own physical body. That's on him. As long as he can behave properly, but he doesn't get to come over here and lecture me on fucking spiritual growth while he's intoxicated and, all of this. Like, that's a non-fucking starter. After I've very patiently listened to him for 2.5 hours, him and Austin Murphy, which probably I shouldn't listen to them. I should just be like, "Hey, y'all are drunk. We'll see you next time." That's probably something wrong with me that I don't just boot them out of here, right? But then something I've noticed in Jeff was I think Jeff, and I didn't fully make this point with Paul, and Paul seemed to be a little confused, which that's probably my fault, but I wasn't properly conveying my ideas around this. But I've noticed that with my strong personality, that people with weaker personalities, and it's okay that they don't have strong personalities. It's not, we don't need a world full of strong personalities, I don't think. But, I think people like Jeff, they do want to have this interplay where they play off of someone like me who does have a strong personality. And it's like some of that is I see when they begin to idealize me. And he was more or less saying at a certain point on that same broadcast where he more or less said he thought I was sexy, but he didn't say that. See, I'm not running around saying, well, Jeff thinks I'm sexy. He didn't say that. He described aspects of how I choose to live and described that as something he finds sexy. Now, I'm free to draw my own conclusions based on those statements. But no, he never said that. See, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, even though he wanted to put words in my mouth. Right. But again, just like Kim, when I got crossways with Kim and now me and him are on good terms, dude, he's still welcome, but I'm going to call it like I see it, and I'm going to continue to do so. But, that does require a certain level of humility now, doesn't it? And I guarantee you, if I talk to Paul long enough, he will catch me slipping at some point. And now to be like, okay, now here comes this level of correction. Am I going to be humble and just accept it? So, is Jeff humble enough to just be like, yeah, you're right, I was on some bullshit and I was drunk, and own it, So next time I talk to Paul, it'll probably be some version of, yeah, man, I wanted to keep talking to you, but I knew I was way too fucking annoyed by, putting myself in a position to be operating in commerce. Now the state of New Mexico is inspecting me for the third time in 2 months. It is what it is. Because and like he pointed out, since I'm handling my business, by the way, now I actually get $100. I'm rewarded with $100 from my company, and it helps my company's safety rating. So it's actually good. And the DOT officer has to perform a certain number of inspections quarterly to keep his certification. So this is actually, in the context of commerce, this was a mutually beneficial situation, believe it or not. But I was still temporarily annoyed by something that I really should not have been annoyed by. But, that is my nature on some level, Mr. Bill. I don't know. I think it's going up. I can't really tell, honestly. Hard to say. Maybe it is coming down. I'm not sure. But when I drink alone, I prefer to be by myself. Yeah, and I got no beef with Jeff other than, I'm gonna when I know something to be true, I'm gonna speak on it. And he was on some fucking lefty commie bullshit. I don't care what he says, he was. I've got my own opinions about Kim going around saying that word in a certain context. That's my opinion. I don't then get to just say to him, hey man, you should be able to express yourself in a better way. Yeah, and Jeff, you should be able to get through a day without drinking. You should be able to. Doesn't mean you can. And isn't it up to Jeff how he interacts with alcohol? But yeah, my opinion is he should be able to, but I'm not Jeff. I ain't Jeff. That's on him. I don't answer for that. But if I know I'm right, I'm not going to hesitate. He was on some commie bullshit. And that's what I said. When did these people who think they're conservatives? So he said, yeah. And he said, I'm a conservative. Later on, he's like telling Yurt that we called him a leftist communist and a liberal. It's like, no, I didn't. I started out, and this is, by the way, where I overestimate somebody's intelligence. By the way, an intoxicated person. So I say to him, I start out by saying, when did conservatives, meaning you, Jeff, when did conservative become the motherfucking language police? When did conservatives start saying, okay, you need to behave in a certain type of way? I thought that was the commies. I thought that was the lefties mobbing around doing that, saying you must be anti-racist. again, prescribing my behavior. It's not good enough for me just not to victimize people based on their skin color. That's not good enough anymore. I must now affirm my status as an anti-racist through my overt, assertive, masculine behavior in the real world. I have to embody a being who lives up to the ideals of anti-racism through my overt actions, aka communism. And if you look back to the official fiction of the 1960s and the 1970s, if you look back to the 1960s and the 1970s, fucking bozos. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Oh, you want some of this? I thought you were in a hurry. I thought you were in a hurry, bozo. Are you in a hurry or you're not in a hurry? Are you in a hurry or are you not in a hurry? See, he wants to road rage with me now because he doesn't like what I did. Because he wanted to pass me at 100 miles an hour on the right when I got in the left lane because there was a rig. There was a broke down rig. So are you in a hurry or you're not in a hurry, sir? So, see, which is it? Because if we're going to road rage, and I don't road rage, by the way, but you can't road rage and continue to be in a hurry with me. Because I'll just go 50, I'll go 45 with the flashers on for fucking 10 miles. So which is it? But if I get over in the fast lane, because there's somebody broke down rig, and he wants to pass me on the right at 100 miles an hour, if I feel like putting my trailer in the right lane, I will do so. And it's fully fucking legal, by the way, because I did have my signal on. If he doesn't like it, that's his problem. But if he wants to road rage, good luck. I don't road rage. And when I play poker, I don't ever tilt. I might spiral on the interwebs at times, but I don't tilt. I don't go on tilt. Yeah, full moon fever, exactly. And that's what I'm saying is, like, are we in a hurry or are we not in a hurry? Just like, if he's actually in a hurry, what would be best is, okay, continue being in a hurry. Don't try to settle my hash. And I'm what am I right now? 43,000 pounds. I'm 43,000 pounds. He's 4,000 pounds. Who's gonna win? Like, he can't win. It's not possible. So what's he even doing? You want to get out here and mix it up with 18-wheelers? That doesn't seem like a good idea, sir. Like, what are you even doing? But by the way, when I get over in the left lane, and there's a rig broke down, and then I put my right turn signal on because I see this guy trying to blast around me on the right lane, I'm letting him know, hey, buddy, I'm going back to the right lane. So how about you slow down just enough to jump back in the left lane when I get in the right lane and continue going 100 miles an hour? Because I don't personally care that he was going 100 miles an hour. I don't care that he's going 100 miles an hour. That's his business. But I'm not necessarily going to participate in him blasting by me on the right, and there's a broke down rig on the shoulder and he's going 100. I might put my trailer in his lane and force him to slow down. That's my prerogative because that's legal. Because I'm signaling a lane change. I got him on the technicalities. And if he don't like it, good luck with all that, sir. And I'm an actual crazy person, wild man, lunatic, maniac. It's like, I will go there. I won't road rage, but I'm cold as motherfucking ice in those situations. I'm cold as ice. I'll just sit there and look at him. All right, what now, buddy? Here I am. You want some of this? What now? I'm calm, cool, and collected. You're fucking raging out, going 100 miles an hour, probably drunk. What now? And I'm armed. And my vehicle weighs 10 times what your vehicle weighs. And I can swing this trailer. I can hit you with the rear of this trailer and probably not even do much damage to my shit. So, do you really want to do this? And he did, to his credit. He realized that he didn't want none. And I'll just go 59 long enough for him to get the fuck away from me. And if he's really clever, he'll try to hide up ahead, but I'll still notice him. I'll still notice him. I'll keep him in front of me. That's called military minded. That's called maintaining a state of readiness. That's called hypervigilance and just regular vigilance. Yeah. It might be coming down. Not really sure. But I drove 63 miles an hour for 14 months. I can go 59 for an hour if I need to get away from this bozo. Exactly. My dad can beat up your dad. Exactly, Rob. Yeah. And I'm just not interested. Like I never understood the point of any sort of. Now I did road rage a lot. I will say in my younger days, but at a certain point I realized this is just foolish, and I just stopped. I stopped road raging. I think I was still in my 20s. I just said this is insane. This is ridiculous, and I just stopped. I'll just fucking pull over and wait if I have to. Like just let them go, man. Let them have it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, I've been known to go 100 miles an hour at times, but I could recognize as I'm going 100, oh, that big rig just got into the left lane because there's a broken down big rig on the shoulder, and okay, I'll just wait for this rig to get back in the right lane, and then I'll blast by it at 100 miles an hour. Like, what's even going on here? And I don't throw my weight around very often as a big rig driver. But the fact is, when I decide to throw my weight around, like the four wheelers, they just there's nothing they can do unless I let them outmaneuver me. They have no choice but to accept it. Yeah, that's the thing is, and I think as a truck driver, we kind of know, like, you just kind of know when you can speed and when you got to slow down. Because I speed a lot in a big rig, but I know when to not speed. So I've never actually been pulled over for speeding because I know if I'm in certain areas, just do not speed. But in other places, if it's 65, I can go 71 all day and nobody's ever going to give a fuck. Even 75, when I had a truck that would run 75, I would run 75 and a 65 sometimes and never got pulled over. I just knew, but also knew when not to do that somehow. Funny how that works. But I used to get my little Nissan Versa. Dude, I used to go up fucking 95 just around Dallas on the freeways. Dude, you have to fuck up real bad to get pulled over in the city limits of Dallas on the interstates, on the freeways. It takes a lot to get pulled over. They just don't pull people over. They just don't. So I just I was passing people on the shoulder at a certain point, just hauling fucking balls, dude. It's kind of the culture there. Not that everybody does it, but if you want to get out there and go 95, go for it. I used to wind that bitch out, man. It was not a fast car by any means, but it had a little bit of top end for what it was. You'd wind that bitch out on the highway, and it would get up. It would go once you got it up to speed. It would go pretty good. Again, 130 horsepower, so it's obviously very limited, but fun to drive. Fun to drive a little car. The problem is the roads. I love little cars, man, but the roads just destroy the fucking front end. By the time I let that car get towed, and in fact, I keep putting. This is what I'm procrastinating on. I need to I need to contact the county my vehicles are registered in Arkansas and let them know that I no longer own either one of those vehicles. But I'm supposed to surrender the plates. I don't even have the plates. So I think I think I'm supposed to report the plates as lost or stolen. And then I probably have to go ahead and pay property tax since I've never let the state know or the county know that I don't own those vehicles. But thankfully in Arkansas, it's some ridiculously low sum for the property tax on a vehicle. And Arkansas is one of the easiest states to actually register a vehicle, assuming one is willing to subject themselves to that level of, corporate slavery. Yeah, boondoggle and moondoggle. No kidding. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's and there's a lot of a lot of officers. They really do, uh, they some of them, they really do behave properly much of the time. But I got my own opinions of the jackbooted oppressors, obviously. But and the New York State Police have a very bad reputation, just for what happened with Attica. If that really happened, if you look into the Attica prison riot and the prisoners took over the prison, and when the New York State Police were the ones that went in and retook the prison, and according to the official fiction, the New York State Police went in there with shotguns and gunned down some of the hostage takers because the inmates had taken hostages, but they also indiscriminately gunned down some of the actual hostages. On some level, the New York State Police, they really don't give a fuck. Like they will just come there. They will come down in there and just crack down, man. And there's something to the fucking Northeast, man. There's something to, the Mason-Dixon line, and there's something to that part of the country where that is the most authoritarian part of the country, as far as I'm concerned, is the Northeast. There's something to their culture that's very authoritarian. And I think we saw it in the events of the last several years, especially me as a truck driver. Dude, right before the thing popped off, all I was doing, I was with a different company. All I did was go from Dallas, actually Irving, Texas. I went from Irving to the Northeast and back. And sometimes they drop me down to Atlanta, and then from Atlanta to Dallas, just depending on the load, which I was not a fan of personally, but whatever. But mostly I just went Dallas to the Northeast, Northeast to Dallas. And that dude, those loads pay so much money to the company. They loved me, man. And I drive nights, so you can't park in the Northeast after about 2 p.m. There's no parking anywhere for a big rig, and I mean anywhere. So I could actually get to the truck stop in time to actually find a spot. It was great. I loved it. But then, dude, once the thing popped off, man, it was just maximum fucking tyranny up there. And I didn't go to California as a truck driver, so I didn't know what that was like. But, dude, very, very bad. But I love that shit. I made money in my runs where I was on 1,500-mile runs, man. I'd go to New York State. Dude, upstate is if you've never been to upstate New York, man, it's just amazing. It's amazing. And there's lots of, Trump tards, and there's lots of, redneck types. It's completely different than the city, totally fucking different. I went to Buffalo a lot. Shout out to Berserker Bear. I've been to Buffalo quite a few times. I like Buffalo, man. I'm not a fan in the winter, of course. I mean, who is? But I've been there in the winter, by the way. Been to Syracuse a bunch. I like Syracuse. Some of them little college towns in New York and in the Northeast, man, they got a lot of cool, like very liberal fucking college towns that I've driven through, I'm into all that, but just the authoritarianism is off the fucking charts, man. It really is. Well, and I listen to this Rule of Law radio, and they say that California overall has the most corrupt state government, especially with what they do to the slave population. But New York is a close second, and then Illinois is right up there. But then In fact, when I say the Northeast is the most authoritarian region, historically, no state can compete with Louisiana at the state level for authoritarianism. I don't think that's debatable. If you look into the history of the state of Louisiana, that shit is insane. And in fact, when I went to Louisiana during the whole thing, man, of the last few years, that was the one place in the South where they were very strict. Now, it wasn't the only place, because Lord knows Houston and Dallas went for it big time too. But I'm talking about even little towns in Louisiana went for it. Now, not everywhere. There were exceptions, of course, because if you look at like Northeast Louisiana, culturally, it's very similar to where I'm from in Southeast Arkansas. But then the blacks love the mask, man. They do. There's something about black folks. They love the mask. I'm not sure what that is, but they do. And in fact, I didn't want to bust him out, but my buddy Bernaire, and I don't know if he's listening. I don't know if he's up yet. He might be. If my buddy Bernaire's up and listening, shout out to you, sir. But you know, I was kind of ranting and raving about the mask when I first met him, and he let me know that he wears one sometimes. You know, when he goes out in public, he feels like it protects him. And I said, well, man, you know, I don't agree, but you know, if I'm not here to change your mind. But he's completely against the medication. You know, he's completely against the pharmacological intervention. But you know, it's his face, by the way. And if he feels like it does something for him on some kind of level, like who am I to tell him different? You know, that's sort of his business. But you know, that's on him. But there does seem to be something about a lot of the black folks really took to the mask for whatever reason. Not to say that, you know, large swaths of the white folks did as well. Yeah, Ohio. I actually like Ohio, but you know, part of that is my grandfather was he started his career in Cleveland as a professional football player. So I do feel some sort of kinship. And, you know, then the Pro Football Hall of Fame is in Canton. But then, you know, arguably my grandfather would be, if you made a list of like who is not in the Hall of Fame, but probably could be, he's certainly on that short list. But, you know, he's never going to get in, which is fine. I've accepted that. And I know the shit's fake anyway, so who even cares at this point? But and then when I'm in Chicago, you know, like he played with Chicago and they won the NFL championship that one year he played for Chicago. So, you know, there's something to that. And people say, oh, well, you didn't do that. It's like, yeah, but, you know, if you want to talk about epigenetics and generations, like the fact is, you know, whatever that is, whatever that is, I'm a part of that on some level. Yeah, I'm not the one that scored the fucking touchdowns, but, you know, I am that on some level. But then we can debate, well, how real was that anyway? Like, yeah, we can debate all of that. That's fine. And me and Ralph, shout out to Ralph Loreno, we did a podcast about the Freemasonic origins of the National Football League, so, and football itself. So there you have it. And I will replay that conversation at some point. Right lane closed 1 mile. I got these rigs behind me wanting to stack up. Are we really going to try to pass right before the fucking passing lane? Is this what we're going to do? Because, I mean, no, we're not. But that's what you think you're going to do. Some people just are insistent on trying to pass like right before we go from 2 lanes to 1 lane. It always has driven me nuts. I never understood that desire to do that. It's just unnecessary and dangerous. Now, in my car, when I was a young man, I used to do that, but these big rigs want to try to pass in this little bit of space sometimes. Like, why? What's the purpose? So here I am going fucking 71 and a 55 just to keep this bozo from trying to force me off the road. O.J. Simpson. JG, if you're interested, my grandfather has a Wikipedia page. If you go to Wikipedia and type Jim Benton football, it'll come up. Because there's actually several Jim Bentons, but he's the one that's, and it was national news when he passed away in 2001. It was on Sports Center. He had a segment on Sports Center about his death, like a small segment. It was AP national news in the newspapers. So it was kind of a big deal on some level, but dude, he played so fucking long ago, but for whatever reason, I'm his descendant that looks the most like him out of his grandchildren, for whatever that means. I don't know why, but that's what my relatives have told me. Whatever that means. I look the most like my famous relative. So, okay. Whatever. But yeah, if you're curious, JG, it's Wikipedia, Jim Benton football, and it'll come up. And then I also talked about, with me and Ralph Loreno talking about the Freemasonic origins of the National Football League, we talked about how, Bear Bryant, when Kobe Bryant died, there was all these gematria tie-ins with Bear Bryant and Kobe Bryant. And then Bear Bryant is from Fordyce, Arkansas, which is very close to where my grandfather was born in Carthage, Arkansas, which is not even really a place. If you try to find it, it's not even really a place. This is how small. And in fact, Bear Bryant is from some place called Morrow Bottom, Arkansas, which I can't even really figure out. It's Dallas County, Arkansas. And my grandfather went to Fordyce High School. So did Bear Bryant. And so they're basically, Bear Bryant and my grandfather are from the same area of Arkansas. Then there's this guy, Don Hudson, who is on the 75th anniversary team for the NFL as a wide receiver, which was known as an end back then. And he led the NFL in scoring for 7 straight years or 9 years or something. And he was a big fucking deal with the Green Bay Packers when they were dominant in the pre Super Bowl era. And he's from Pine Bluff, my hometown, which is a different county, but it's the same area of Arkansas. If you're in Pine Bluff and you want to shoot down to Fordyce, it's not that far, like 45 miles. And just jump in your car and there you are, and they all three played the same position. And then Don Hudson and Bear Bryant both went to the University of Alabama, and they both played end at least 1 year together. And then Bear Bryant later became, the most famous football coach at the University of Alabama. And then now the most famous coach is Nick Saban. Nick Saban also at the University of Alabama. What is going on? And then my grandfather goes on to play in the NFL, and for the Rams set a famous record for receiving yards in a game with 10 catches for 303 yards, which is a 33 code, which averages out to a 33 code, which is, 33 yards per catch, right? The 303 yards, the zero is meaningless. That's a 33. His college number was 33. His pro number was 45, which reduces to 9, right? For whatever that's worth. And then I think it was 40. It might have been 49. I forget. Which that's a 13. Either way, it works both ways. Sometimes I forget some of this stuff. I think it was 45 though. And there's 33s all over his fucking statistics, his career statistics. There's all kind of codes. And then what we saw recently was a couple of years ago in the NFL playoffs, this Cooper Kupp, which phonetically is a 33 code, because he spells it's Cooper Kupp with K's, but phonetically those are 2 C's. That's a 33 code. And then he's a not very athletic white guy who's supposedly the best receiver for the Rams, who set a playoff receiving record with 33 total catches. So it's like, what is this, right? So I'm not saying I know what it is. I'm saying what is this? something's going on. But then some people are saying, are you saying your grandfather was in on it? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying my dad still talks about there was this guy that my grandfather played with. I think his name was Ray Parker. His nickname was Red Parker, who was apparently was a literal Rosicrucian. And they gave him, when he died, my grandfather went to his funeral, and it was literally, supposedly, a Rosicrucian fucking burial. And my grandfather was like, hey, man, like, I'm not really down with whatever this is. That's what my dad says. I don't know. I wasn't there. But then my grandfather told me to my face when I asked him about his famous football game. He said, yeah, and I actually had one of my long passes was called back by a referee, and what they attributed to a referee error, because my grandfather caught the ball and then fell down and then got up and ran farther. But then the referee called him down. But that's under college rules. He would have been down, but not under pro rules. And my grandfather just said, oh, yeah, this guy was used to refereeing college games. But then was that the system maneuvering the record so that they could call it 303 yards? Meanwhile, 5 years later, this guy called Cloyce Box almost broke the record. He went for 302 yards, which, by the way, there's your 32, which is damn near your 322, right? It's not quite the same. But then, so how much of this is manufactured? What is going on? So there's something to all of that. I don't know what it is, but something's going on. And then my grandfather never completely got blessed into the whole, he played for the Los Angeles Rams, but I don't think he ever fully, fit in or enmeshed himself in, to Southern California. So, if he was willing to just fully go along with the, whatever the beast system had in store for him, maybe he could have become very wealthy through business. He went back to Arkansas and eventually was able to become somewhat successful as a businessman, to some degree. He ran a bulk plant. He had Benton Oil Company, which was successful to some degree, but not, he wasn't ever just independently wealthy. He certainly struggled, and football certainly didn't pay the bills back then. So, I know he struggled early on financially to some degree. So, was he unknowingly participating in something? And then, like I say, where I'm from in Arkansas, there's a heavy presence as far as the government, the Pine Bluff Arsenal, which is this thing called NCTR, which is where the government claims to store leftover chemical weapons from past wars. And then at a certain point, they literally began to incinerate the chemical weapons and release them into the atmosphere right there in my hometown. And, and if we talk about autism, what level of pollution was my mom exposed to, and what level of pollution and chemicals did I encounter, in utero in my hometown? It's not really known, but, maybe there's something to all of that. I don't really know. It's interesting to think about. And where I grew up, my bedroom, the house I grew up in is 5 miles as the crow flies from that facility. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. There has to be something to that, man. Like, how can, you're telling me that when my grandfather retired and that he was the number 2 receiver in NFL history, and he was from a part of Arkansas, and the number 1 receiver at that time was also from the same part of Arkansas, and then the most famous college coach played the same position and went to school with, this other guy who was the number 1 receiver, and they're all from the same part of Arkansas, these 3 white boys. Like, I don't know what it is, man, but there's something to it. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. Anyway, that's enough of me talking about sports. Maybe, I don't know if I ran everybody off. There's still folks here, somewhat amazingly. So shout out to you folks. About time for fruit, man. About time I had some fruit. There you go, CC. But then also I've talked about there's this guy Name that comes in the live chat here, and I've talked to him back in the old Discord days. Me and him used to talk about because he knows a lot about sports also, and we used to talk about this idea of the system likes to promote these ideas of these big athletes who seemingly come out of nowhere, like this. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, I hate this, dude. I hate these earbuds. This cord is so short. All I did was try to stroke my chin, and then the phone goes fucking flying. Sorry about that. It is kind of hilarious on some level, but this Cooper Cup supposedly came out of nowhere in the Pacific. And I think he's from Washington State, I believe. And this idea of he fell through the cracks, and he was this great high school player and had all these big statistics, but like none of these big schools wanted anything to do with him, and this idea that he just sort of came out of nowhere. And I'm like, man, that's not even possible. If you look at the West Coast and you look at Oregon, you look at University of Washington, Washington State, you got USC, you got UCLA, you got all these large universities and even smaller schools out there. They all throw the football a lot, and all they're doing is looking for a wide receiver. Like, dude, that's all they're doing. It's not possible for a tall white boy to fall through the cracks. It's just not possible. It cannot happen. So you get into like, okay, what was happening then? How was this story manufactured behind the scenes? And then now all of a sudden he's the best receiver in the NFL in the National Football League, and he's setting fucking records with the Rams, with 33 codes, and it's Cooper Cup, like what's going on here? But he's, doesn't even make sense. And the Pacific Northwest loves white people, like, yeah, they want to win football games, but if you're a big white boy that can catch a football, like somebody's going to give you a scholarship at a decent school. You don't have to go to some fucking tiny ass school. It's not even a thing. Even Kurt Warner, having to go to some, Northern Iowa and then ends up in the Arena Football League. But then the next thing you know, he's big king shit in the NFL and then promoting Jesus and all of this. And it with this weirdo, dykey wife and all this. Looking like Annie Lennox, if anybody remembers her. And by the way, I was a huge Kurt Warner fan when I was when I still thought sports were real. I was a huge Kurt Warner fan with the Rams and with the Cardinals. What's up, Rob Cleveland?
Yo, what's going on?
What's happening? I'm glad you were here from me and Paul's combo earlier.
Oh yeah, man, that shit was great. I was
man.
enjoying it, just soaking it in, and just putting the aspects with my life as well, just drawing the parallels.
Yeah, man, and I've been looking forward to that for a while. I was hoping that would happen at some point, although I didn't. I knew that if I tried to be forceful about it, it would actually make it more unlikely to happen. But yeah, and then Robin she astutely pointed out that I seemed a little nervous, and it's like, I'm putting pressure on myself because, dude, I want to perform, like I want to perform on a certain level. And it's like, I know Paul's he's at least my equal in those intellectually, probably beyond, but minimum, he's my equal, minimum. So it's like, I want to perform, I want to show that I've got something to me, I want to.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I guess that's why I'd be a little hesitant to come up on a lot of panels and really speak. I mean, I usually don't have much to say anyways, but that's just what it is.
Yeah, and like I say, man, dude, when I've got 3 or 4 people over here, I can barely get a word in edgewise over here, so it's like, if I go on Paul's, it's like, I don't know how I'm going to get a word in edgewise over there. Maybe I should just go hang out and see what happens. But I think that I would just be there listening for the most part, which is fine. Like I don't mind that. But,
Yeah, from what I've seen though, like if you go over there and you make like some sort of effort to kind of draw the conversation to where you want it to go, he'll entertain it. It's an open panel. You just probably just ask him a question and then that'll get him started.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. We're going to see how JG's mic is sounding today. So, welcome,
It's gonna
JG.
sound the same as every other day.
Well, we don't. We'll see, man. I'm willing to deal with it a little bit. I'm willing to try to deal with it. What was that, Rob?
There it goes.
Yeah, I know. There's something about. I think it's where he is. I think it's Miami. There's something going on in Miami. I think.
Oh, if he's using that public Wi-Fi too, I mean that shit sucks.
I think he's on his data plan. I think he's on his data plan.
Oh, okay. Well, that kind of would explain it.
That's what I'm saying.
Now?
I don't know, man.
Hanging out by the highway.
Come on, Rob. I see you dissing me trying to say I'm in a Wendy's. I'm by a highway. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, there's something to that, JG. It's not for nothing,
And I only say the highway thing because when you're talking, man, or when you're not muted, there's a lot of noise going on in the back that sounds like you're hanging out by the highway or like some cars are going by. I know what it sounds like.
Unfortunately, I'm on speakerphone, so you're going to hear the traffic. My headphones are all fucked up. I have to buy new headphones.
Oh, no worries.
Yep. Well, I'll deal with it as much as I can, but yeah, I've spent a lot of time in places like Wendy's, so I can relate to. I can relate. So.
I don't spend time in Wendy's, sir.
Well, wherever you're inside at some of the time, I'm sure. But as it is, sir, don't let me speak for you anyway. So yeah, I need to shut the fuck up. How about that moon, though? By the way, I know it doesn't quite come through on the camera, but that's pretty cool looking as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, I'm looking right at it too. Right outside my guard shack.
Hell yeah. Well, and when you were bringing up Las Vegas earlier, and I kept kind of getting on some good rants, so I wasn't able to talk about it. But when I was talking about the possibility of Oregon, Washington, and Colorado or in California seceding, Vegas. You don't need me to tell you, Rob. It is plugged into Southern California very directly, in that people jump in their cars and drive from LA to Vegas regularly. Like that's a real thing, And fly.
Yeah, isn't there like only like 2 or 3 like exits out of Las Vegas or something? Oh, I should know this. Jesus Christ. But
I think it's
I think that. Go ahead.
Well, once you actually get out of LA, that's a whole thing, getting out of LA in a car. But once a person gets out of that concrete jungle, it's not that far to Vegas. It's like 2.5 or 3 hours, depending on how fast one is willing to go. It ain't that far, man. It's really not.
Yeah, I see that. There's so many fucking California plates here that I see. It's ridiculous.
Dude, when I was in the 10 in Arkansas, right before I went back to work, I was down on I-40 in Arkansas, and that's what, one of the major, if somebody left Southern California and wanted to go east, they're probably going to end up on I-40 at some point. Dude, so many California plates. Now, the good thing about Arkansas is it's so shitty that they just keep going. Like they might stop for gas, but they're not stopping in the state of Arkansas for the most part. They keep, and I love Californians, but I don't necessarily want them moving to Arkansas either. Yeah, some of them, sure, but not enough to, transform the culture of my state either.
Yeah, that's slowly what's going on here in Las Vegas.
I'm sure it is. And, to somebody who can afford to own a home in Los Angeles, dude, they can easily buy a house in Vegas. In Vegas, still probably a pretty attractive housing market. I'm guessing. I'm sure it's overpriced like everywhere else, but probably still pretty attractive to try to buy a home there. I'm assuming.
Excuse me. Yeah, I think so. I haven't really looked at it just because you know, I'm not really in the market for that right now. But you know, I yield.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, Rob, is I would never encourage anybody to move somewhere as shitty as Arkansas, but it's still a state where if you want to just save up some money, you can just buy a house at some point, depending on where you're willing to live. But culturally, that's a bridge too far for a lot of folks. But it's not just not everywhere in the country is just completely unaffordable. But it's like people want to live somewhere where there's shit to do, dude. There's nothing to do there. If you want to go hunt and fish and be outside, it's not so bad. Although the summer, man, it's literally 85% humidity, like all summer long.
Oh.
But I've been to Vegas, man. That ain't no picnic either. That heat's fucking crazy too.
Yeah, but the dry heat is much more bearable and it's much more bearable than that Midwest shit. Because I was in Illinois during the summer and it was like 90 degrees, but the humidity level it made it almost unbearable. And when I came back to Vegas, it was hotter, but it was just I felt so much better.
Oh yeah, it's brutal that when you're not used to it. And the thing about the South is, dude, everything's air conditioned now, so it's not like we're not really out in it anyway, for the most part, unless you work outside. But I like to be out in it personally. I
Unless
enjoy
you're
it.
a guy like me that ain't got no vehicle.
Well, and I was hitchhiking, and I hitchhiked like from my dad's apartment to like another town in Arkansas, and it was 100 degrees, with 80% humidity, and it just is what it is.
Jeez.
Well, and just I have to know, I have to hydrate. I have to, as long as I know how to manage it, it's fine. But it's real, man. It can kill your ass, just like in Vegas. That shit can kill your ass.
Yeah, man, I would see it a lot because when they had the EDC here during the summertime, you would just hear you'd see so many people just dying because they're not drinking enough water, they're doing all that MDMA, and they're dancing around in the heat. So
Yep.
they changed it to a different season, and they made it at nighttime to kind of, mitigate that.
Well, and is one of the main things about MDMA, from what I understand, is people aren't able to realize that their core temperature's risen too high. Is that what it is? I've heard something along those lines. There's something.
Yeah, and it dehydrates you as well.
Okay. Yeah.
And these people that are raving and all that, they like to drink orange juice to intensify the high.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that it's just all bad.
Yep, that's true. Yep. And then see, I used to be impervious to the heat, and I did this. I'm trying to remember. I've actually forgotten the actual event, but I borderline had a heat stroke at a certain point. I definitely had heat exhaustion, and ever since then, I've noticed that I'm no longer just impervious to the heat like I used to be. Now I have to actually respect it. But for a time, I could just go outside and do whatever the fuck I wanted right in the heat with no problem. But it seems like once the body has some sort of heat related event, it starts to protect itself and says, "Well, wait a minute, we're not going through this again."
Yeah, I've definitely had something like that too. Heat exhaustion, heat stroke.
Oh yeah, it's a real thing. Oh, I remember what it was. Is when I was traveling around, living outside, living out of a backpack. I knew it was going to be really hot, and I was in Arkansas, and I was trying to hitchhike, and I drank a whole bunch of water early in the day and I drink a lot of water anyway, but I drank too much water. So that actually, there's a word for that. It's like natremia or something. So I made myself sick because of water intoxication. But then also I was out in the hot sun And at a certain point, I started to feel sick, and then I realized that I was not sweating. And I said, okay,
Oh
something's
shit.
going. Yeah, I was like, okay, something's gone bad, fucking wrong. And I had just enough money, and I think I was also panhandling, holding the sign. And I had just enough money to check into a motel, and I just laid in the air conditioning all day. And I knew not to drink more water, but then I was like, dude, if I start feeling worse, I'm gonna have to go to the hospital, And I recovered from it, but ever since then, I've been way more sensitive to the heat than I was before. So something happened. I don't know what exactly. So I think that was actually a double whammy. I probably had heat exhaustion and the combination of water intoxication, but then literally wasn't sweating. So it's like, what? And when I recognized I wasn't sweating, that's when I knew I was in bad. I was like, okay, this is bad. I could have died. Like, I don't think I was near death, but it's like that was life threatening for sure. I took it very seriously, absolutely. But I still did not want to go to the hospital unless I had to. And in the old days, people just went out in the fucking hot sun, and if they died, they died. Grapes of wrath or whatever. What do you think, JG? Anything? Or did I
Just,
can't tell?
I'm thinking
Okay,
about
cool.
skating and I'm thinking back on like skating and humidity and stuff, shit like that. Just how terrible it was.
Yeah, even Philly, I'm sure in the summer gets pretty muggy.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, that's the thing is like Arkansas is that it's for a lot longer. It's just the whole summer. It's like that for months on end versus then you go to Texas and it's even longer. But it's like up north gets that way. It just doesn't last as long typically.
Yeah, we get like a few days here in Vegas. Like it's where the humidity is just unbearable, and it'll only be at like 20% or something of that sort, and it's just really bad.
Yeah, definitely.
Monsoon season, right?
Well, yeah, and that's like Arkansas is subtropical, so yeah, that's a thing. But there where Jerry G's at, that's tropical, and they actually have an actual rainy season. In parts of Florida, it basically rains every day, more or less the same time every day in the summer, anyway.
It hasn't rained once since I've been in Miami Beach. I mean, it came down a little bit one night, but I've been here for weeks, and it's like Groundhog Day. It's the same thing every day. It's all
Yeah, and then at some point in the summer, it's going to start raining. But it's not bad, it's not a bad thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it was when I went out there in Sacramento a few years ago. I think it was like 2018, maybe. I was out there in the springtime, and it was just raining nonstop for 2 weeks straight. Literally 2 weeks straight. It was just nonstop rain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't get that, thankfully. We get gigantic thunderstorms in Arkansas. But what happens in Arkansas is it looks like it's going to rain, and it feels like it's going to rain, but then it doesn't rain. Like, that happens a lot. It's like
that's the best.
it could, yeah, well, yeah, it can be. Although sometimes that's maximum humidity. It's like literally like 99% humidity sometimes. But yeah, other than that, yeah, it is kind of cool. And I like the thunderstorms. That's one thing about the West Coast, no thunderstorms for the most part. Maybe parts of Cali, but not, the actual coast, I miss the thunder and the lightning at a certain point.
Yeah, it's been a long while since I've remembered a good thunderstorm here. Then again, I'm working graveyard, so I be asleep a lot in the daytime, and that's usually when most of that goes on.
Well, and then you guys are subject to the flash floods, I'm sure.
Yeah, like it's fucking crazy. Like it'll rain for just a few minutes, and then all of a sudden, like the streets are just fucking flooded.
Yeah, that water doesn't go into the ground. It just runs on top of the ground. Funny how that works.
And then there's the casino where we had this big rainstorm going on, and like the water got into the casino and like it pushed through through the big screen, and it was just water was just coming down from the televisions.
Damn.
It was yeah, I seen the video on Facebook. It was wild. It was just it was funny to watch too, because you see all the maintenance people grabbing like these trash cans to try to bring in the water, but it the rain in the water, but it was just too much. It was just way too much water and not enough trash cans.
Yeah, man. In my hometown, like we think swamp like Florida and Louisiana, but like, dude, parts of my hometown is a swamp, and like I never really looked at it that way, but it is swampy, and like I don't know what happened, but there was some kind of historic flood when I was a little kid, and you would go out on the outskirts of the town for years, and dude, the ground was just flooded. I mean, for literal years, it was just all this water, where it's like it looks like a lake, but it's not a lake, because that used to just be a field, and it's like it took years for all that water to figure out where to go. I guess it's very strange. And they grow rice down there too, so that's probably part of it. A lot of rice comes out of Arkansas. Man, that moon is off the charts right now. If y'all are anywhere near where you can see the moon, I suggest checking it out. I wish it translated on this.
Yeah, I just
camera.
stepped outside to go look at it as it's
no.
coming down now.
Yeah, it looks awesome where I'm at, because it's the shape of it is all crazy, and like there's this one cloud, like there's a cloud kind of cutting it in half. It almost looks like a planet.
Yeah,
with
man.
a ring. You see that? This looks the same. Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Where are you at?
I'm out here in Big Sky Country too. I'm in New Mexico. I'm about to be in Arizona. Actually, I might be in Arizona. I think I'm still in New Mexico. Yeah, I'm on I-10 in New Mexico.
Okay.
I passed my inspection earlier. That was good.
Albuquerque sucks, man. I spent some time in Albuquerque last year.
I hate Albuquerque.
God damn, it's nothing but fucking meth heads everywhere you go. You're just biking around and it's just a fucking weird area.
Yeah, it's weird, and that's just it's just trashy.
Yup, seedy.
Yeah, because I like cities. I do not like Albuquerque. I don't like Phoenix either, to be honest with you. But I don't. It's fine for truck driving. Same thing with Albuquerque. For truck driving, it's completely fine. But
I like Tempe, Arizona, or Tempe, right outside of Phoenix. Tempe's a cool area.
Yeah, Arizona State and college towns are usually pretty decent.
Yeah, that town, it's laid out pretty cool. I mean, Scottsdale, it's not too far. I can't stand Scottsdale, man.
Yeah, snooty people.
Snobsdale.
Yeah.
It's all rich, just the rich culture, man. That like wealthy culture. Everybody's at a restaurant, walking around, judging it, talking shit. I can't take it.
One thing about Albuquerque, though, is when you drive into Albuquerque from the east at night, dude, the city it's beautiful, man. All the lights and just the way you drop down into the city, it's very visually appealing. But the city itself, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this moon is wild, man. It almost looks oval shaped. This is crazy, man. I'm driving directly into it, Rob Cleveland. But you can't see it because it's just the nature of the camera, it doesn't translate.
I got sick pretty bad in Scottsdale, so when I think that's one thing too. When I think back on different cities, I'm also thinking of like when I was drinking and how that was affecting me. So the whole time I'm in Scottsdale, I'm drinking and I have that kind of sickness I'm dealing with. So it's like kind of making my experience in the city bad, you know.
Yeah, and you know that can possibly cause a negative association with the place, potentially. I would say,
Yeah.
arguably.
Yeah, I got I think 3 or 4 months sober now. I'm never going back.
Awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. And Drew, fuck you, man. Drew was saying I'm gonna go back to the bottle, right?
Yeah.
I'm craving the bottle. Drew, you're a
Well,
fucking clown, dude. You're a dork.
well,
You gotta stay away from the Baba.
Yeah. Well, you know, JG certainly seems to have a strong mind, and I don't want to talk about him like he's not here, but you seem to be very strong. You know, have a strong mind, so that's
I
to your
had to,
credit,
man.
obviously.
I had to get a strong mind. I'm from Philadelphia. I was a white kid always skating around the city. You know, I grew up around all types of mutants and crazy people and all, you know, you got to be tough.
Yep. Absolutely. Not that I know anything about that, but I just mean in general. But my mind is my weapon. That's what I like to say. You know, I think a lot of people just never really forge their mind into something, you know, useful on that level. When they could, if they wanted to. I think anybody can. I really believe that. I think anybody can strengthen their mind and their you know mental strength.
It's not what you think, it's how you think, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you have your own version of that where you know, I'd say that's a form of intelligence. I would say is knowing how to structure, you know, your own thought processes in specific ways, you know, to achieve a specific outcome. You know, I think that's kind of a whole thing unto itself. You know, that is the power of the mind on some level, I would say, at least in my experience. And you know, I want, you know, I feel like we all have a powerful mind, and you know, whether or not we tap into it that's kind of on us individually. Uh-oh. Sorry, fella, didn't see you there. I usually stop for pedestrians, but didn't see that guy. Park real quick. I got a pineapple back there. I should have carved it up yesterday. I got too involved in the live streaming and neglected some of my chores.
Yeah, I know how that be.
Yes, sir. As I navigate this gigantic hole in the pavement.
Hey, Ben, have you ever had Casey's Pizza? No, Casey's
Who?
Pizza? The gas station pizza?
Yeah, I'm not a fan personally, but yeah, I've had it.
You're crazy, man.
Well, I am crazy, but that's not good pizza, JG.
Oh, yeah, it is. Casey's Pizza at the gas stations? That pizza's amazing, man.
Yeah, like I say, I've had it. I was not impressed, but you know, Little Caesars ain't broken. So typically, if I can get a Casey's pizza, I can get a Little Caesars pizza. So I would go for the Caesars, but that's just me. And you may, without a car though, you may be in areas where it's a little harder to get to the Little Caesars potentially, but I don't know. Hard to say.
No, just from hopping trains and travel, and I stumbled upon Casey's Pizza, and I was like, "Holy shit!" You know,
Well, it does seem to be quite popular. I must say.
that guy Stobe the Hobo, he put me onto it.
Oh yeah.
I used to watch all his videos, and he would always talk about Casey's Pizza. And the one time I was hopping trains, and I think I was in Fargo, I stumbled upon a Casey's Pizza and got 2 slices. Pretty good.
Fargo Moorhead. Yes, sir. That's a cool place. I like that place actually. Not in the winter, of course. Not a bad place, in my experience, anyway. Oh man. The moon is flat, says JG. That's his text there. Oh, Rob Cleveland is up to cult member number 6. Weren't you cult member number 4 the other day, Rob? Rob's muted.
Nope.
He may. No, it was 4.
Always
Okay,
got 6.
I misread it with my lack of. As I age, my vision is getting worse and worse. Yeah, cult member number 6. There you go. Own it, right? Might as well lean into it. I like it. All right. Hey, there's the Amazon logo. Imagine that. One thing about this StreamYard, I wish they would make it a little bit easier to change the camera from back to front. There we go.
Pretty sunrise. I missed it. I didn't even see the sun. Too bad that moon, tranquil vortex. There's my clean inspection. I don't want to show too much personal info, but yeah. I get $100 for this, Rob. My company, I forgot my company gives me $100 for every clean inspection. So I was complaining about New Mexico
nice.
inspection. This is now $300 that they've helped me obtain. Oh yeah, wait a minute. I have my headphones on. Oh shit. I'm sitting here talking and didn't have my headphones on. Like a doofus.
Oh shit, it's 5:30.
Yeah, what time do you get off?
At 6?
Oh, you're almost done.
Yeah, which means I gotta clean the guard shack. I'm gonna go on mute for about 5-10 minutes.
All right, man. You ever eat pineapples, JG?
Yeah, I had some pineapple juice last night.
I don't know if it's just me, but pineapples definitely help me put weight on. Something about pineapples and weight gain in a good way. So I've actually gained some of my weight back. I'm closing in on 140 pounds, so we're trending in the right direction finally. So I think I was damn near 120. I was probably got close to 128 probably there briefly. That's too damn small, too light, man. If I can get to if I can make it to 145, that'll be great. But even 140, that's what I'm shooting for. The dead air is a meditation.
Yes, sir.
Haha.
Where's Tom at?
I don't know. That's a good question. What'd you think? You seemed to be rooting for him when he was going at Paul the other night. Last night, I guess that was.
Well, if he saw those comments, right, what I'm really trying to do is just egg him on and get him to just keep going.
Yeah, I noticed, and I was trying to remain neutral, but he had definitely he had made some progress if that was his goal. And then, dude, you could see him starting to unravel though, and I was like, here's where they're gonna wait him out, man. They're gonna wait him out and get him. He started to go off the rails, and he managed to seem like he got himself back under control. But yeah,
What I don't understand is why Paul is always on Tommy's mind and heart. Always.
I haven't been able to figure that out either. But I don't know, man. But Tommy, we can say what he want about him. He is pretty fucking good at talking. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Tom's
I don't
just
know
trying
what
to
it is.
expose him. All Tom's doing, he's just trying to expose Paul, and just if you can't see that, I mean, he's
Expose him for what?
what do you mean expose him for what?
Well, JG has
You just claimed that Tommy was trying to expose Paul, and I'm asking, what is he trying to expose?
Rob, you don't see it?
Evidently not. That's why I'm asking you.
All right, dude, you don't got to get all weird on me, man. We're just having a conversation here.
Well, dude, I asked you twice and you didn't answer. That's why I'm getting a little uppity.
that's fair.
Paul's a bully, Rob. If you can't see that, you're blind, man.
I don't
All
agree
right.
either. I don't
Great
think he's a
answer.
phony. Well, I don't think he's a phony, but it's not for me to try to change JG's mind either. So, where do we go from there? So I guess that's what JG means, right? When he says expose Paul, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's a bum, quote unquote.
No, I said bully.
Oh, bully. Oh. Well, a bully requires an injured party. Where is the injured party? Hello?
I don't know of one, but I mean, I don't
Rob,
know, man.
He tried to bully me the first time I talked to him, right? He's just trying to muscle my mind and psych me out.
Bro, a bully requires physical action. Like, he's just speaking words to you. How is that bullying?
No.
I don't get that.
Bullying is it's not just physical, man. Come on.
So you're gonna let words affect you in that way?
I'm not. I'm just gonna notice how he is, and I'm noticing what you're doing right now.
What am I doing?
Do you agree bullying is not just physical?
Well, unless you're talking about cyberbullying, then that's a different story. And he wasn't even doing that. He hasn't cyberbullied you.
Right, Rob.
I mean, I don't
I'm
get.
on 1% right now. Hold on.
All right. I'm gonna go plug in, I guess. I mean, I don't get it, Rob. I got to be honest with you. I don't get it, but I mean, some of these people, subscribe to these viewpoints. So I don't know. For them, I guess there's something there. I don't personally get it.
He's just too mean. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that seems to be everybody's issue. Is just he's not nice enough. He's mean. He's an asshole. He's abrasive.
No, he's a douchebag.
There it is again.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I guess it's not much of a broadcast if I just sit around and say I don't know. But I've kind of run out of shit to say on the topic, honestly.
Hey, I listened to what he said to me, and I watch how he tried to break me down and shit. So I know what kind of dude he is. I mean, you can't tell me nothing different.
Okay. Okay, Jack.
I might go ahead and call it. We're at 5.5 hours, unless unless y'all got anything. Oh, I'm just like at this point, I'm just sitting around and eating with nothing to say. So, at a certain point,
I ain't got nothing. I got 20 minutes left here, so.
I got time.
all right, we'll hang out then, JG. We'll hang out for a little while.
Well, there's no Swiffer wipe, so I ain't got a mop. That's nice.
Good deal.
It's pretty. Paul lost his virginity at 30. I mean, that's pretty funny. Funny shit.
I don't know. I don't think too much about that either way. Corey D, is that Kim? I believe that's Kim.
So we got another pocket watcher. That's all that is. Land of the Blinded. It's the pocket watcher.
Yep.
What is a pocket watcher, Rob?
A nigga who can't mind his own business and looking at how much somebody else is making or worried about what somebody else is making. That's a pocket watcher. A nigga who's worried about what another being makes or however they get it.
Which guy's worried right now?
Land of the Blinded, that comment that was just pulled up.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Morning, Rob. Morning, Benton. Morning, JG.
Hey, Kim, what's up, man?
Who's that? Oh, that's Kim. Oh, what's up? What's up, Kim?
Yeah.
Land of the Blinded. How about you come up on the panel and say that to Rob?
And show me your face when you do it.
Hey, JG, I heard you saying I'm corny now. What'd I do?
When did I say you were corny? Like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
All right.
I haven't had a chance to catch up with you.
All right.
No, it was on, I don't know, it was on your stream or something. You're probably just talking shit. I'm just trying to bring in some drama. Get everyone woken up. Sorry. I was done with my dead air meditation.
Hey, when you were in prison, did you join the Aryan Brotherhood?
No.
Did you link up with those guys?
They're around, but no, I wasn't in any gangs.
You flew solo?
Yes, I did.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it's changed, but
Props to you for doing that, man. A lot of people can't do it. A lot of white guys are soft.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I see a lot of similarities in the gang member mentality on the YouTube streets. I was actually talking about that a couple weeks ago. that
You
fit
got
in where you fit in, and
you got to stop
what's
saying
that?
YouTube streets, man. This whole
All
YouTube
right.
streets, it's too corny.
But yeah, I do see similarities in that where people without the violence, the gang member mentality. I definitely see similarities. But that's just culture, honestly. I mean, yeah. The reason gangs formed was because it was to protect people from the sexual predators of the 70s and 80s. I don't think a lot of people know that. My dead air.
No, I'm just listening. I'm eating pineapple.
Yeah, people were getting punked before, and so young kids coming up out of YA and stuff like that started forming together, and like that's how basically most of the prison gangs started, was for protection of each other. And then they started victimizing people after they got power.
I was moving my
We,
bowels. Excuse me.
we pretty much in Philly we had a gang like us skateboarders. Our whole crew was pretty much a gang downtown.
Yeah, I mean, I was part of some crews, I'd call like that, but like not the actual, put in work type gang member. I hung around guys that were in that, but I never saw it appeal to that myself.
Yeah, it wasn't a gang like that, but we definitely ran downtown Philadelphia. I mean,
Yeah. And if you get in one, you guys are going to back each other up. That's what I mean, where it's kind of natural on some level, but then, it eventually, like everything, power corrupts. So once any entity gets power, it's eventually going to get corrupt.
Shout
Not
out
if you
to
have
Miss.
honorable men and women at the top of that.
What's that?
I said, not if there's honorable men and women at the top of that.
Yeah.
But that's a big if, right?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It definitely is a top down. You notice that. I can walk into a company, see the employees, and know exactly what the management's like. Yeah, I mean, I get it because I personally have had power and don't feel like I was corrupted by it. But I didn't have like ultimate power, but like, I could pull favors I didn't pull, like things like that, where it's like, okay, I could influence this in my favor that would only benefit me, but if people see that, I'm going to lose so much credibility. For me, it wasn't worth it. So yeah, like you have to have honor for sure with power. And nowadays there's just not much of that around.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, like I always heard quotes like a coward dies 1,000 deaths, but a hero dies but one, and shit like that really sunk into me. Like I feel those internal losses hard. Like if I do something that I think is weak, or you know I should have done something and I didn't, or something like that, dude, it eats me up. So I way rather have learned to take whatever comes with doing the action rather than being a coward and dying in your own mind 1,000 times over.
Hey, Musicals the Secret wants to know what you think about LED lights doing to the What are they doing to humans physically, if anything?
Definitely degenerating eyes. Like all of the discrete nanometer LEDs, our eyes, and well, I mean, damn. I say that, but I've spent more time around them than anybody, and my eyes probably haven't. But research for sure shows that discrete nanometers, especially low nanometer, like the UVs and blues, increase macular degeneration. Like, I hate the Christmas lights that are blue that people hang out that, do look cool if you don't realize that they're just like blasting like a laser beam into your eyeballs at night. And it's, overall, it's not as good as natural light, but I mean, fluorescent light wasn't good for us either. So you can tune the spectrum to be healthier for humans, meaning closer to the sun with LEDs than with, say, fluorescent or HPS, because those are just stuck. You can't manipulate their spectrum. The phosphors that they use to give off those spectrums are, locked in, fluorescent and HPS and metal halide. So LEDs, the thing is, you have to put money into it. You'd have to put several different LEDs. I mean, and people are doing it. It'd be called a wide spectrum or a full spectrum LED. I think those are probably as good as any indoor light. But I mean, there's not inherent health problems, like I said, any more than in any other non-natural light, other than the eyes. And I do think LEDs and have shown and have benefited from like deep tissue with high intensity red light. That helped me with deep tissue pain after my knee surgery. So that would be my short version take on that.
What's up with these like blue lights you see in kind of seedy areas? Like they'll put these blue street lights up.
So EBT is talking about that. Now, this just kind of goes back to where I was talking with EBT that basically all white LEDs start as blue LEDs because they're the most blue LEDs, specifically like 440 nanometer, is the most efficient at creating light. So to create an efficient light, you start with that base, then you phosphor coat it, which is, I mean, literally just a blob of, phosphors that react to light, right? So when they get hit with light energy, instead of giving off the exact light they got hit with, they shift the light over, and that's what you see. That's like why you see a yellow blob on top of a lot of LEDs. Now, technology is definitely improved, and this is most LEDs. There's peripheral technology that I can't even talk on, but classic LEDs, this is how they work. So if somebody buys like cheap LEDs, basically, they may use the minimum phosphor coating. So when you put that in a spectrometer, yeah, it'll register a certain wavelength. But in real life, that phosphor coating may disintegrate in 2 or 3 months down to where now a lot more of the blue light is sneaking through. Personally, that's where I would say I don't have any overarching like conspiracy to tie it to, but just knowing manufacturing, knowing how people always use the cheapest shit possible and try to make the most money, that's how I could see why it would be cheaper areas, because they're lower tax income, buying cheaper shit to save money, just the whole loop. Whereas, higher areas, higher taxes, willing to pay more and listen to a pitch from a company for a better product. That would be my like non-conspiratorial take on why it's happening.
I was in Orlando and I was walking through the hood and a couple of the streets had street lights, but it was that blue light, and it just like, why do they put them up? What does it do to your eyes? Like, what is the purpose of doing that?
I mean, the original transition is because you can take like 1,000-watt, street light, which are kind of the classic parking lot, old school Hortilux, the things people brought indoors to grow with. They were 1,000 watts, really a little over. You can get the same amount of visual light, not plant growing light, but just visual use for the human eye light out of about 300 watts in LEDs. So that's like the base pitch of why any city is trying to transition from HPS to LED. I mean, they last longer too if they're higher quality, so you don't have to change the bulbs as often. That's like just, if I was an LED pitch guy, salesman, I'm going into a city and I'm going to pitch them on it. That's going to be my initial pitch, cost savings and manual labor savings on the bulbs. But I mean, getting into why they're exactly blue, if it's not bad products and accidental, honestly, I don't know why it'd be blue.
Now, there's a specific reason why they're doing that. I didn't know if you knew the answer.
No, I mean, sometimes I think it's just as silly as a city council member thinks blue would be cool because it's different. Yeah, and then they're just idiots. They don't realize how annoying that translates into real life. But I could even just see it being something like that. Like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if the lights across the bridge were blue instead of old, boring white? Shit like that. It's definitely annoying. I mean, even as someone that spent a lot of time in LEDs, the spectrums they give off are definitely agitated.
Well, I think that's their goal, is to annoy people. It's just like when if you ever like go to a superstore, like a Walmart, in the back of a Walmart or one of these stores, and they got those high frequency noises that kind of drive you nuts, so you don't like end up hanging out around there.
I just heard of that. There's like somewhere else is doing that, like a city or something outdoors to keep people away. Fuck, that just rang a bell. I wish I could recall that better.
But see,
that's
I
fucking
feel like,
crazy, dude. That's warfare. That's torture. I mean, it's like on a low level, but it's just psychologically. What am I trying to say? That's psychologically immoral, in my opinion. Hire another security guard.
It works, man. Keeps people away.
Yeah, but damn, I just feel like a rat now being pushed around with those ultrasonic rodent deterrent things. Like that shit's freaking, that's scandalous. You say they do that where? In stores to keep people out of certain areas?
I've seen it on construction jobs, like construction sites. They'll set that up. They'll set it up, in downtown areas, like late at night at like a downtown library. You'll hear them, just different places they have them. But I feel like that you're going to see more and more of that as time goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, there's something to that blue light. I don't like it. I don't know why, but I just don't like it.
Yeah, I got to do some research on that. Can't do it right now.
Yes, sir. I don't deliver. Technically, the delivery for this load is supposed to be tomorrow, but I might be able to do it today. I'm not really sure. See what happens.
What's up?
Here comes my girl right here.
Oh yeah.
Here comes my girl.
She's old, but she's still got it, man. She's still got that chest.
You're a chess man there, JG?
No, I mean, some people still got it. Like, you'll see an older lady, but her body's still slamming. Her face might be, a little busted, but like some of these older ladies, man, their bodies are still fine and right.
Well, down there, a lot of them take care of themselves down there. That's for sure.
One of the best pairs, one of the best breasts I've seen in person was a girl in California. She was like 52 years old. I hung out with her. I mean, her face was a little busted, but man, her body was still slamming, and like her just taking her bra off, like her breasts are ingrained in my head. Memory is a great thing.
Where was that?
That was in Venice Beach when I was out in Venice.
Okay.
I stayed there for 5 weeks, and I met the last couple of days I was there. I met a older lady from Malibu.
Okay.
And she showed me pictures of her when she was like 20 and in her 30s, and she was like a bombshell. Just could have been a model, but her face kind of got busted. But man, her body was still amazing.
Butterface.
What's up, Snafu?
Oh, he came up? Cool. No?
No, he's not here. No, I just saying hi to him in the chat.
Faces
Come on
go
up,
kind
Snafu. Tired of talking all these cupcakes. Get up
For
here
all
and
these
have a conversation.
What was that, JG?
I yield.
I yield. Come on, Snafu. Come on, bullshit with me.
He's still waking up.
Yeah, I am too. We ain't gonna yell. I just want to fucking. I literally want to bullshit with him. I like.
How am I full of shit, Snafu? I like older women. Like, what's the problem with that, dude? You probably fuck base heads, man. You probably have 2 EBT cards. You probably get laid like once every year. Nothing wrong with smashing grannies, man. Nothing wrong with smashing cougars. You're the problem, Snafu. All right, step your game up, man.
You're young, JG. I'm rooting for you, but once you get about 45, them ladies are more trouble than they're worth. But you got to get some while you still got it in you.
Facts.
I was going to have it in me, but see, I'll stick around with the girl for a couple days, a day, and that's it. I keep it moving. I'm on my Clint Eastwood High Plains Drifter shit, but I've always been like that.
I will say, when I was still messing with them ladies more, a couple cougars did. I mean, they just kind of snatch you up and let you know what they want to do with you, and there is something to that. It's nice being. They don't make you work as hard, and they make you something to eat afterwards.
Yep.
Snafu hating on me, man. Fucking clown.
Hey, is Ian that was in your chat yesterday, Ian something? Is that the same Ian that Drew trolled?
I don't know.
With the N-word, you got to go N-word, man?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You saw that, right?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Dude, you got to go look. It's they've clipped it. I think it's either on Stephen David's channel or maybe Drew put it up. Dude, that is one of the best trolls fucking ever.
Oh, no, I saw when Drew went on with Ian. I saw that.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got to go N-word, man. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know. I got you. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I'm wondering if that was why
I mean, the
he.
best part was talking to him afterwards. He came up with all that on the fly. I
Oh
thought he
yeah,
went into it with that like as a script, and he really was ad libbing. That to me makes it fucking 10 times funnier.
oh yeah, that was good stuff. I think that's part of why Ian kind of raged out in the next several days. I think part of that he was probably embarrassed by that. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Well, good. It brought a spotlight because he should have been embarrassed to his whole thing. At least that brought a spotlight to how silly he is.
Well, I think he thinks it's serious though.
Yeah, that's what's so silly. That's what I mean. That's
Yeah,
exactly my point.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it was so silly how serious he was taking himself.
Yep. For sure.
Rob bailed. Snafu don't want to come up. JG's yielded. Fucking shut it down, man. What are we doing?
Zetetic Warriors live. Maybe go check that out.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
That
I
guy
just popped it.
sucks,
Man, I'll
man.
tell you, that moon was crazy. When I woke up, I thought someone was pulling up on me. I'm like, whose fucking headlights are these? And then it just sat there. And then I'm like, I looked outside. I was like, damn, dude, that's got to be the brightest moon I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, that moon was crazy. When it was real big on the horizon where I'm at, it looked like it was almost like oblong shape.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, right.
That's
It's like stretching out in the atmosphere. That shit trips me out sometimes when it's down close to the horizon, how big it gets.
Oh my
It's
God.
crazy.
I stared at the moon 2 nights ago and I realized my eyesight's kind of going. When I was young, I could stare
Uh-oh.
at the moon and see pretty well, but now it's like last couple of weeks I've noticed, my eyesight's kind of bad.
Oh, not good. No bueno. Especially at your age.
I'm not trying to be over dramatic here. Like it's not terrible, but it's definitely I've noticed it's not as good as it was.
Yeah, that will be a thing as you get older, but I don't know.
I mean, I think I had to get glasses. I was maybe a little older than you, but for what it's worth, I got them just for clearing stuff up. I mean, I guess everyone's different, but fortunately, mine haven't kept getting worse. For now at least. So like, I guess that was my concern. I'm like, oh damn, once I get glasses, like every 2 years, it's just gonna keep getting worse. And it was like, no, I pretty much just had to get glasses, and now it's been like 7 years, and it's pretty much the same. I think you just get used to it, and eventually you're like, oh shit, and then you get the correction, and you can go on for another decade or two if you're lucky.
Yeah, I've been on the same prescription for a few years now, so I don't think I shouldn't have let them correct my distance vision. I've had pretty good distance vision historically, but one of these doctors put some correction in on the. It seems like once you get that correction, it's hard to go back to no correction. Like I can see really fucking far, but I can't see quite as good without my glasses. But I can see it for a long way.
That's cool. I mean,
Yeah, Bo.
I
I can't
like
see
like
shit up close though.
being in nature is where I miss like not needing glasses. Like when you put them on, it's just crazy how crisp you're like, oh damn, trees aren't blobs. Like they actually are individual leaves. You don't realize how your brain is filling all this shit in. And yeah, I remember like when I got them now, I did contacts just to start, but then I quickly got over that. But I remember the first time I put them in, I was like, just seeing the edges on everything, like a sharp right angle on, furniture and shit like that. It was like, I remember that was one of the craziest. It wasn't like I had bad eyes, but like just your brain getting so used to everything rounded off. And then all of a sudden everything comes in crisp. It was fucking amazing.
Yeah, whoa. I can't do the contacts though.
Yeah, I can't either.
Can't be having stuff on my eyeballs.
My next purchase is going to be a pair of corrective sunglasses.
Aha. What about those transitions or whatever? Do those really like they know when to go dark or whatever?
My first pair was kind of like that, but I didn't. They weren't my favorite.
Yeah,
Like,
I
they
don't think I would
do-
like it.
Yeah, I mean they do work, but not as good as a dedicated pair of sunglasses or a dedicated pair of glasses. So I guess the glass part's fine. They do get clear quick, but yeah, it's more gimmicky to me than useful.
I'm not down with the hospice ladies, all right? That's like 70, 80-year-old ladies. That's fucked
Snafu,
up.
come up here and throw some fucking burns down in real life, man. You got some good burns. Get up here and throw them down.
That was pretty good.
Just hang back in the cut while we're talking and slide them in every once in a while.
Woo. Well, I've run out of shit to say, so I think I'm going to shut it down.
Cool. Nice
All right,
seeing you
guys.
guys.
Come on, man. Hospice, 70, 80-year-old ladies. That's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, look, JG, a train. If you can even see that, it's kind of far away. Yeah, there we go. Ride the train. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.